It looks like we've gone live, and we've been streaming for 1:40 already, and everyone's probably already seen the panic on my face, and hopefully that will trickle through, because I've clicked all the buttons. Hello? Oh, I'm seeing excitement. Is that to do with my announcement, or I'm not late, I'm here? Trying. Maybe I end. No, wait! Are we alive? No, we're throwing to an ad. For me. We here? Hi! Okay. For the record, I hit start stream, go live 2 minutes and 29 seconds ago. It just took me a second to get here. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Hi to Texas. Hello to USA. Brandy, that is some commitment. I am aware that it's the middle of the night there. I am so sorry. Right. We are live. That is right. Hello, hello. Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit frazzled from just the hassle then of I clicked the button and then it didn't work. But I'm gonna recover. We're gonna have a speedy recovery. Hello. Okay, right. Hi. Thank you for joining me in either the middle of the night or the middle of the day, depending on where you are. So today, I don't know what we're going to make. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm basically going to let you guys choose, but you're not going to really know what you're choosing either. So it's not going to be too complicated though. It's going to be fun. Yep. Hello. I'll just let everybody finish saying hello, and then we'll get started. So. Yeah, I just thought I'd try this time slot out today. It's obviously a little bit earlier than last week, or about 6 hours earlier than last week, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do like a morning stream. I am non-communicative until about this time of day, and like it's kind of one of those non-negotiables when it comes to streaming, is you got to be chatty and you got to be like on, and plus with the activities that we are doing, I kind of really need the brain to be like kicked in and working. And so the downside to not drinking coffee is that you kind of got to wait for that process to happen on its own. So like, maybe one night I'll stay up and I'll stream from like 1 AM to 5 AM my time, and we'll give that slot a try. But for now, I'm just going to try and operate within the times that I feel like I'm going to be able to like actually do this properly. Hello to New Zealand, or a couple from New Zealand. Hello to Western Canada. Yep, Cassandra, time zones. Like my streams will always start with a little dissection on time zones. It can't be helped. I'm in Australia. Where is Ivysaur on the list? Joseph, I'm getting to that. Are you ready? We are going to add the Pokédex. We're going to update it. Ready? And it's just a little anticlimactic, I know, but like, look, we added one. That's great. We're going to be aiming to add sort of 2, 3, 4, 5 today. We're going to be adding a lot today. At least 2, all right? The stream is a fail if I don't add at least 2. I saw somebody ask what time it is here. I don't know if that was for the chat or for me, but it's currently 1 PM my time, so sort of just after lunch. So, like, it's good. It's nice to be streaming while the sun is up. Alrighty, so this is on the screen for anybody who doesn't know. This is our Pokédex, our Crochetdex currently. It does extend all the way down. Yeah. Hopefully that's showing you. And then we have Lechonk right at the bottom. But for now, these streams are focusing a little bit more on the original 151, and that is because I am going to be trying to use this footage in like a big video possibly a year or more from now, that shows me crocheting all 151 original Gen 1 Pokemon. So that's kind of the premise of this. Alrighty, so what do I want to do next? Would you guys like to see a spoiler for this week's video? I finished filming it yesterday. It is the Not My Idea vote that we did on YouTube. I think we got almost 4,000 votes. You guys picked Otter. Would you like to see the otter? I'll give that a second to filter through to chat while I just get set up before picking what Pokemon we're making today. Let's see, there we go. Okay, everybody who does not want to see the otter, look away from the screen now. There it is. She's got a little McNugget baby. She's just floating down the river of life. I did originally design her standing up. Sorry, I looked at the wrong screen for the camera then. I did originally design her like standing up because I feel like everybody has done the upright otter or the laying on their back otter, but it just ended up looking like a ferret and then it looked like a weasel, and I really needed to be an otter because you guys picked otter. So I do try and fill the brief. So there is a little otter. Right, so may occasionally be visible today, so I just thought I'd rip that band-aid off. So, okay, so today, what are we making? I am dying to know. I'm gonna wait and let me know in the chat when you see this screen. The screen with the numbers and the yarn on it. Hello to Make It With Alex. Hi. Oh, I'm so glad you guys like the otter. That's good. It was stressful. It had different eyes right up until the very last second of the video, and then while I was sewing it together, I'm just like, nope, I hate these eyes. It can't be done. I have to swap them out. So, yay. Oh, I think we thrown to an ad. Okay, I think I got a little pop-up. That was weird. That didn't happen to me last time. But that's okay. Alrighty, what have we got here? It's clicking around. Alright, cool. So we can see the 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, you'll be able to see my cursor now as well, hopefully. I'm waiting for a sign of life here. I'm so sorry that I'm new to this. Hopefully you guys can extend me the patience for that, but I'm just gonna wait and see when you guys can see the screen that I'm looking at, because I think we're up to a minute delayed, which is rough. It's a little rough. But yeah, I'm so glad that so many of you are interested in making the otter. As I said, the pattern will be out on Thursday. That will be hitting Etsy and Patreon at the same time, I think, for the first time ever. I'm just really on top of my game since I came back. I say that, and then like, and then I'll be like, sorry guys, it'll be out over the weekend. Ah. Okay, oh cool. All right, you guys see it. Awesome, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for confirmation. All right, so as you can see here, I have picked out 4 different colors of yarn. Now, each one of these colors represents a Pokemon. I want you guys to let me know in chat whether or not you want to work with 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then we'll both find out what Pokemon that color represents. Now, I'll admit that I've played it potentially a little bit safe today, but that's because I want to get a couple done, and I'm still kind of finding my feet in here. And so, like, I feel like yeah, I feel like I can take advantage of like picking slightly easier ones potentially for the first few of these, just while I kind of work out how to talk and design and count and do all of those things all at the same time. So, all right, okay, I see a number 4 from Just What. Yep. Guys, I'm gonna need you to pop a number in the chat for me. And I don't know if it's possible to create a poll. This might be a horrible mistake. But, oh, there we go. I had my chat set to the wrong settings. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay, I'm seeing some 3s and some 4s. We've got 1, 2 on the board. Hi, Jenny. I'm sorry. It's 1 AM. Oh, no. Terrible time for an ad. Okay, there we go. That's an influx of numbers for me. Oh dear, that's quite a spread, isn't it? Okay, I'm seeing a lot. Is it just me or is there a lot of 4s coming up? Some 1s, some 2s, the 3s are in there. Oh my goodness. Dulcie, now it's shifted to 3s. And now I am panicking. Okay, this was maybe not a good idea. Okay, so, I think feel like while 4 had a really strong presence, oh no, look, there were a lot of 4s. I think maybe the 4s might have this. And I think maybe I should learn how to make a poll in chat. But for now, I think the 4s. I'm getting a 4 vibe. All right, so I will reveal number 4. It is the Pokemon you have chosen to go first today. I'm hoping you haven't chosen it thinking that it's the next in the Bulbasaur line, because I can tell you right now, I can confirm that it's not. I don't know if that changes anybody's answers. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm definitely getting a 4 vibe. I've seen some confirmation in chat that we think 4 is the answer. So here I come in, and we are going to reveal what number 4 is. I got to turn the numbers off first. I learned that in practice. Okay, and we're gonna do a little reveal. Anybody have any guesses? I'm just gonna do a little bit at a time. Well, I'm having fun with this. There we go. So, you guys have signed me up for Tangela. Tangela, I've heard it pronounced. I've always thought it was Tangela. Yeah, so you guys have signed me up for Tangela. First up today, who is just a good little spaghetti ball, I think. So that's all well and good. We will come back to this screen and we will pick another one later, assuming that I don't spend forever making a Tangela the size of a volleyball. Volleyball? I was aiming for beach ball, but I said volleyball. So, okay, we are going to head on back over to the design screen, and I'm going to not provide spoilers, but I'm going to turn on my Tangela sprite. There we go. Why not both? Exactly. Tarotial? Yeah, no, we will be coming back, and you guys can pick another one later once we've done this first one. Yeah. So I'm glad to see so much love for 3. I'm glad to see so much love for 2. Glad to see so much love for 1. We will get to them. Okay, so as per usual, I am going to start by sketching. Now, because I had 4 different options today, I'm a little bit less mentally prepared for this process, and we're not pattern hacking. So last time we just got to pattern hack the Ivysaur from an existing Bulbasaur pattern. So like we're just gonna see how this goes today. I'm thinking. Oh, I'm gonna start drawing while I think, because I can do both. I can do 2 things. So yeah, Tangela I think is just a little meatball, right? With a couple of really big eyes. A couple of feet, which may or may not need like a leg to help them connect through those noodles. And this is one of those Pokemon that has just a lot of what I call set dressing. It's just like the base shape is completely masked by the details going on. I'm gonna have to get used to chat being a little bit behind what I'm doing. That's because I see your guesses coming through now, and so that's really good. You guys, a lot of you guys got it. But yeah, so a lot of set dressing on this little dude. So he's got some little feet, and he's got his little ball, and then he has just a bunch of like tangly noodles, and like, how do I want to do those? Because like, we could create them as tubes, but that would make our scale immediately huge. So I'm thinking maybe like just chains. Chains may be done over a long tail so that we can add that real twist to them, I think might be an option here. Because that will like organically make them curl into like S-bends and that sort of thing if we pull them correctly. And I mean, the other option is that we try and work like say in the back loops and then attach them in the front loops as we go, because then we won't have to sew them all on. Because like I'm counting there, and just on our little sprite here, there's like at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ends that we can see like sticking out. And I know that there's more than that, but they're the ones where you can see like the tips of the tentacles. So there's at least 6 that we have to make for that. All right, so I might be able to get away with just making 6 long strands and just like coiling them all the way around, as long as the ends poke out at the end. I think that makes sense. Yeah, Ra Damon, I'm also very interested to know how I'm going to not go insane making lots of noodles. All right, Nightsuki, and yeah, okay, cool. So we are going to get started by making a little ball. I suppose I should do his little portrait just to add to the mix here, because we always have at least a little portrait going on, and it would just be rude to exclude him. So his noodles aren't going to be exactly correct, but we're going to approximate some noodles the same way I would probably approximate curly hair, but then it's not like I'm not really much of a drawer. There we go. And we'll give him a little outline. And he's going to have bigger pupils on mine, because that's the way this goes. So we'll just draw in a couple that have some definition. Then we'll approximate the rest. We'll put some feet in. Like so. So this is going to make a stitching real easy. That we're starting with basically an entirely black ball. So not the best portrait I've ever done, but we tried. Wah. Might give him a little outline later. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna start my notebook. We'll bring that in from the side. So gotta take notes. Gotta take notes because these patterns do go up on Patreon. They are not available on Etsy. I got that question quite a few times last time, because Etsy has strict rules regarding IP, and they should. But it's not worth getting my store closed down. So yeah, they're just provided to the patrons on a weekly basis. They'll be provided with the otter pattern this week. Okay, so we need to make ourselves a little black ball. So we need some blue for some noodles. That is a lighter blue than it is appearing on that camera, but I'll show one on this one. Look, haha, color corrections. I promise to work on the lighting. Then we're going to need some black and just a giant arm. Some white for the eyes, and I think we need, what color would you call those shoes? Orange? Or are they pink? Hi Pumpkin Plushness, I'm glad you could catch me live as well. I'm just glancing at the chat here. Why would you crochet I tried crocheting a ball jointed doll at one point actually, Manatee. I found the friction was problematic, and like they're having like a narrow neck, and then the ball with the neck was getting twisted and warped, but I'm curious, like, I hope you have more luck than I did. Friend, do box chains for the noodly bits? I don't know if I know what those are. Yeah, cool. Orange. Okay, we're thinking that they're orange. Apparently I had this colour prepared earlier, but it's a bit tangled, so... Oh, for the record, I shared on Discord, but the big tangled mess of yarn that I had last time that I was using for the spots on Ivysaur, I did ball it up neatly before I put it away. I told you I would. I think I'm going to use that colour for the shoes. I feel like that feels like a very accurate colour for the shoes, honestly. So, cool. We have our colours, and I'll show them on this camera because they're more accurate. So, yeah, there they go. So, right. A ball! We're going to make a little black ball. Sorry, my brain was buffering. So I have kind of like this tried and true method that I use for designing balls, and that is you design like a little flat piece on top. I'll sketch it out here. You design like a little flat piece on top, and then you do that using rounds of 6. This gets an approximate ball, which is all we need. So rounds of 6 until we have like a nice flat piece on top. Then you do a couple of rows of just increasing by 3 increases, evenly spaced. You can stagger them if you're after a slightly more round effect. And then we just do some rows of single crochet until we get to the right height. And often it's the same number of rows as it took to get to that width in the first place. So that's just a little rule of thumb. And then we decrease on the other side, and you end up with what appears at face value to be a staggered little steppy thing, but it's crochet, so it comes out round enough. And round enough is good enough. So now I just sort of have to decide how big we want our little dude to be. Nebula, sleep is important, but I'm glad you could join us. Okay, alright, so I might just sort of get started and we can feel our way as we go. I definitely don't want this little guy to be too big, just so that we can... Oh, just gonna move over a little bit, move the camera around a little bit. Oh, earthquake. Ah! And we'll start here. I don't think I'm focused. I apologize. We have swapped out our hardware since last time, and it has come with its own unique issues, but it shouldn't overheat and turn off this time, which is a win. I think it's a win. All right, so we're going to start in black yarn, because you know what? I'd rather this come up now than come up at like 11 o'clock tonight, should this stream end up going ridiculously long. Because at least I'm not blind yet. See, it's one of the fun things about getting older. It's no one tells you that you eventually just like, I don't know what it is, but your eyes just go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's our magic ring of 6. Dragon Gal, I actually remember those days. I have a uni degree in multimedia design, and what that actually means is I did a lot of 2D animation at uni. It was never applicable in my life, but that doesn't mean I didn't really enjoy it, and I have strong opinions on early animation. Right, and I'm going to do a row of increases. I will not be calling out every row, so please do not join this with the expectation that you can follow along. At some point I hope to become so proficient I can have the notes on the screen as I write them, but today is not yet that day. So far I'm focusing on keeping my hands on the screen, so we're doing great. Yeah, black yarn, Jode. Jenny, yes. But thankfully it is very, very bright in here, which does help. And I'm crocheting half by feel anyway, just because I'm trying to keep an eye on chat. So it shouldn't be too bad, and it is just this one piece. So, oh, sorry guys, I punched you in the face. I hope you're okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9's, oh no, 9 is fine, 9 is fine. It's just also not super fun to look at. But I'm sure you guys will enjoy my noodly escapades later. Joseph, you're showing off. I'll tell you what though. Only the lucky ones, yeah. Anyway. Sorry, just redirecting myself. Yeah, I need to go to an optometrist. I have this sweet spot though, which is about here, where I can see things perfectly. It's only if they're here that I can't. And over there, oh, we are playing havoc with the lighting. I'm so sorry for the flashing lights. Alright, Alexa and Shannon, thank you both for joining. I think that might be as big as my get, because then we'll end up with a ball out. The noodles will add, I feel like the noodles will add a lot of like girth. So yeah, this is the top of the head. I'll end up about this tall. Got to write our notes down. Discipline. Always discipline. Actually, you know what? I don't mind if you guys can see my notes a little bit. There we are. No, they're not legible. Never mind. I don't want to tease you guys with illegible notes. Erica, how do I keep my hands from getting sore? Honestly, it's just not been an issue. I don't grip my hook very tightly, and I don't grip my yarn very tightly either. It's all about just having that loose grip. If any of you do penmanship or calligraphy, It's a similar practice, not necessarily in grip, but like I'm not holding my hook very tight. I'm just sort of rolling it very loosely. And same here. My finger looks like it's clenching, but it's actually not. It's just loosely in that little claw position, which I'm sure I'll regret 10 years from now, but for now we get away with it. I'm also, I guess I might just be lucky. I've got a little bit of that hypermobility going on. Maybe that's part of it too. Ink. Mathing. I'm doing math. I'm so good at math. I do math for a living. There we go. Sorry, took a second to shake that one loose. It needed a little encouragement. Gotta be your own biggest cheerleader and all that. So 1, 2, and 3. We are gonna be breaking out the stitch marker again. That was so helpful last week because keeping count and keeping chat is a little distracting. It can be a little hard, but that stitch marker was an absolute lifesaver last week, and so we will be busting that bad boy out again. That's 10. Come on. There we go. 11 and 12. My apologies to anybody also crocheting. I will be counting out loud occasionally. Sometimes the brain is too full and the numbers have to be heard and stored by the ears. Okay, cool, we're going well. I have a little boop, stitch marker ready to go. I'm just going to pop that in as an insurance policy. It never hurts. There is nothing wrong with always needing stitch counters. I will just say that, or stitch markers, but the counting is part of the therapeutic process for me. Before I learned to crochet, I would still count. It's just now I look slightly less crazy because I'm actually counting something. And we're going to go one round bigger again, and we're going to stagger it this time. So then it'll be this, and then this, and then this. And I'm sorry that it's black, but at least we'll be out of the way relatively fast. And then we can start working on some more fun things. Oh wow, Keely, I'm super interested in tapestry. I will potentially be doing a video at some point about crocheting like wall hangings, or like creating wall hangings in some regard out of yarn, just because like fascinated. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the game Children of Mortar, but the aesthetic of their house is just stunning, and I want to capture some part of it for myself. So that will potentially happen at some point, because sometimes I use my videos as an excuse to give myself permission to do things, like with oh, he's not in frame today, but Peaches still has her baby, her little stuffed animal, and I really want to try it with like I said a cardigan pattern, but some sort of pattern. I just want to make sure that I get some like comfy yarn for it first, because this acrylic is not for wearables, not in my opinion. It's a little bit scratchy for that, but the scratchiness really makes it good for amigurumi in my opinion. But yeah, I wanted to give myself permission to do that, to make something that scale, and something that's going to take that much time should be business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh my goodness, we are nailing this count thing. We are doing so fantastic. So there is the top little dome, his little lid. This camera will never focus on it, and we're just gonna maybe have to make our peace with that today. It's gonna drive me silly nuts, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Or maybe if I move him out of the way. Sorry, buddy. Oh guys, I found the Gengar. He wasn't here last stream, and I dug him out of one of the bags, and he is sponsoring today's stream. So there we go. Alright, so now I'm just going to add some height to this ball just by doing rounds of single crochet, which is where this stitch marker really hits its stride, because it means that I don't even really need to keep count. I'll just count the rows when I'm done. Oh, that's so exciting, Mia. I love Totoro, and I feel like a sewing pattern version of him would... There's just a really nice like homemade aesthetic to the whole thing. Maybe if I move you over here. There we go. Okay, cool. So now I know I'm a little closer to looking at camera. I feel like it gave it like a really like comfy homemade vibe, kind of like with that that owlbear pattern that we made. I think it was November. It's just like there is something really charming about the fact that it looks like it's been made out of leftover fabric instead of just sort of crocheted in the hole. And I've kind of been playing with that a little bit more. And I think it's got a lot of nice nostalgic charm to it. And we both know, we all know that my generation's kind of nutty for that nostalgia charm. There we go, that's one row. Oh, everybody frogs. I didn't see the original comment, but absolutely everybody frogs. So put that on a t-shirt. Stick around long enough, like just like I edit my frogging out, that I frog every time I make something. Everybody does. Okay, I'm seeing some hellos and some farewells, so arrivals and departures. We love that for us. That's great. Strands of yarn going everywhere. Okay, so we are, for anybody who has just arrived, we are, as you can see on the screen, making Tangela, and that is because all of you picked the blue yarn. And that was the Pokemon hiding behind it. We will be picking again once we are done making our Noodle Boy. I don't know, is the Flying Spaghetti Monster still a thing? It used to be a thing. Will I make a chameleon sometime? Okay, so I actually have half a chameleon sitting out at my computer desk. This isn't my computer desk, this is my yarn room. I have a computer desk out there where I do my editing. In the middle of the living room because I don't like being by myself. But yeah, I have half a chameleon out there because I was trying a method where the yarn changed colour depending on the angle you were looking at it from. It's kind of like, if any of you are familiar with like lenticulars, those paper prints that like are one thing one way and then one thing another. And so we gave that a try, but it looked very much like ribs, and so the little chameleon was put on hold. I've got a few other ideas, some of which I've discussed with Patreon, or sorry, with a patron, that will involve colour changing. I just feel like it's such a missed opportunity to play, kind of like when making the roly-poly, how I made it roll up. It's just like, if there's a chance to play with what crochet is, I kind of want to take it, and so chameleon's a great chance to make something that changes colour somehow. Alright, I think that was three rows. Perfect. Well, I don't think. I know it was 3 rows, because I can tell. And now we are going to, I'm just going to quickly write the notes for the rest of the rows because we're just mirroring the top, replacing our increases with decreases. So that's how you make a ball. It should make a lot more sense if I could pop it on the screen, but we are just not quite that advanced yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that gets me to 12, and then we'll do that. Cute little ball. First piece nearly done. We are going amazing. Alrighty. So what is everybody working on at the moment? I'm seeing some reports of Granny Square, what's that? Blind, give me a break here. A blanket out of scrap yarn, yes, fantastic. I have a big box, like one of these, yeah, one of these, filled with yarn that's the wrong kind of yarn. I feel like I get better results when I match the brands of yarn, and I've got a bunch of like fragments left over that I am looking for something to do with them. So I thought maybe I would try and putting 100,000 stitches into, just to see what that looks like. Or, I don't know, if the sewing pattern thing kind of also lends itself to like patchwork animals, and I feel like scrap yarn is perfect for making little patches. It can be hard to assemble though, so I don't know, it's just a thought. I don't think I'm getting this count correct at all. Let's frog. See, everybody frogs. Here I am doing it live on stream. You saw it here first, folks. Hey, I think Discord even calls themselves the International Frog Army. So, frog. Ooh, dragon fidgets for autistic children. It's a lot to unpack in that sentence, but a dragon fidget sounds really cool. Are they like those wormy snakes? Tick, 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 tick. I'm seeing a large number of dragons in the chat. That's cool. I see 8 foot long. I'm seeing Luna Dragon. I'm seeing Kiefer the Forest Dragon. Just got to the owlbear head. Rachel, is your owlbear head looking looking off to one side, because I've got a video for that now. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you gotta make fun of yourself. Can't take things too seriously. Oh, a couple of goblins. That's a new one. Ooh, an alphabet sampler. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Because like if you use a lot of lettering. Okay. Ball update, which will never, ever, ever be in focus. Nah, ball update. I think I'm going to stuff him. We are running out of stuffing, but we should have enough for today, hopefully. Ooh, Keep Your Bliss is working on an axolotl. I want to revisit my axolotl pattern. I feel like I made it so long ago that I won't change the design of it, but I feel like I could update the writing of it. That might make it easier to understand. And I haven't watched that video in a while because of the cringe factor, but I feel like I've potentially come a long way in the last 3 years. I don't know. I would have hoped that I've learned something in the last 3 years. Okay. Oh, sunflower cloak sounds really pretty. Spooky soup. It's like wearables intimidate me. I've made one. I've made a couple of cardigans. I've made my rainbow rage sweater, which still hasn't got its ends weaved in because who has time for that? But in general, they are such a massive time sink, and then I'm too scared to like wear them because I'm too scared to wash them. And I don't know, it's just one of those hills I need to climb. Like until you do something, you haven't done it yet. Wow, I'm doing great today. Put me on a motivational poster. Until you do things, you haven't done them. Ooh, a wild type axolotl plushie. What would make it wild, or is that like a type of axolotl that I'm, yeah, curious about that. Okay, why a snake army? They're like that just feels like there's a story there. Hi, the Derpy Wolf. I'm sorry it's 2 AM your time. Maybe I'll still be here when you wake up. But yeah, I think I mentioned it at the start. I am going to try a different time slot again this week, next week. Just because we are carrying on the live stream experiment at least until the end of April. Yeah. I'll try a different time slot. It'll have to be one that works for me, because this is just one of those things where it's not like uploading a video. I kind of have to be on. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe that is still 7 stitches, but it's not going to make a huge deal if I accidentally bring us down to 5. Okay, there we go. We have finished our first piece. I have snips here. Now, we are really just not focusing today, are we? One a little Marge Simpson there. So I'm just weaving this in. Then we can start decorating our ball. We can put some shoes on it and some eyeballs on it, and then we'll work out how we're doing the noodles. Okay, yeah, and tuck that end in and poke, 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 poke. This, behold, a Tangela. Okay. So next I think I'm going to do the eyes, just because I feel like they're going to be real easy little biscuits. And I think the trick here is that I'm going to be using safety eyes through the middle of them. So even though I keep hesitating before I say Tangela. It's Tangela. I keep hesitating, and that's why it keeps coming out as Tangela. But okay, it's Tangela. So I am going to be using these as pupils for the eyes, which means that for the magic rings, I don't have to like be too bound to the idea of them closing all the way off in the middle because it'll be covered up by the little safety eyes. So I'm thinking I'm going to start magic ringing maybe 8, just seeing if that's big enough. And potentially we will go bigger than that because we're feeling daring. We're feeling daring today. Night, Barbara. I'm sorry that it's 2 AM. It's going to be the theme for today's stream. I'm sorry, America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it's I agree. I think it's really cool that sort of everyone's from everywhere. It does make it real interesting to try and make a timed event, but I don't mind trying to like work within reason. Tiny eyeball. Oh, please, just please focus, please. I've been told that I was doing this wrong last time. Is that almost in focus? This is so annoying. Right, if I take a break, I'm going to review the camera situation, but until then, I'm so sorry. We're just kind of, I don't want to like completely dismantle everything, and I hope you guys can sort of see enough that it's not boring right now. So I went for an 8 single crochet magic ring. Yeah. Cool. And I think that works really well. There is a hole in the middle of my magic ring. But that's okay, because we'll fill it with a pupil, and he'll be just a very alarmed. He looks like a little soot sprite. Okay, so I'm going to write that down. Eyes, magic ring 8, then slip stitch to start. Eye through middle. F-O. Done. This is what my notes look like, by the way, guys. Nope, there we go, that side. Don't know if that was in focus, but just proving that I'm writing them down. Just got to whip up a second eye now. Yeah, it's been interesting starting a little bit earlier because like a little bit earlier works for me just as well as like I'm very much a night owl kind of person. I'm sort of peak awake between just after dinner till about I think 2 AM is normally when I fall asleep, sometimes 3. So like it's one of those things where like just as I'm falling asleep and winding down, that's kind of when the perfect time to start streaming would be for an American audience, I think. So it would require a lifestyle shift to catch you guys, unfortunately. But we'll wiggle it around and we'll just see if we can't find somewhere where there's a little bit of overlap for anyone who's interested in joining. There you go. It's a second eye, and we're about to do some clickies for anybody who likes clickies. I don't know if the mic will pick them up, no promises, but we're going to do our best. Okay, everybody hold your breath. I heard a click. No. The eye just fell straight out. And they're very quiet clicks. I don't think that would have registered, but they did their best. Okay. And I'm very specifically choosing to have the rows run horizontally across the face. Not that you can see that on the black, but I can see it in person. Because I think having the magic ring in the middle of the face is kind of pointless. It's just like I have opinions on row directions. Come here, Turdy. Hardest working pumpkin tortoise this side of the Nullarbor. That's one, and It's a very alarmed Tangela. There we go. Oh, hey, cool. Thanks, Chill, for letting me know. I'm glad you guys got to enjoy the clickies with me because clickies are great. There we are. There's our very alarmed little Tangela. He kind of looks like a little sooty sprite. If I brushed him right now, he'd get all fluffy and it'd be adorable, but that will have to wait for another day. Let's pop him over there. That over there. So the next, do we want to do feet next? Yeah, we'll do feet next. I think feet's the way to go. So I'm just going to draw a little bit more just to reacquaint myself with the shape. Somehow making the shapes with the pencil on the page helps me.
Still wet.
My partner is such a sweetheart. He's out there frantically painting a pair of safety eyes white for me to use. But that's okay, we're not going to use painted eyes for this guy today. I just thought that was really sweet. They wouldn't be dry by the time we're done with this guy anyway, but I know he's watching, so thank you, honey. Okay, I think it's literally just a little potato with a little stump to it. So yeah, I guess we'll start at the sole of the foot and work up this way. Did you guys hear him? I'm sorry that his whisper scared you, Garbungle, or Garbargle. Pen, and I'm going to write down the feet pattern. I'm so glad that we found this colour, because like, originally I thought I was going to use like the watermelon pink that I've used in like Valplume and that in the past, but I actually think this is a way closer colour. I believe that one there might be Outback, I think is the name. No, Outback's the darker one. What's this one? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm raiding my shelf. This one's Shrimp. I do need to go yarn shopping though. My wall is looking very picked over these days. I'm running out of like all kinds of colours. I was going to grab some and pull them onto camera, but that would be spoilers for who we're making next, so we're not doing that. We'll start with a magic ring of 6, and then I think we want an oval shape, so I will load increases on 2 sides, because that's how we do that. But I think I'm going to call them increase 3s because that's how I think about them. I just translate them for pattern videos, so you guys are getting my shorthand notation today. Garbuggle, I'll let him know that he whispered sweet nothings into your ear about painted eyes. Noodle, yes, that is Mr. Bones. He exists. There's no such thing as having enough yarn, I agree, but there is such thing as space limitations. I was trying to think of a clever way to word that, but no, we have space concerns. Of course, every part of my house I take over with yarn storage for my business technically counts as a tax deduction, so we love that for us. Well, at least that's how it works here in Australia. Please seek your own independent tax advice. Alrighty, here we go. Little foot, starting with a magic ring of 6 because I start everything with a magic ring of 6. It's almost a comfort thing at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I should hydrate. Guys, hydrate or dihydrate? Hydrate. I just saw cheese dragon. Is there context on that, or are we just excited about the concept of cheese? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Now we're going to broaden it out into a chunky little oval using increase 3s. I gotta say, I like this yarn, I do. I think it comes in a great assortment of colours. However, recently it's started to split, and I don't know if it's just because like some of mine has been sitting for a little while and has gotten a little bit older and a little bit looser. But I'm not happy. That said, it's like the only brand that has any kind of real colour assortment, variety. that's here as far as I can tell. Though, I mean, I was approached by that glowing yarn company. I should reach back out to them. They're Australian based. We like Australian based things here. Yeah, that looks like the sole of a shoe, I think. Just cheese. Yeah, okay, cool. We are just excited about cheese. I get it. Cheese is great. I think that is a perfectly sized foot for you. It's only 8 single crochet around, but it's gonna do the job. I think we're gonna do 2 rows of 8 single crochet, and then we're gonna close in on the front to move the ankle towards the back. And we're gonna use our stitch marker, our little MVP down there. There we go. I should make more dragons. I saw a suggestion on the Discord the other day that was like dragons of the world. It's like, I want to make the dragons of the world. I'd be jealous as hell if anybody else made all of the dragons of the world. I also really want to make all of the How to Train Your Dragon dragons, but as like little minis that you can have on your shelf. I think that'd be adorable, but I feel like it's not very trendy. But then I also don't really care, so... Problem with that is that I know that everyone will want all of the patterns. So like that makes it different to just making something because it's fun and cool and turns it into an 8-week long extravaganza. So I have to like really weigh that up before I make that choice. There we go. And that's 1 row. And we're going to go around again. I love that I've lost track of chat because all I can see right now is cheese is my favorite animal because it says noodle. Oh, cheddar cheese! There's someone named cheddar cheese in the chat. I think I get it. And then there's vegan yogurt, and where are all of these Aussies from? Australia. Or at least that's what we tell everyone. Because like Australia totally is a place that totally exists. Okay, there we go. So that's the stump of the foot, and now I am going to just close off across the toe here so that the opening is like just in this back half to add a little bit of a stem to give us some room to work with these little noodles that we're making. There is a live action How to Train Your Dragon coming out next year. It's one of those things of like, do I try and line up with that? Or do I release it early so people can find it in the lead up to it while people are still excited and not yet disappointed? I'm sure it'll be great. I really like the cartoons. I'm a big fan of animation as storytelling. I don't see the point in replacing animation as storytelling with live action as storytelling, because I feel like if it could be done as live action, they wouldn't have animated it in the first place. But I have opinions on that I'm just going to keep to myself. She said while talking to 215 people, hi everyone, welcome to myself. Okay, we are going to single crochet, we're going to do 3 decreases, and then that is going to leave us with 1 single crochet remaining apparently. That's not right. 1, 5, 6, 7, hang on. Something's not right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 stitches, not 8. But that's okay because I used a stitch marker, so I guess I'm keeping track of that. Go me! That will make that 3 at the end. I think there's potentially ads showing at the moment, so I'm just gonna chill out for the next few seconds while that plays so that no one feels like they're missing out on anything. But to anyone with premium, hello. I believe we're alone in here. There we go, everyone should be back now. Hello everyone. I just basically sat here silently. Waiting for that to finish. Hello to Moonrose Crafts. All the Zelda dragons. I haven't played Zelda since, I think it's Link's Awakening, the original grey-green version. I'm a little out of touch with the whole Zelda franchise, you might say. I do appreciate it though, as a thing, as a concept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we are 7 around, so we're going to start. What do we want to do here? Okay, I'm going to bring our little stem down to 5. Yes, 5. And then I'm going to try to be a little bit more focused. I'm sorry that I've been a little scattered during this section. Just finding my feet. Okay, that's a little bit of a stem. I wish this was focus. Oh, for a it kind of gets it for like half a second and then it like gives up. Hey, cool, there we go. We have cracked the code of just cover up everything on camera and then you can see what's on camera. I'm going to go around again one more time. I'm worried that's going to give him too much of a leg, and I'm thinking that I maybe should have made this leg in black so that it blend in with the noodles a little bit better. I think that's roughly 5. I don't think I'm going to stuff these pieces. I think they're too small and they are non-structural, so I don't know if it's... Oh. I will. I'll stuff them a little bit. I'll stuff them a little bit for you guys. And we're gonna do. There we go. Okay, we have one little foot. Can just pin on like so. And I'm gonna make another one real quick too. Just updating our notes there. Oh, I think my hair is just slowly growing bigger the longer the camera's on. Okay, and we're gonna whip this one up really fast. Yeah, it has just gone 2 o'clock over here. As Mr. Bones says, are his shoes made of feet or his feet made of shoes? He screams, for he does not know. Oh, I'm glad you guys are liking him so far. Okay, so we'll make the second leg and then we'll embark upon the quest for the perfect noodle. We're making pretty good time so far, I think, actually. We're about an hour in. I don't think I actually started the first Pokemon for at least the first 15 minutes. I'd have to go back and check. But, yeah, this is not bad. There's a, like I said, I want to get through at least 2 today, but the stretch goal is 5. And yes, I know that there was only 4 squares, but that makes sense. And it's not as exciting as it sounds, but like I'm supposed to do that thing where I give you guys things to look forward to. So there's 5 potential Pokemon on that screen. Sole of the shoe. Darcy Rose, I'm invested in how I make his noodles, but I'm also terrified because I keep forgetting that it's my job to solve that particular problem. It's fine. Everything's always fine. The yarn is our friend. It wants to be what we want it to be. And 8, 9, and 10. Sorry guys, I'll be back with you at the end of this count. I forgot to put my stitch marker in and it feels like too much of an interruption to the process to stop and put it in now. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, nearly there. And last stitch. 20. Cool. We've got the bottom of the foot all worked up. Oh, sorry. Is there a question that I'm missing in here? Okay, just give me a second. Where do I buy my eyes from? Okay, I've seen the question. I should really get just an FAQs going somewhere. I get my eyes from eBay. I buy my eyes in bulk little packets. I have a cupboard full of bulk packets of eyes. I get them in lots of 50 to 100. And I literally just scroll through eBay until I find the cheapest listing or the one that gives me the best deal. And I don't think I've ever paid more than like $10 to $20 for an eye shipment, but even then the $20 shipment was like 150 pairs of eyes. So that's where I get my eyes from, because otherwise in craft stores you pay like $10 for 4 pairs and I just can't. I go through too many eyes for that. That's just not feasible for me. So eBay is unfortunately the answer, because I can't even direct you to a specific seller because they change over so fast. By the time I need new eyes, I just find a new seller. Yeah. I don't remember if I did the first single crochet of this row, but it looks like I did, so we're going to say I did. Yeah, chill. I personally don't mind the repeat, but like if people are starting to get annoyed with it, maybe just chill. Because yeah, like I do try and answer as many things that I see as possible, but I'm never going to see them all. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. E-I-E-I-O. There we go. I'm spending too much time around the kitties. At least you don't call them, oh, yeah. Tangelies. You want me to start calling them Tangelies? Because I'm not. That's not going to happen. I'd love to do more dragons. I gotta wait until I've got like a good idea for a dragon. I think the next dragon, I won't say it's the next one, but I would like to do a mushroom dragon at some point. I've started it, I've done lots of concept sketches for it in the past. It's just sort of never been something that's made it to the hook for a number of different reasons. Sometimes I'm not happy enough with the concept, sometimes it's a skill issue. Sometimes I go to make it and it just doesn't happen. I'm like, that's fine. I'm sure we all have those moments. It's part of the reason why the stream today isn't a Venusaur. I woke up this morning, I'm just like, I don't think I can. So, yeah. Yeah. Leah, I thought your message said you're still alive. And I was worried for a second. But yes, we are still live. We've barely gotten started. Have I ever done the lighter flame thing to get rid of the frizzy from acrylic yarn? I have seen it. I have tried it on a test swatch and it worked fine. One thing I've also done, well, I haven't done, Mr. Bones did, but I supervised from a distance, is he used the steam from our kettle to like steam the acrylic work, and it did actually vastly and dramatically improve the fabric, if that was ever something someone was interested in. Softened it up terrifically. Okay, we've got a second little foot, and now we move on to what will hopefully be a great deal of fun and not something that I regret for many years to come. What's more that Venusaur would be complicated. He's a really big build, and he's the sort of thing where it's going to be the whole stream just to build him. I've gone through the whole Gen 1 and I've separated out the ones that are just like, they're big features. There's no way they're getting done in like a small amount of time. And I just thought that it it might be a bit fun to like get through a couple that we can just like get through here on stream. And then like things like Gyarados, for example, my personal favorite, Venusaur, I don't know, the Dragonite line. I can think of a lot where they're kind of their own advertising. Charizard. Like the day I make Charizard, I know that Charizard is going on that thumbnail, you know what I mean? But Charmeleon, I don't know anyone who's tuning in necessarily to watch that one because he's just sort of, he's a middle evolution. That's not me calling him mid, he's just a middle evolution. What am I working on? Noodles. Okay guys, the time has arrived. We are making noodles. So, as I said, I've got some thoughts here about doing maybe some chains. Someone mentioned a box chain, which I think I know what it is, but being self-taught, I don't always know the names for things, and I think it's like when you like put the tail over as well. But working over a tail, I think, is the answer here. So we're just going to play around with some pretty string, and we're just going to see what works for us. So you don't need to look so alarmed, mate. We're just making your hair. No, it's just like... okay, so, yeah. I will not make those noises the whole time. They're a comfort thing. I'm doing it again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm just making random noises. It's really hard to keep in mind that you're not just in a room by yourself and that people are actually listening and waiting desperately for you to say something of interest while you sit here just like Thanks, Mia. You've got my back. Good to know. Yeah, I have a thing with feathers, but it's fine. It's not as, like, I play it up for laughs, but I made a lot of feathers for the owl you can see in the background, and I was kind of burnt out on them, but honestly, I made that owl, what, 18 months ago now? I'm probably fine. It's been a while since I've made individual scales and covered something with them, so, yeah. I'm probably about ready to cover something with something ridiculous again. Alright, good night, Katie. I missed whatever Mr. Bones suggested, but I'm sure he'll fill me in later. When am I doing Pikachu? Joseph, I've promised Mr. Bones that I won't. I have to negotiate with him again, but way back when I made Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander, he has a chip on his shoulder about whether or not, oh, I don't know if he wants me telling you this, Pikachu counts as one of the starters or not. Maybe if I make him as not a starter, I'll get to make Pikachu, but Pikachu will be made before the end of the series. But again, Pikachu is one of those ones where you slap him in the thumbnail and people are gonna tune in. You're making noises while I'm humming. Cool, we're noise-making buddies. Loop the left strand over the finger, then single crochet and repeat. Okay, yeah. Nikki, I want to try that before your message vanishes forever, so I'm going to snip that off. Alright guys, be very cool. No, don't be quiet, that's bad for the stream, but like, slip knot in the middle of a piece, oh, probably a longer piece of yarn than that. It's an anxiety thing, I think, the noises. I'm just like, I start getting overwhelmed and the noises start happening and they kind of chill me out a little bit. Okay, we have a long piece of yarn. We have a slip knot in the middle of it. Loop the left strand over my finger. Okay, cool, got that. Then single crochet and repeat. Isn't that just what I'm doing? I should not be trying to learn new techniques on stream. That's gonna mess, because like I know exactly what you're talking about, but for some reason I can't quite remember how I used to do it. And I'm afraid that yeah, I don't want to goose chase myself right now, so let's just, because I think you're correct. What you're talking about is exactly what I need for this, but Unfortunately, we have a skill issue. To the bottom of chat, let me go. The left strand of your finger again and single crochet again. Okay, we'll try it again. Give it one more go. I'm feeling very self-conscious about learning a new thing on stream. But never let it be said that I do not give things a try. So I've got my slip knot, right? Every time I single crochet, loop the left strand of your finger again, single crochet again. So like, yeah. I'm just like, are we talking about this? That one? Yeah. I just twisted them. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Nikki. I know you're doing your best there, but I think I'm just going to call that one for now. I might look up, I'm very visual, so I might look up something if these noodles don't work. But you've at least given me a term to look up, which is actually very, very helpful. Because just sometimes knowing what question to ask is half the battle. So then we just like can pull them. And they get a little bit of a squiggle to them. What do we reckon? Okay, well that's one option. That's a nice easy option that I'm already very, very familiar with. Dang it, I want to try again. I want to try this thing again. I'm determined. We're off on a tangent now. We're all going to learn how to do this box chain? I think it's called a box chain. That over my hook. Single crochet. That's nothing. Start again. Yeah, and crochet, and then the left over your hook. I'm just not getting it. I'm not getting it. I'm making myself a little bit foolish. So let's open up. Hopefully you guys will not be able to see this. I'm going to look up. Taken it to Google to find me some pictures so that they can break out the sock puppets for me. Okay. Give it to me in images. Okay, cool. Guys, I found some images. So, yeah, correct. We are starting with slip knot in the middle of a long strand. We're gonna need some words to go with that. I'm sorry, the stream is currently like mentally paused while I try desperately to learn a new technique, but I promise I will quit in a minute. Yeah, and then it's like over, and then this one is also over. That's the wrong strand. Okay, no, I'm sorry. We are sacrificing that. I will learn it later as a skill. But I can't be sitting here for the next hour stuck in box chain purgatory. So we are going to keep going over a long tail. I do think those squiggles will work. This is our first one, and we need to make a whole bunch more of them. Hello, Ashley from Scotland. I appreciate everybody in chat who was trying to help me there. I'm sorry. I feel like I let you guys down a little bit. There's just a little bit going on, too much going on here for me to properly like absorb the information, I think. Joseph, did you get in trouble for spamming cheese? Yeah, okay. You can just really never predict how these streams are going to go. Ren, hopefully this doesn't take too long. Like, they're relatively fast to just like whip up. It's just like, I'm just going to commit to the next 5-10 minutes of making them, and in the meantime, we can chat, because I'm not counting at all. I should probably be counting. I'll count them afterwards. No, that's a mistake. Welcome to both sides of this conversation, starring me. I'll just do some really big ones, some really long ones, and use those to like fill a lot of the internal space, and then we'll have some smaller curly ones to add the decoration on top. Oh, okay, Flushed Phoenix. That, I'm so excited. I love watching, admittedly it's TikTok's not necessarily long form, but like people spinning. Or like just like creating yarn using like the big spiky tools and whatever. Something about it is very soothing to my spirit. So I love that. I love the fact that you can just make things. Because like so far the furthest back I've gone is making stuff out of string. Whereas like I know that there's the step backwards of making the string. Just unpin that little thing and we'll have a count. So you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25. So roughly 25. I'm just going to keep track of the size of the noodles. Slip stitch and then 25. I always start with a slip stitch because I think it gives it a nice pointy end, but that's a preference-y thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, this one's 29. So we've got some sizes coming in. I won't curl that one till later. We'll curl them all at the same time because that could be fun. Yeah, Myth Caribbean, the only reason I'm counting is I want to be able to let my patrons know they get the notes. I want to let them know exactly what lengths that I made, but yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be counting. Otherwise, I don't think there's a point. I will be making them all different lengths. I'm not aiming for uniformity. It's just a matter of like tracking what it is that I'm actually doing. All right, thanks, Nikki. I'll check that link out afterwards. He's got a comb over. Aging is not kind to Tangelers. Or maybe he's just stressed. In any case, we are making him a toupee. What's actually really fun about this is you could totally like put like accent strands in. Make a little punk rock Tangela with a hot pink streak in its hair. Yeah, and like admittedly this is something I can nicely do without paying attention. So the 3 colours that were left were yellow, pink, and brown. So I want you guys to like think about what colour you want picked. I think that pink possibly had the second most representation, though I will say that yellow was in the mix. Yellow was number 1, pink was number 3, and brown is so alluring because what could brown possibly be? Oh, thank you, Alex. Like the Aussie tubers got to represent. Hi. Will I ever crochet the shinies? I've lost track of this strand. It's getting away from me a little bit. I have nothing against the shinies. They're the same as the regular ones. They're just alternate colors. I love catching them. I love hunting for them. I just feel like if I ever made the shiny instead of the regular one, people would be like, yeah, but what about the regular one? Also, yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where it hasn't come up in game yet, thankfully, because I don't know what I will do. But in the playthrough that we're doing, which is still going, it's just on like a little break to give everybody a break from it. But if I catch a shiny in game, I think I'm going to make the shiny version. Yeah, I think that has to be how that goes. I'm going to stop this one. Like I said, it's gotten out of hand. That's our party tentacle. You need to just calm down a little bit. And count it. But yeah, I feel like if I catch one in game and it's a shiny version of itself, and there's at least one guaranteed shiny in the game, I don't know what it is, but it's guaranteed, I'll make it as a shiny. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 45, 46, 47, 58, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But like my other thought is like once I've worked my way through the entire, at least Gen 1, then it opens up opportunities for like, I have the patterns there, and so I can make all the shinies. And so like that can become its own thing of like, how many shinies can I make in 24 hours? How, like, maybe there's like some sort of like streaming thing, promotion-y thing that we do where we make shinies on request. You know, like that kind of thing. I'm freehanding this? Yeah, no, I'm designing them all as I go. I don't follow instructions well. I'm self-taught as a crocheter, and the first couple that I made were based on patterns, but then like I think the third or fourth thing that I tried, I decided to change the pattern because I thought I knew better. And just I was a precocious little git. So yeah, I just like I even struggle to follow my like own patterns to within a certain degree. It's not so bad because often I'm just like, I'll remember the pattern as I'm working it, so it becomes less of a line by line drudge. But yeah, and now I just sort of try and make the kind of patterns that I was looking for back when I started first crocheting. So hopefully there's other people looking for them. Are the eyes usually shipped from China? Yeah, they are. They are from China. But then like, being in Australia, that's our main, like, that's where all of our production happens. Joseph, if I see you, Mr. Bones sees you, okay? You want to cut it out, okay? Could I do a Labrador cross Kelpie? Mia, that's very specific as a request. I could potentially add generic dog to the list. But Labrador crossed with the Kelpie is just, yeah, it's very, very specific. Considering I don't think I even have a dog on the channel, do I? I have Cerberus, but that's kind of not really. Okay, we are hitting all kinds of lengths. I think my shortest is 25 and my longest is 54. So that's some good variation. I'll do 2 more and then we'll curl them up, and I actually think that might get us across the line here. We'll just fill it in with like little tiny ones, like 5 to 10 stitches long, just to add a little bit of the illusion of more. There's a lot of Diglett talk happening at the moment. I'm a little bit nervous about making Diglett just because, like, I've thought about this and I'm just like, how do you finish Diglett? Do you just like smooth bottom him? Do you have to like imagine a mole type creature underneath? Do you lean into the meme and have to craft an entire person down there? It's there's a lot of unanswered questions about Diglett. But I'll cross that bridge when and if we ever get to it. Moonrose Crafts, congratulations on 1 year. I don't remember where I was at 1 year. It would have been 2021, end of 2021. Cerberus stocking part and the wolf. Okay, yeah, Rachel, I don't know if I count the wolf because I took it down and I've hidden it away. I do intend to revisit that pattern and fix it, work out how it's broken first of all, but then fix it and re-release it. Give it a grand re-entrance to society because he's a cute little fella and I don't think he deserved what he got, but it was better just to take it down at the time. Making a Tunisian towel as an in-between crocheting a blanket. Well, I am fascinated by Tunisian crochet. Every so often I like play with the techniques of it using my regular hook and I can make some really fun leaves with it. But I have like a big honkin' 5mm Tunisian crochet hook. I actually used it at one point to make an extended crochet stitch that was over 1 meter long for just one stitch. Guinness World Record was not interested, but that's okay. But I don't know how to use it properly, and so that's just like, that's also like I've got a box of needle felting supplies, all the needles and yarns and stuff over there. It's just like, I have so many projects I could do, but it's about what's going to capture my interest on any given day. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's another 29. Oh, cool. I can just add a tally mark to that one there. One more, and then we're going to curl them up. Flush Phoenix, a hookiversary. That's a new one for me, but congratulations for your 1 year. I have no idea when mine would have been. Likely it would have been the second half of the year, but at best I could probably pin it down to a month. But these days I probably will just stick with the channel anniversary stuff. So I think my first video was posted, was it end of July 2020? I don't know, something like that. Have fun shopping, Pink Remus. Yeah, Jussie Denise, it was long and a problem, and I had to use sticky tape to hold the loops on the hook. But I yarned over the hook 100 times and then I pulled through 2 loops at a time and it made a stitch that was 1 meter long. Yeah, see, Nazma, I've heard that, like the needle felting for adding details. It's something that like I've seen people do it and I'm just like, yep, sold, cool, that's awesome. But like the box sits there looking intimidatingly pointy. Like, I'm someone who's managed to like injure themselves to the point of needing stitches with a butter knife. So anything that's pointy isn't necessarily friendly. I love that your partner had, or your hubby, had you taking pictures to prove that you started crochet, because I am a big advocate for like, you keep the first thing you make. I don't care if it's the rattiest, weirdest, crookedest, wonkiest, most delightful thing. I just think that they are so important to keep the first thing. The first thing has a certain magic to it. Yeah, I'm all tangled. I'm all tangled because I wasn't looking. There we go. I suppose being tangled is on theme. Go me. I don't know what to tell you guys. It was just, it happened, it's scarred, it's fine. I've just always been that little bit accident prone, you know? A little bit absent-minded. There we go. Okay, so we have an assortment of noodles. I'll just count this one up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16, 17, 18, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Somehow, okay, I was crocheting those randomly, right? But of the 6 that I made, 2 of them are 29 stitches in length and 2 of them are 34 stitches in length. It's just like my brain was like low-key counting even if I wasn't paying attention. I just think that's really funny. So we're going to start. Do we want to start with the big noodle, or do we want to warm up with one of the smaller noodles? Let's warm up with the smaller noodle. So the idea is that I don't want to pull them into like a super tight coily spiral. I just want to like share some of that tension around so that they're a little bit more S-bendy. We're aiming for like, I don't know, like a 3C. Maybe a little tighter than that. There we go. That's a good amount. And when I'm happy with the amount, I'm just going to tie these ends together. I love that. Sorry, I'm just going to read this one. My 2023 resolution was to learn how to crochet, so naturally I started in the week between Christmas and New Year's. You know what? It counts. You made it across the line, you set yourself a goal. It's not like you said you would crochet every week of the year. You can't catch up on any time. So like if you're making resolutions, you've got to make them time specific. But yeah, no, it counts. You said you'd do a thing and you did it. Most people have broken their New Year's resolutions by, I think it's, isn't it like halfway through January, second week of January? There's a stat out there about it. But then I suppose most people set unrealistic goals. Okay, so we've done a few of the little ones now. I think we might be ready to tackle the Big Daddy tapeworm. Let's just get some tension building at the top. And we'll just squidge it on down towards the end. You know, this would be really satisfying if it was in focus for you. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm gonna stop apologizing for it, but I'm never gonna get over it. There we go. Alright, bye Ren. And I can tie a knot. I can totally tie a knot. I'm not sitting here trying to tie a knot. There we go. Okay, we got 2 more. I just put all the tension in the top half and then I just like move half of it down. Some of them can be a little bit more squiggly than others. Yeah, I just think that like, when it comes to New Year's resolutions, don't get me wrong, I think that anything that like sparks a decision to make positive changes can be a good thing. But I also think that I kind of try and live by, you know, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, but the second best time is today. And just like, if you want to make that positive change, don't wait for the 1st of January. There's like, if you make that positive change and it only lasts a week, how much better off are you if you decide to make that positive change 6 times in a year? That gives you 6 weeks in the year, whereas like if you only make it once, you only get 1 week out of the year. So, saying you can quit as many times as you like, but as long as you choose to start again, you're still kind of tracking towards something. All right, good night, cheddar cheese. Oh, Nazma, look, I said something stupid. I referred to one of the noodles as Big Daddy Tapeworm and it started something in the chat. Look, you're getting my unfiltered stream of consciousness here, okay? That's it. That's all it is. I'm embarrassed. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna pin the little coils onto the head of Tangela and we're gonna arrange him a fancy little hairstyle. Maybe I sew all the base pieces on first? I don't know, because like it's hard to tell how much ground these are going to cover until they're on, but I definitely can't, I'm definitely going to have to like take them off again to sew them on. So, come here, Torty. It's an accurate description, that doesn't mean it has to be good. Alright, we'll just coil this one down the back there. And we'll wrap this one around the front. I'm going to have to do this all again anyway, so this is just like an approximation just to see how much ground we're covering. and see how many more we need. I think he's coming together pretty well. I'm loath to start one in his crotch for obvious reasons. Just going to get back to a little bit more of a G-rated stream here, so we'll just drape one across the front. There we go. And he's got a bald spot. Let's start one down here and have it curl upwards, like a tail. And we're gonna go. Okay, so he has a lot of hair. I'm gonna bring in the backing card again so you guys can see him properly. There we are. He has a lot of hair. I don't know if we're quite there yet. He has a few bald spots. I think we need like 3 or 4 more, but I think we're going really well. And I think we're going to be done by about 2.5 hours, which is great news for making more, but we're focusing on him right now and he deserves our focus and our attention. Yeah, so I'll make 3 or 4 more of them. I want at least 2 more longish ones and 2 more shorty ones for like details. Funnily enough, Nadrai, you've mentioned that you stab yourself with the pins. It's like, honestly, I think my hands are just full-on calluses at this point. The pins, they don't bother me. I don't even flinch anymore. It's like you pay a certain amount of blood sacrifice as a Stitch Witch, and then like eventually you end up with pin immunity. I say that, and now I'm going to have a horrible injury by the end of this video. Well, yeah, he's supposed to have like a chaotic vibe. Like he definitely doesn't brush his hair, you know? It's like, I can relate. Anyone with curly hair can relate. It's just like, nope, Tangela does not brush his hair. He knows how to co-wash. Do I think I'll ever make a larger one? I mean, I'll never say never. I'll admit it hadn't occurred to me to make a larger one. I think that if I did, I'd have to do like French knitted tubes for his noodles, which would also be great. But all of these Pokemon are on the smaller side, kind of hand-sized ones. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I think anything that you're working hard at demands its own like version of a blood sacrifice. I mean, if you write too much with a pen or draw too much with a pencil, you end up with blisters. So, like, yeah. Okay, who named Tangela Thicket? I love that. Bobby, are you the first to say that? Oh, good to know, Dana. Thank you for letting me know. I want to let everyone know because like I lost subscribers last stream, potentially because I said that I was like waxing on and off about whether or not the Chaos Crisis run was going to continue. It is going to continue. It is. I'm announcing that here. It's definitely going to continue. It's just if the viewership drops off, I'm just gonna. It dropped off. I gave it a little bit. I'm giving it a little. Let me just restart that sentence. The viewership dropped off a little bit, so I'm giving it a little bit of a break because those videos take about 2 weeks each to make, and you might notice that I try and upload weekly. So it's sometimes it's good for me to take a little break from it too. But in the meantime, I also really just want to get through the Pokédex. And given that most of the catches and evolutions, that we're getting in that run have been from like 2 through 4, Gen 2 through 4, I thought that we'd be pretty safe to try and like weed out some of the Gen 1 ones, that's all. Yeah. Oh, geez, I had to do like 5 reruns on those sentences, and this isn't like with a video where I can just edit out the fakes. I said in a previous video if I got Tangela I would call it Thicket. Oh, you guys know my lore better than I do. I love the name Thicket, so go past me. That is a great name. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Mark. I'm absolutely going to continue. Honestly, probably the next episode will be sometime in May, but I was doing them every month, and I think that it was adding up to too much for some people. The last one only got about 10,000 views, which I know sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. Ray, I played Sonic, the original 1 and 2, back when it was on, I think it was Sega? Mega Drive. I loved the originals. I haven't played any of the remastered Sonic the Hedgehog games. I get disoriented in 3D planes, so I try and stick to like pixel games. And 2D side scrollers, dungeon crawlers, that sort of thing. Oh, thank you, Nadra. I'm really glad that you started crocheting. It has brought a lot to my life, and I think everybody in the chat here will agree that it's a very peaceful hobby that also allows you to shout numbers at people if they start talking to you. So that's fun. Anxious Pajama Days. Sorry, Anxious Pajama Days - Emma. I think that's I think a giant ghastly sounds amazing, and I fully understand the need to make everything the size of a couch cushion. It's just, I live in a small apartment, so like if I'm going to commit to making 1,000 of something, I had to be kind of realistic about it, though I think you've all seen my Metapod. Every so often the need to make everything huge manifests in unusual ways. I have Dragon Gal. I own Undertale. I've started Undertale, and I don't want to be contentious about this, but it didn't really grab me. I played a little bit, but it was just like it might have been my frame of mind at the time, because I do know that it's a viral sensation. Sharon says, and now that you have said it, it will take us back to Gen 1. I don't know if that's regarding the Sonic comment or the Pokemon comment, but I will just add that if Chaos and Chrysos now exclusively evolve into Gen 1 Pokemon, that's also fine. It's just, if they evolve into something we've already made, I get a free level up, where I don't have to, like, where the game can continue, we can make a little more progress. So it's kind of a win-win to a certain point. Nikki, that's great. I totally want that shirt. My partner takes it with amazing good grace when I start just like, because it starts like he'll start talking and I'll be like 17, 18, 19. Yeah, it's just, I think we all know the experience of shouting whatever number we're up to. Sometimes it helps if you're quietly counting to yourself anyway, because they don't start talking to you if you're talking to yourself. Okay, I haven't played Final Fantasy 9. I have played 7, and I played 10 and a little bit of 10 too. So I kind of skipped 9. God, I was only like... I was a child when those were coming out. Oh, hydrate. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. It had been a while. I am sitting in a warm room. The metric of success will be how pink I am by the end of it. It's coming along nicely. Sierra Stitch Sanctuary. I have not made a chocobo, but I absolutely should make a chocobo. It's something that's been on the to-do list since like the very, very early days of the channel. But I've very quickly come to realize that my ideas list will never be completed, because, okay, first of all, scientists are discovering new animals every day, but also, like, I have so many things that I want to make from various shows or games or movies or cartoons or all that jazz, and I can't just like casually make them, because there's implications here. So like I try to make a pattern video at least once a month. Like I used to do patterns full time, but I try and make at least one pattern video a month for people who like my patterns and want to make my patterns. But if I make that one pattern as something that belongs to someone else's IP, it means that I can't make that written version available for sale. So it's kind of like I have to, if I'm doing that, I want to make sure that I've got something that I'm putting up for sale on Etsy as well during the same month. And so then that becomes a 2-pattern month, and it just very quickly like becomes a little bit of a scheduling problem. Yeah, Dana, I'm sorry. That's the rules. I don't make them. You hydrate or you dihydrate. Okay. I haven't heard of bug snacks. I have got like Coromon, I think. It's like a, or like there was one that was like cassettes or something that I've got waiting for me on Steam. And currently I'm completely absorbed by a game called Inkbound that I'm really enjoying. I enjoy like dungeon crawlers and that sort of thing. So, which is funny because I used to be more like Fantasy Star, Shining Force, Land Stalker. And these days, not so much. Really looking forward to Haunted Chocolatier when that comes out. Really love my Stardew Valley. What else have I played a lot of? Core Keeper. Oh, that game is so good, guys. You guys want a life-size Chocobo? Nah. But like, I mean, keep suggesting it, of course. I'll see if I can work it into the next Not My Idea vote. There is also a Chocobo on, obviously my last video was focusing on Cholly Knight's patterns, her sewing patterns. She has a really cute Chocobo as a sewing pattern. That might be worth a look if some of you sew. I'm losing my voice a little bit, I've just realised. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the Moogles, of course. But then like, I've also just missed some staples from real life, like we've discussed it here, but I don't have a dog pattern. Dog. Like, how can I'm not going to beat myself up for missing something like a Moogle when I haven't yet addressed dog. See, Junimo has been requested before, but I think it's a potato, and I think that there's some really great patterns out there for it already. So I have nothing new to add to the Junimo conversation. I probably won't do one unless I set out to like crochet everything from Stardew Valley. Then it would make sense. I haven't played Pal World. Honestly, I don't know if my computer could even handle it. It probably can. It's just not my kind of game. As I said, I get disoriented very, very quickly to the point where I'm even nervous about playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, though I'm going to make an exception for them, obviously. Eventually I will find the time and I will go and I will secure them. And I will get a capture card and we can all play together. But of course, all of you will have played already, probably. That's okay, it'll be new to me. Nikki, they are like animals from Final Fantasy. The Chocobo is like a yellow pointy bird that you can ride on and you can race, and during 7 you can breed to try and get like a bunch of different colours. And a Moogle is like they're like the little white upright cat thingy, right, with the ball on their head. Okay, Umit Aiden, I have a koala pattern, it's just a mini. Please don't die. It's on the channel. I also had a written, very hokey, old school koala pattern that doesn't look like an actual koala. It was like a anthropomorphized koala. But that predates YouTube, and I don't think it's even in my store anymore. I took that down. It was like a koala in overalls, and there was one sleeping, one crawling, and one standing, I think. Oh, we've made 4. Hey, look! The crochet fairies came and made 4 little tentacles, which should be enough to fill the rest of our spaces. I don't know when that happened. I do know tardigrades. In fact, the vote that we just had on YouTube asking what pattern I wanted to make next had tardigrades as an option, but it only got 17% of the vote, and that is why, spoilers, guys, ready, look away, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's why we're making an otter this week instead. Because otter won the vote over tardigrade, rhino beetle, it beat lizard. I offered you guys a chunky lizard. I'm to blame here. I always know that the fluffy creature is probably going to win. Yeah, we'll just fill in the gap there. I'm still seeing bald spots, mate. Yeah, we'll fill that one in there like that. And you do have a bald spot there as well, but we'll just cram that in there for now. Right, I need one more. I'm going to make one more and then I'm going to start sewing him together. And that will be the end of our Tangela. Yeah, no, I showed the otter at the start as well. I didn't know how many people had missed it, or they are back now, so I just wanted to warn everybody again and show it again as part of the conversation. It's okay, I also love lizards. There will be lizards in future, there will be frogs in future. Sorry, it tickles me that I think I've got, what, three frog patterns out on the channel? 4 if you count the one that isn't a pattern. And I don't really have a dog. Like, how does that even happen? Oh, we'll see, Duchess Cassandra, sorry, I added an R to your name there for a second. It's not the dodgiest thing ever. Look at your kid loves it. I think that's really cool. Oh, Nikki, Mr. Bones is my partner. He's here helping moderate. he likes the Mr. Bones puppet. Alrighty, it is currently 2:54 in the afternoon. We're going pretty strong. We'll definitely be finished this guy by 4. I'm hoping he'll be finished by 3:30 so we can get started on another one, or on our next one. It's one of those things where I'm testing. I've given myself lots of leeway and permission for the second half of today, where I might take a break for dinner at some point, but if I'm still feeling it, we can keep going. But if my hand fatigue kicks in, or I just lose my voice, or any of that, you know, those sorts of things, I'll break at dinner time. So plenty of stream left. I'm disappointed. My chat isn't showing the Mr. Bones comments, but you're all responding to something, so I'm sure he's being very entertaining. He's an entertaining fella. Okay, so I think that is all of our pieces. I didn't keep count of the last few, but people will get the idea. So now we have to pluck him like a little chicken. And we'll then build him up. Ooh, there we go. I might trim some of those tails off a little bit shorter as well. It's easier to work cleaner, but for some reason it's more fun to work messy. Oh my goodness, Sierra, you should, I feel like, oh no wait, you're working a night shift, right? I think that was you. That's fine. I was gonna be like, go to bed. Rah. Every stream needs a grouchy old woman, and I volunteer for the position. There we go. Oh, that's good. He did. He painted eyes. And he suggests we go yarn shopping. He doesn't just allow for me to go yarn shopping. He suggests it. He tells me he'll build me storage to put it in. Not to brag or anything. No, I'm bragging. We've been together 7 years and I'm bragging. Alrighty, we are going to sew our little soot sprite together. I think I'm just going to use some black for that because why not? It blends it all in. Yeah, it'll be fine for the eyes. Just assessing the situation. Okay. Now comes the real trick of not injuring ourselves because we are at the pointy end of the pattern. I need to go yarn shopping. I've got this yarn inventory spreadsheet that keeps track of what I've got actually on the shelf behind me, and I've got like 2 cubes that are reserved for overflow, because sometimes I can't resist the allure of sunshine yellow. I always end up overbuying. I don't know what it is about that color, but I just always end up with a lot of it. And oh, my hair is coming out completely. Sorry guys, I have to fix that. But sometimes it's hard to keep track of what colors I do and don't have. So I keep a spreadsheet, and currently it's telling me I need like 40 balls just to replace what I've used. And so like, it is time. There we go. Good morning to the Netherlands. Well, he is both cold and surprised, honey. There you go. I love a good juicy yarn pull. Ooh. That's the trick to sewing, folks. Every stitch gets fastened down. And where possible, only insert your needle into the gaps between the stitches, not through the middle of the stitches. It's not always possible, but where possible, it gives you a much nicer finish. Well, that, or just grab a needle and stab it until they stay together. If needle felting has taught us anything, it's that is true. Just had a horrible moment where I thought I hadn't snapped the backs onto my eyes, but it's fine. I know I did because we recorded the little clicky sounds. Okay, so that's given him kind of like a... I should have used white for it, that's my bad. It's okay though, we're just going to roll with it. It's going to give his inner circle or inner ball a slightly fuzzy look at the end, but again, I think that's going to be okay. Reminds me of Marvin the Martian from Looney Tunes. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, that's a blast from the past. He just needs his little helmet. Yep, thank you, the Goblin Quinn. Again, great name. I love the names. Yeah, no, I have an audio memory. Listen, like my ears remember. We definitely stopped and did the clickies. Mia, if it makes you feel any better, sometimes I get messages about people forgetting to stuff. And I envy the level of hyperfocus that must take to like be just so fully absorbed in the crafting experience that you end up with a completely closed off piece of crochet that you just haven't stuffed. Oh yeah, no, I am totally getting Plants vs. Zombies vibes as well. He's looking a little less evil than those, because like they got a little bit of a nasty to them. But yeah, if he was green, dyed his little noodles green, that could totally work. Oh, well, thank you very much, Lately Crafts. That's very nice. Yeah, Nikki, exactly. I get that way a little bit when I'm reading. It's just like, I'm not like hallucinating the story or anything, but I'm also just not physically in my own body anymore. Just like that's what reading is. You're staring at dead trees and hallucinating. Okay, now we'll sew on his little feet. His little boots. Have I ever played Stardew Valley? Oh, my friend, yes. I think I've accrued like 1,600 hours in that game. The only thing I can't do is beat Festa's challenge in the quest of the Prairie King, and it will forever trouble me. There we go, and we'll unplug that, and we'll unplug that, and your feet look so huge on you, sir. But that's okay. We know that you're just doing what you do. I'm just going to thank myself if I work cleanly, so just tucking my ends in as I go. Hi, Hannah the Heinous. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't see you here. But yeah, no, that's what reading is. Like, that's why we like it, right? Oh, I flung a... Oh, there it is. It bounced back. I flung a pin across the desk, which is slightly more risky for me than for other people because I'm sitting on like a giant inflated ball. It's better for my back. So like I told you, I'm the grouchy old woman of the stream. But pins on the ground could mean that I make a very rapid exit, you know? Maybe I just fly around the room like, eee! Darcy Rose, big noodles? Ah, of course, yes. Ah, well, Nikki, if you're looking for a crochet pattern for the chicken, I have one on YouTube. I don't know, I always try to find a way to go back to Stardew Valley. I'm still looking if you guys have suggestions for ways to like go back and crochet the things from Stardew Valley, but I can't think of a way to do it that doesn't involve just crocheting a lot of fruit. Because like, don't get me wrong, the animals are fine, but they're not enough to like anchor what's happening. Like with the Pokemon, like they're anchored a little bit more in the concept, in the story, in the theme, they're their own self-promotion. Whereas like the cow from Stardew Valley is kind of just a pixel cow. The pig kind of looks like a little old man. Don't get me wrong, I love the pigs. This is not a pig-hating zone. But, like, yeah. I haven't found a way to, like, tie the crochet in. Because I'm not making the villages. We've discussed previously my disdain for dolls, personally. Not other people's dolls, just mine. Crochet the, oh, I'm blind. Does that say BAM or barn? I think it says barn. Missy Kim, thank you. Maybe we crochet the barn. Need some glasses up in here. Just trimming these noodles. Well, I thought that one thing could be is like crochet what I encounter in the mind, but even then, you know, it's not a game that really just lends itself to that kind of... People like the Junimos and they don't mind a chicken or two, but I've had a lot of requests for the duck. At some point I'll probably go back and do a duck in a similar style and have it be pairing with the chicken, but I don't know if it'll be necessarily like a Stardew thing. I really admire Concerned Ape's like whole ethos and just how much love he puts into the games, how much respect he has for the community that he's built. It's just like, yeah. Hopefully this stream ages well, but yeah, no, I have a lot of respect for that guy. Alright, I'm gonna save a couple of the little ones to frame the face at the end. There we go, so we're setting those to aside, but the rest of these I'm gonna just like maybe stitch on in a semicircle and then we'll tangle them up and anchor them in a couple of places, or do I do one at a time? thinking I'm just gonna have to wing it and sew them on as I go. This is stressful. I'm stressed. But at least some of these yarn offcuts might be long enough to sew them on. Oh, I'll have to thread my needle 1,000 times. That's not happening. One long strand is the right way. Good, good. Put my needle away properly. Oh, okay. A baboon. Oh yeah, he looks a little like a babom or something, yeah. Oh, true, Mossy Dino. I could totally crochet the little hat mouse. She's a sweetie. Yeah, okay, Last Airbender is an easy sell with me. I loved that. Is it a moose bear? I think it's a moose bear. Bear moose. Well, that was an ominous sound. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I love the way that they did their animals as mashups. I just think that that was inspired and it gave a lot of texture to the world. Just another really strong choice. Just the fish? All the fish? You want to crochet all the fish? That could be fun though, because then I could make like a Stardew Valley aquarium, you know? Like have all the different fish hung up. Why, thank you, pulsating maggot. I am having a good day. I hope you're having a good day too. Yeah, see, saber-toothed moose lion. This is great. Acrobus, I think, is the closest I've come to like being tempted back into crocheting Stardew, but Stardew is such a happy place for me. Like, it gives me so many wonderful checkboxes to tick off. And I know that seems like such a strange thing to like, but in games I like a few different things, and one of which is checkboxes to tick, and another one is collections. I love collecting all the things, even if it means I have to grind like no one's business. And Stardew is very strong on both of those fronts. So whenever I finish a map and hit perfection, I just start a new map and start again. And every so often I manage to uninstall the game and free myself of the demon that is Stardew Valley. But as I said, at the moment I'm all caught up with this Inkbound game, which is a little less demanding on the time and has some pretty good tick boxes. Maybe it was the bear platypus I was thinking of from Avatar, not the moose thing. Because like platypi are S-tier Australian creatures. They have kangaroos so beaten. So beaten. Right, so I'm just anchoring these little curls, just refocusing on what we're doing here, at like the top, and this is a longish one, so I've anchored a point in the middle and I'm anchoring it at the bottom, and that should give me room to like thread them through each other if I want to. But I'm really just trying to lay a noodly foundation at the moment. And we will make more if we need to. Just be nice to wrap this one up and pick our next one. And we'll scridge that one through there for texture. That's how we get the solid fabric look, and we'll wrap this one around the leg so we don't end up with crotch tentacles, which is an active concern. Okay, night dragon gal, glad you got some progress done. I hope you sleep well. Well, only the boys have poison spurs if that super cute Australian animal comment is about the platypus. Never played Genshin, but I've definitely seen it advertised. Okay, I think that's our second tentacle on. He's getting tentacular. Oh, I hadn't anchored that down yet. Let's just anchor that tip a little bit better. This is the problem with trying to release a pattern for something like this. It's like, I don't have the patience, and like I'm kind of winging it, to like explain that you just fill the gaps in with the squiggles. So like that's the level of information that'll probably exist in it. And yeah, just like, yeah, fill the gaps in with the squiggles one at a time. Put them on. I'm sure you guys have it from there. Like, oh, I'm gonna coil that one up. Somehow I've made you smaller as I'm adding these, but maybe you're just, maybe it's like a low humidity day. I'm worried I'm making the tentacles too compact, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. What needle do I like to use to sew on details? See this guy? The only needle I use. I have a bunch of others, but there is, like, they all know who's boss. That needle is boss. Honestly, with the amount of free advertising that I have done for just the existence of curved needles, I feel like someone owes me a kickback, but no, use curved needles. They make sewing tiny pieces together 10,000% easier. You do have to adjust though. Like for a while you'll stab yourself a lot because it'll be unexpected the angle it's on, but I feel like I've calibrated properly to the curve of this particular needle now, so that has not been an issue for a little while. It will be when it inevitably breaks, because they do. It's just it is what it is. And when that happens, I will have to calibrate to a new needle. Okay, need to know the start of where that. You've got some cockatoos staring at you right now. Oh, are we talking about white ones? White tail, black ones? We get some red tail ones here, and I really like the red tail ones. But my goodness, are they noisy? We had a flock of rainbow lorikeets circling the house last night at 2 AM. I think the, yeah. They are not sweet-voiced animals. Right, I feel like chat is slowing down a little bit as everybody like tucks themselves into bed. That's okay, that's nice. Okay, I might attach this one there and have it like curl up. Okay, yeah, I like that. I can do more than one at once. I can do more than one at once. We're multi-talented. We can do this. Hydrate. Yeah, I thought about getting some music for this stream, but then I've had people specifically say, no music, please. So, if you guys are comfortable sitting here, just chilling out, I'm comfortable sitting here just chilling out. Yeah, exactly, Mia. They don't really sing, they scream. They scream in joyous fashion. For isn't it great to be a bird? Okay, Yeah, see, no music please. That's yeah, it's fine. It makes it a lot easier on me if I don't have to work out the whole music thing, particularly as this particular computer does not have speakers. So like, honestly, less stress, it's better for me. It does mean that occasionally there will be periods of silence and yarn scritches, but they will not be elongated. Okay, and we just need to anchor the butt end of this tentacle down. There we go. I've got to somehow find a way to tuck those ends in. This is, I'm glad I went super tiny, because this is a process. This is a process, but we're getting there. We've covered about half of him, and he's looking good and squiggly. I'm just very worried about not necessarily framing his face the way I want him to be framed, so I'm going to focus a little bit more on that for a minute and just get the face right. And then we'll fill in because like the back doesn't super matter, it's the face that makes or breaks these guys. So pin there. We'll have an edge sticking out, so that's one. And I think we'll curl this one under the leg. We'll anchor it there. And you can have a little strand sticking out the back, that's fine. It's like a space-filling curve. I definitely flattened his tentacles down too much on that side. If I have any left at the end, I'll add some to add a little bit width to him. Excuse me. Hi Spoony Stitcher. I'm glad that you made it as well. Tamara Holt, what made me choose Tangela? Is that what you're talking about? I didn't. Y'all did. I presented 4 colours of yarn and chat had a vote. We decided that 4 had the most votes, and it happened to be that colour represented Tangela. However, we will be picking another one in a minute once we are done sewing this little guy together. So the colours remaining were yellow, pink and brown. So there's another choice coming up in the next probably half hour. Oh, that one's not sewn on yet. I was like, I'll just take the pins out. Gotta work cleanly. Wrong. Okay. Noodles for days. There's the start of you. I genuinely cannot tell which way around this noodle goes. Okay, there we go. So those little bits are sticking out from over there. I'll just like, maybe I'll just unpin that for now. Get myself a magnifying glass. Okay, there we go. And tuck those ends in. Well, I suppose that I could have just left the ends sticking out. They could have just been like, now you get baby hairs, they could be baby noodles. Please be anchored. Yay! It didn't pull off with the pin. And we'll just anchor that again over there. Good morning to England. Hello, Amy Louise. Yeah, I'll admit that I'm not a fan of the Corellas. They are an invasive species over here, I believe, anyway, but they tend to chase everything out of their nests, which is a bad thing for all of the actual native birds. Though, I mean, I think we talked about it last stream, the fact that kookaburras have invaded England tickles me in a very strange way. Andy, I do not have perfect eyesight. I think my eyesight is failing, and I think I need to go to an optometrist because every so often you'll see me do this. Yeah, I think, like, way back as a teenager I was told I was farsighted, but the glasses sat crooked over my face, and that annoyed me, so I never wore them, and people wear your glasses. And they were a very mild prescription anyway, whereas like these days I just think too much time staring at screens has caught up with me, and I'm an old lady, and it's happened so gradually that I don't know if I'm seeing things as clearly as the rest of the world might be. Yeah, you find curved needles in the most unusual places, right? I found some in like a dollar store, and they were labelled as, I think that was sail mending or lamp mending. I found them in Spotlight, which is like our big craft department store-y thing, I think. I don't know what the American equivalent is. Probably a Joann's or something. And yeah, I found a pack of them there. They cost the same as regular needles there, and they were just known as curved needles. I've also seen them under, like I said, sail making, leather working. They have I've seen them listed as just craft needles. Only thing to watch out for, particularly if you're ordering online, is try and suss out the size of the eye of the needle, because yeah, there are limits to how small you can get yarn to thread. Your noodles are looking very tame, friend. I would that you were a slightly more wild and woolly child. But I fear I have tamed you too far, which will be a disappointment to me, I think. It's sticking out the side, squiggle around on itself just to fill the gap. This is cool. Like, you need so few stitches to like anchor these down. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Fluffy Chomper. We're going to anchor that one down a little bit further. It's a little bit sticky outy. We'll put it there. Ooh, I'm starting to get that. Yeah, anybody else as they're working get like the fibres up their nose? Yeah, see, upholstery needles. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Well, where I am in Australia, it is currently 3:30 p.m, 3:26 p.m. So we're mid-afternoon. We're just having a cruisy time. We've been live for about 2.5 hours. And we are about to finish our first Pokemon. Which means that we will be voting on the second one, because we will do at least 2 today. I have rigged the vote with, shall we say, achievable options. I don't think that's a secret. But like, I didn't make them too easy. Obviously, I included Noodle Ball. Somehow you guys zeroed in on Noodle Ball, but I kind of love that for us. Well, I'm running out of noodles. I only have 1 noodle left, and he has got this big old bald spot. Okay. Tuck those ends in. Just try and fluff him up a little bit. Okay. And this last one, can I just use that to cover the bald spot? Oh, we can, guys. We totally can fill that to cover the bald spot. Perfect noodle coverage achieved. It's like a good bolognese sauce. Oh, what can I say? I make Monday hours fly by. I suppose it might still be Sunday night for some of you. It's not a wisdom patch, it's a bald spot, but that's okay, because we covered it with noodles. It's his solar panel. It's how he, so he can grow, he can power himself. Ah, oh, Tamara, that hurts me to see that it's 2:30 in the morning. I feel bad. I feel so bad. It's just like, I'm sorry. I'm in Australia and we are on a different, we're just in a different place. Okay, so his noodles ended up a little tamer than expected, but I present to you, I'm gonna need our backing paper again, Noodle Boy! I could add some more layers of noodles to him to fluff him out, and I might at some point, but for now I think that is where we are going to leave our Noodle Boy. There we go. Fluff him and tease him out a little bit. There we go. And you can sit there and monitor the rest of the stream. Okay, guys. That is our first Pokemon done. I hope you've all stopped to hydrate. But we are now going to swap back to our choices. Actually, just going to reset my screen here a little bit. Got a bunch of stuff open. Okay. We have our choices. Choices screen back up. And we need to pick another choice. Let me put the numbers back up for us. Alright, just ignore the 4 over the little dude's face. It's just cool. Alright guys, in the chat, because I haven't worked out how to do polls yet, drop a 1, 2 or a 3. 1 is for yellow, 2 is for brown, 3 is for pink, and it's going to tell us who we're going to be making next. Should have maybe given you guys a little bit more time to... Oh no, I threw the Noodle Boy. Tangela is escaping. There we are. He's gonna monitor the vote while we wait. Yeah, I think it had a little bit of a trim. A little bit of an argument with a whippersnipper. But that's alright. Like I said, I'm all it would take is a couple more noodles added to either side, which just fluff him up a little bit. So many yarn scraps created by that. I'll put them aside to use as stuffing. Okay, he is, I think, number 66 of 1,024, but he's number 21 of our Gen 1 Pokemon. Okay, cool. So I'm starting to see numbers coming through. Great. All right, we've got... Guys, you can't say the names because I'm looking for the numbers and I'm filtering mentally out the names of the colours. I'm seeing a couple of votes for 1 and a couple of votes for 3. 2, not very popular. See, what you got to do here is try and think about what Pokemon you think those colours represent. Because 1 represents a yellow one, 2 represents a brown one. Oh, voice break. 3 represents a pink one. So what do we want to make? Let's see. Oh, I'm seeing some 3 love. I'm seeing a lot of 3 love. Would I be willing to try making Monster Hunter monsters? I would, but that's not what we're doing at the moment. Nikki, that doesn't help me. Well, just like a wall of ones marching in formation up the screen. Okay, I'm going to just do a quick count. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If it will let me scroll, there we go. 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm seeing like 14 ones and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 threes, 18, 19, 20, 21. Guys, the 3s might have this. Nikki, it's fine. It just only counts as one vote. Okay, so guys, I think the threes have it, though. Mr. Bones, you don't get a vote. All right, any argument with 3 being the decider? Oh, it looks like we've cut to an ad, so I guess I'll tell you guys when we come back. Oh, what do I do while there's ads running? I hydrate. I hydrate like a responsible... Oh, we got another block of numbers coming through. Thank you, Garbargle. That was the conclusion that I had reached as well, so you were... Yeah, that's fine. It's like, I don't think you're being biased. So it looks like we will be making number 3, but I will say that again in 22 seconds when the ad stops running. I'll work out how to entertain us during the ads. I feel bad like continuing on with what is actually like kind of a plot point to today's stream. Well, there's people here. Okay, yeah, for anybody who's not sure what's going on, we are picking the Pokemon we make next. We just made Tangela because you guys picked blue. And so right now we are picking a color, and behind that color is a Pokemon that represents what we're going to be making next. So we are making number 3. We have determined that number 3 is the vote. So turn the numbers off. So, oh no, I'll just delete the number. That'll work. Okay, here we go. Now that's not to say that we won't make a 3rd one this stream, but I'm just not making any promises. I knew we would get to at least 2. And now I'm about to reveal what's behind the pink. Does anybody have any guesses for the pink Pokemon we are about to be making? And in the meantime, I'll just start like eroding it, one little block at a time. That's kind of a telltale one. I don't know where it is either, so I'm playing a risky game. Okay, here we go. And we're gonna make Jigglypuff. It's like, let's see some love for the Jigglypuff, come on. So the good news for you guys is if you're feeling a little bit cheated by the fact that these are both clearly balls, I did talk about it a little bit at the start. It's like I picked achievable Pokemon today, but if we play this often enough, I'm going to run out of the really achievable Pokemon and it's going to become a trap. So, like, there is some fun to be had here. But yeah, we are making Jigglypuff. We got some Jiggly love happening. No? No. but like, let's hear it for the Jigglypuff. That's great. That's who we are making next. So I am going to swap back to our design screen and I'm going to swap our sprite over. Bye bye Tangy. And hello Jiggly. So Jigglypuff should be really quick because it's basically Tangela with some ears and no noodles all over the body. So that should cut this down. Oh, okay. I'm still seeing guesses coming through, so I think that the stream delay is playing victim, but I'm just going to proceed and start sketching up the jiggles. So I'll just go straight next door. And once again, we're going to start with a ball type shape. I'm going to use a slightly larger one, maybe 2 sizes larger than the Tangela ball, just to give us some room to work with. You need some big eyes, and I will be crocheting them because they are coloured. And I think that my normal safety eyes just won't really get the job done for them. She's got like big cat ears that have little black triangles in them, and that's important. It's an important feature. And she's got this forehead, I'm going to call it a curl. A little smiley mouth. And some little paddle feet. And I do love the Pokemon franchise for giving me the gift of paddle feet because after doing, like, so many of them have claws and fingers and stuff, it's just like, yay, paddle feet. And some little paddle hands as well. So, Well, Jigglypuff is very appropriate for any of you who should be in bed. Any of you who should be asleep, take this as your sign. Though, of course, Jigglypuff will get mad and scribble all over your face. It's a reference for the anime fans out there. There we go. Oh, I've just accidentally made a really creepy looking Jiggles. There we go. Little paddle hand, big paddle foot. Little hand, and there we go. So that is our little Jigglypuff. Yeah, I'm seeing the microphones in the chat. That's great. See you hydrate in the chat. Thank you. Oh yeah, I need to give her a marker or a microphone, don't I? Alright, no promises, but I will draw one into the thing. And worst case scenario, I'll find her a Sharpie that will sew to her hand. But there we go. Okay, so to break this down into pieces, it's real easy. We've got ball. We have these ears. I might try and make as 2-layer. Like pink and then the black. I potentially will crochet them together. I don't know yet. I'll approach that when it happens. Probably 2 layers with a little black inset piece is the way to go. The head curly bit we're going to make as a long strip and just coil it up. Yeah. I was just checking to see if it had like kind of like a ball at the end to kind of make it like a nice smooth swirl, but it doesn't. It just tucks under itself, so can do. And then we've got like little triangle flippers for the hands, which are real easy, and then little round paddly flippers for the feet, which are real easy. And then the eyes, which we will make as like a blue center, and then we'll do a little bit of fancy to add a white crescent around the outside, and all of the details will be stitched on. This should be relatively painless. So we're going to pack away, we're going to need that, pack that away, and we'll pack this away. I have a bucket there, I didn't just throw them on the floor, I promise. And we're going to need our pink. I love how color accurate this camera is. It makes a big difference. And we're going to need our black again, which we still have here, and oh, there we go, blue for the eyes. And what am I missing? And some whites for the eyes too, but I've got that over there. So cool, this is mainly a pink confection. She always feels like she's made out of fairy floss. Yeah. Alrighty, and we're gonna pull our notebook over, and because she's a ball, we can basically just like, ta-da, up a ball. But like I said, we want her, Tangela was a size 18 ball, as in like 18 stitches around at the widest point. So for Jigglypuff, I think I'm gonna make her maybe even 30 stitches around at the widest point. That'll make her like, it's a good size little puff. 6 ink. 1 second while I write my numbers and I'll catch up with the chat. Ink gets us to 18. We'll stagger our increases to go for a slightly more round look. And then we'll swap here to 7, then an increase to get us to 27, and 4, and then an increase, and then a 4 to get us to 30. Cool. And then we'll do 30, not 300, 30 single crochet around for 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. I did 3 rows for that one, so it should be, I've got 5 here as my number, but we'll see, because sometimes you need 1 extra row on that, depending on how big or small it is. And then it's just the inverse. So, sorry guys, we'll just get this done. I love theoretical pattern design. It's so much easier than trial and error. Let's see, that gets us down to 12, and then we'll finish it off. Now, I will cross lines out and edit them, but that is what? A basic ball. Yep, they would be huge safety eyes. We're not going to do safety eyes for Jigglypuff. If I give her a marker, could I do the angry face? Oh, just a I'm going for, it's kind of like the shiny question. I'm going to go for like default Jigglypuff, but the pattern will be up on Patreon if anybody wants to start making a cranky, like an angry puff. Okay, alright, the pink shows up as well as anything on camera, I guess. So now we just got to stitch our ball. Oh, cat, sorry, here we go. You finished it while you were doing dinner? There he is. He's looking a little sparse. He got a little flattened in the sewing process, but yep, we finished him. And then we picked Jigglypuff. Which means that the only colours left are yellow and brown, so we'll just have to see if we get to a third one or not, but we'll focus on Jiggles for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, it's really, like, don't get me wrong, I'm humbled by it, but it's weird to think that there are more than 200 people watching right now. But that's cool. I can be background noise. I'd just be sitting here talking to myself anyway. Come on. Anyone else ever have problems with that first increase after a magic ring? I could not get by without my fingernails. There. Oh, see, saw a question there about the hair. I'm currently planning to just do it as a swirl, which admittedly is probably a little bit more Clefairy than it is Jigglypuff. Like just do it as like a coil because I've seen it depicted that way. But I will say that this sprite does show it as more of like a lock that curls over on itself. But honestly, I think it's the same basic shape underneath anyway. So we'll make it and we'll sculpt it. We'll get it in detail. We'll get it in editing. Bosimon, thank you so much. You should know that anybody it's not effortless, but if you do something enough, I think it just starts to look that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And yeah, I'm experimenting right now with ways to make crochet change color. I'm also really, oh yeah, there are ads running, but I'm going to keep talking. So yeah, and I'm also interested in what happens when, like, turning crochet into like figurines, and I don't know if that takes the form of like dipping it in plaster or just making it out of clay to begin with, covering it in watered down clay, painting it with a lot of layers of acrylic paint or Mod Podge. It's just like I'm really interested in the transformative properties of multimedia design. But yeah, I'm the second I can't think of some different way to approach crochet will probably mean the end of Complicated Knots. But I'm only going to whisper that because we're not speaking that into existence. There's still plenty of different things that I've got going to keep us interested for many, many years to come. I like that I whispered that during an ad break, so now no one will know what we're talking about. Joe's Place, I don't finish my rounds. I work in a continuous spiral. I know that some people swear by like the slip stitch to join, chain one to move up a row thing, and like that's perfectly legitimate. It's just it's never been for me. I've always preferred the continuous spiral, but it does mean that I embrace a certain degree of wonkiness in my work. I just know that I just think it adds a lot of personality to them, and I like not having a seam. And around we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, Spoony Stitcher. I have encountered that particular tip before, not closing off the magic ring until you've already inserted your hook into the next stitch, because I was obviously struggling with it there. Yeah, I just forget to do it. Stitch marker is also not a bad point, but again, it's just like, I already know that I'm not going to remember to do these things, but it's good to know that there are solutions for the day, should it come, that I just cannot. Well, yay, anybody who didn't get an ad got a little bit of an insight into the end of days. Da, da, da. Oh, cool, we're in Jurassic Park. That's copyright music. We're going to stop that one right there. It's funny, in any other time in history, I would be considered a witch or a nutter for sitting here talking to myself this long, but in this time in history, I can call it my job. Isn't that cool? Oh, we've hit 1 AM where Alicera is. We are currently almost 4 PM here, so it's a far more reasonable time to be awake. Okay, so that is the dome at the top of the head, the flat, but because it's crochet it domes slightly, and so those are the end of my 6 increase rounds, and now I'm going to do 2 rounds of 3 increases per round to just taper off that slope for the circle. So we're moving from 24 to 27, and I staggered the last row, so I don't need to stagger this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I don't count after the end of every row, but I tell people to. And that's because I think that it's genuinely the best thing to do. But I definitely count after particularly complicated rows. If there's any front post or back post stitching in the shaping, or if we're adding ears in the round like we are with our otter this week. In fact, there's some techniques with this otter. I tell you what, there's short rows, we're adding ears in the round, we're doing some fancy things to make the nose stick out so you don't have to stitch on a mouth or anything. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I dusted off my old toolbox and bringing you something pretty special, even if its baby does look like a chicken McNugget. It's the cutest chicken McNugget in all the land. Alright, good night UFO Crochet. Thank you for watching. Shannon, I know it's you. I was just using your screen name because I thought it might be easier for people to follow what was going on. Hi, thank you for joining. Oh, I'm going to be interested to do a comparison, but I think my voice is deeper now than when I started. Alizare. Okay, so first of all, it's a very pretty name, but I'm not surprised I mispronounced it. I'm sorry that I did though. I'll go with Ali if I remember. But thank you. The usernames is a minefield. I tend to just skip them. One more round of increases. Unless I see something particularly amusing like pulsating maggot, because that tickled me. Yep, M does the thing. The audience voted, they wanted an otter pattern, and so there will be an otter pattern available to everybody on Thursday. And it's a mama with a baby, coincidentally, because Mother's Day is coming up, and I meant to do an otter with a baby last Mother's Day, and in fact it didn't even occur to me that that's what I'd done until after I'd already sort of finished filming, and then I was like, oh hey, I'm gonna do a very quick Mother's Day tie-in and just say the words Mother's Day. Well, where am I going to? Yeah, I should have moved that stitch marker, but it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Yeah, I think this is a much better size for our jiggle friend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more. I can totally count to 8. You always have to be prepared for the answer to the question. To be no, you can't count, but I can count to 8. 1, 2. I do not have any pets currently. I have wanted a dog forever. I grew up surrounded by animals on a farm. I miss my dog, but sadly, you know, he's not there anymore. But yeah, I go home as regularly as I can to the farm just to catch up with my nibblings. I got some nieces and a nephew down there, and yeah, I play with the puppies, feed the calves, all those good things. Just touch grass. Hug a tree. Alright, there we go. That's the end of our increases, and now we're just adding height, and I'm thinking that I might actually have to do 10 rows to get this up to the right height, but we're just going to see. We're just going to start working our way around. I fear I have made her too big, and I'm thinking I should go and frog a row right now and correct the issue. No, no, yeah, no, yeah, no, yep, those are all of the available answers. Good job, me. And we're frogging, and we're frogging, and we're frogging, and we're frogging. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's frog back 1 level. Do I think that's domed enough to count as a circle? Okay, yep, I'm happy that I did that. I took it down a size, guys. It's going to be a 27 stitch ball, which is a very strange size, but we're going to make it work. Just updating my notes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5, but we'll see. Oh, getting a little cramp in the shoulder. Oh, yeah, sorry, I do have snails, that's true. No giant Jigglypuff. No, no, no. These are those aquatic snails that hitched a ride in on some plants, because we've got a couple of terrariums out there that have like all the living plants, the living underwater plants. And a bunch of snails hitched a ride in at one point. It turns out they are so much easier to care for than fish. And we love them. And it's great fun to watch them climb to the surface and then kind of like leap off and fall to the bottom again. Because you can tell that they're doing it for fun. And that's what makes it fun. Oh yeah, go look after the chooks. That's important. Yep, she's not going to be Metapod sized. Thank you for your support. I took her down a row and it's going to be a lot better. I'll tell you, I got to watch it. My urge to make things huge is... it's persistent. The chance of it happening is never 0. Constant vigilance. So now we just keep going around and around for a while. Yeah, Rugi Vengeance. That's normal. Basically, I've told YouTube that they can choose to put ads in every so often if they want to, but it's going to depend entirely on you. It should be pretty low key, and it shouldn't be too disruptive. It flags it for me every time anyone's seeing one, and not everyone's seeing one at the same time. So, ah, your Flushed Phoenix, your hubby sounds like a keeper. Hi, Taipan Brown. Glad you could make it. Aw, you got a Nake Snake. When I crochet in the spiral and then I frog, how do I know how far to go? Well, okay, so sometimes I count per stitch, but often I use what I call landmark stitches. Like just then I was frogging a row that had increases in it, and so I knew I had to frog back until the 3rd increase, and then there was just 4 stitches before that in the round. So it's like, yeah. Sometimes in my pattern you might even see that I'll put increases or decreases kind of suspiciously close to features that we're trying to make, or to mark sides or whatever. Like they're building a shape, but they're also there to act as like a landmark. It's like, the reason I'm using a stitch marker now specifically is because I'm doing rows of single crochet, which means there's no landmarks for many, many rows, which if I had to frog, then I would have to go back a long, long way if I lost count. So can't risk that happening while also trying to read and chat and everything else. Yeah, the giant Metapod might need a revision at some point. I'm just trying to think if any of the others really got away from me properly. Like some of them ended up kind of large-ish. Okay, Magnemite. You guys have to admit that Magnemite got away from me. Yeah, because like I was going to, like when Magneton comes up in the time to make that stakes, I'm gonna halve the size of the Magnemite, because I'm not making 3 that size. It would end up like and around and around and around and around and around and around we go. I need more yarn. There we go. What I do is that I have a good stitch mark under the row. Oh, okay, that's not a bad way to do it, just like marking each individual row. You're back. What you miss? Not much. I think we're talking about frogging principles and ways to do it when you're working around. Also giant metapod, because giant metapod is never more than like 2 degrees of separation from any conversation I'm in. Where am I up to? 1, 2, oh see, and then I can just like count the rows up from my stitch counter. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're fuzzy, but they're there. So I know I've done 4 rows so far. It's coming out a little capsule shaped, but I think it gets 1 more row. And see, like that's the problem. It's like 1 more row wider would have been too wide. But this might just be slightly too small. I'm never happy. You'd think building it custom would mean that I get exactly the right size I want every time, but it's more that I'm comfortable rolling with it. You made the rat pattern. That's so much fun. Discord is a great place to share it. There's a channel there for it. Or honestly, if you tag me on Instagram, I like to scroll through there. I don't get a chance to respond to everybody or reply to everybody, but I like to check the ones that I'm tagged in because like it's just really cool to think that I've helped bring that much fun into like the world, and like it's a really bright little stream now. Alright, bye Shannon. I like to move the round starter to keep things in current marker. Yeah, that's fine. Moving the thing is fine. I will say that with the otter pattern we're doing this week, which I keep talking about, but it's just because it's the one I've just most recently worked on. We do have a row that moves the starting point just because it was way easier to write the rows out if I just moved the starting point in one of them. So we did it. That's 5 rows and I think it's going to be sufficient. So now we are going to be closing off the butt. I will not forget to stop because I am paying that much attention. And the stuff's topical whole just size a little bit like a cube. Wow, I also got to start counting. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, and we're going to decrease. I'm going to do that again. We reached 2 hours. I think we've reached 3 hours now. Unless you're talking about something else. 4, 5, 6. Right, geez, I'm struggling to count to 7 today. I don't know what it is. Oh, wait, are you referencing the fact that the cameras haven't turned off? My marker came out. No, it's fine. I've got landmarks in. So this is what I was talking about. So I've got a decrease there, and I should have a decrease 7 stitches go there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's the first stitch of the row. And the marker is supposed to be in the last stitch of the row, and I'm going to fasten it this time like a responsible adult. Seatbelts don't do any good unless they've actually clicked. Because yeah, I'm using a different camera. I went and I got a second webcam instead of my poor Sony, because my Sony's great for photography, and it's okay for like filming alternate shots for the videos, but it's not good for being on for more than an hour. And decrease. Cool. Alright, there we go. Yep. No, good callback, because yeah, last time we made it to an hour and a half before the camera shut off the first time, for anyone who missed that fun, and then it was off for an hour, but we made it work. And then it came back on for another hour, I think, because I was alive for like 4.5. So it did its very best, and I feel bad because it was just not designed for that purpose, and it was just... That camera was MVP. It tried its hardest to the last moment. It's also, the new webcam I'm using is the microphone I'm using today, which I'm hoping has resolved some of the quiet audio issues some of you were having last time, where I just told you to turn up your volume because I wasn't going to make loud noises, and I like to think that I stuck to that promise. And we're going to decrease. And we're going to single crochet some more, and we're going to we're going to single crochet again. Then we're going to decrease, yeah. That's not enough stitches. I've definitely lost count. Okay, back we go. Like, I'm so used to using bobby pins, which you don't have to close. In fact, I've got a bobby pin there that now I'm not using black. I'll swap to, Jesus, I just took my stitch marker out when I wasn't at the end of the row. I am being reckless. Okay, so I'm just looking for my decrease. That looks like my decrease there. And the decrease was at the end, so. And there's a decrease there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So there's 22 currently, so which means we've decreased twice. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Because there should be 24 stitches and there's only 23 right now, so there's that one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is just a travesty. This is just a mess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, we're back at the right stitch count. I don't really know how. I think I did an extra repeat in the last row, but we're back on track. So taking that stitch marker out was actually a win. But see, like with these, they don't fall out. And I don't need to clip it shut. So that's what's happening there. Yeah, I thought the audio was a big improvement. Thank you. See, like I told you, like I've got homework every week. Like my homework for next week is to suss out the lighting because I think we're dumb. We're not dumb, we're dim. And also just I think that I could work on getting this one to focus a little better, and I don't really know how I'm going to resolve that, but I'm sure there's a way, because there's always a way. Yeah, I'm sorry that they're ball-shaped. That, like, it's good to knock some of these out, and then, like, eventually... It's also just, it feels good to just knock more than one out in a sitting. Particularly if I'm chatting away. Because, like, I'd definitely still be working my way through Venusaur. There we go. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, and we are on track, and we're going to stop. Yeah, frog in the spiral. Okay, good, as long as you're loving the ball stream. It's like, okay, I only vaguely remember who the other potential options are, and I would like it known for the record that they're not balls. So, okay. Round. Okay, anyone who missed Thicket? Whee! He looks a little pruned. But he's, oh yeah, no, he's on camera right there. Look, he's... just got to finish closing off Jiggles here. And B. Come on, 8, thank you. 9 and 10. Well, he knew he was going to be on camera. Thicket knew he was going to be on camera, so he combed his hair, he went to the barber, he got himself a little trim, made a date with a whippersnipper. Okay, sorry, there's a lot of chat coming through and I got hypnotized by the blinking lights for a second. Yeah, Ali. Yeah, no, I was going to have it positioned directly overhead, but then we had some last minute problems and I didn't want to delay the stream. So we are working on it. I actually have like a cross beam, but that's okay. We'll get it resolved for next time. It's just like incremental improvements will mean a year from now we'll look back and just be like, wow. And currently I'm pretty happy that the audio is fixed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, 2 more decreases and we're done. Oh, she's so small. But at least that leaves room for Wigglytuff to be of size, but not of size. You know? Oh, Nikki, I'm sorry you can't sleep. I know what it's like though. The racing of the mind. Make it all in straight lines. Should make a Tangela with combed hair. So like a middle part. Give him a little bouquet of flowers or something, like he's all dressed up to meet his Jigglypuff date, because they're gonna be paired together now forever. Yeah, we're giving it a squidge, because you gotta squidge when you're done stitching. That is our jiggly base. So now we need to dress it up a little bit. So first up is probably eyes. So I'll grab that blue. She's going to become more real as soon as she's got eyes. So we're going to get a little tricky with it, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. So I'll do magic ring. 6. I don't know if it can handle much bigger than that. I was going to do bigger eyes than that, but I don't know if it's going to work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Give him a tuxedo. How would he wear a tuxedo? Like tentacles stuffed through the sleeves? Yeah, that's as big as that's going to be able to go. That doesn't not leave me any room to work with. It leaves me like 4 stitches to work with. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I think I'd like to do a catch light in one of the stitches as well. So, okay, we'll make it work. We're going to make this work on a very limited stitch budget. So we'll start by slip stitching as a back loop. Then we're going to spike through the middle to give it a catch light. That'll make sense to you all in a minute. Then we are going to probably 2 single crochet through both loops and finish it off with a slip stitch in the back loop again, and we're going to just see how that goes. Yeah, which means that my colour change has to happen in the magic ring round, which is just my favourite thing. Excuse me. He can wear pants. Well, he can wear shoes. We could give him like fancy wingtips. Fancy shiny patent leather shoes. Okay, and we're gonna slip stitch in the back loop to get us started. We're gonna single crochet through the magic ring and over the top to give us some sparkle and some flair. Now, do I skip a stitch or do I bunch that in? No, we skip a stitch. We're not animals, we skip stitches. And we are going to work in the back loop there as well. This is free form at its finest, but also at its tiniest. There we go, and then we're going to slip stitch to finish off. There we go. Lie. Spike stitches when you work through the previous row instead of into the loops at the top of the stitches. And it gives you a little spike, which is what's happening right there. I've worked it through the magic ring. I wish it was focusing on you for you so you could see it. There we go. That's my little eye. I love that you guys are getting Tangela all dressed up for his date with Jiggles. There we go. One little eyeball, and now we got to make a second one. My favorite crochet hook size to work with would have to be I'm pretty sure this is a 3.5, yeah, 3.5 or an E/4. This hook used to be blue, but you can kind of see how it was blue at the tip, but like it's no longer blue because this is the only hook that I have used the whole time I've had this channel. Well, not like the only hook I've used, but like the main hook that I've used the whole time I've had this channel. I do recommend going one hook size down from whatever the packet of your yarn recommends, the label of your yarn recommends, if you're making amigurumi, because you'll get a tighter, more interlocked stitch, which is better for my patterns in holding their shape. Oh, don't forget to hide it. Mia, you have my back today. I appreciate you. Andy, okay, you're joking right there with the making a video about accessorizing the previous Pokemon, but don't think that that pitch hasn't been raised. My Charmander has a top hat and a monocle. He's not wearing them at the moment because, like, oh, wrong side. He's in the background, being a bro, but at one point he had a top hat and a monocle. Dressing, like, and we were calling him Charminister. Like, we have a Prime Minister here in Australia and we were calling him Charminister. So, like, we play dress up. We absolutely play dress up with them. It's just, I'm not sure if it's entertaining enough for anyone but me. Oh, and Mr. Bones, of course. You have to be a certain kind of crazy to live here. I'm going to be so sad when this hook breaks though, just to go back to what we were saying. Because like, hooks have a shelf life, and I can tell that the coating on this one here, it's starting to get really rough in places. I don't know if that's showing up on properly, but like the coating is like full on coming off and it's getting rough. And like, I owe this hook the most fabulous, luxurious retirement. I'm going to get a fancy hook holder, but I'm waiting until I can replace it. And I can't find a hook I like well enough to replace it. The only ones I can find that are even the same size by this brand are now like a really bright blue. I don't like it. I don't like it very much. I think that's kind of went autopilot-y there, but I think that's the second eye. Oh, I should have done that reverse. Oh, I need to mirror image this eye. I've messed up. So we'll go back. And I'll start again, because once you've stitched into the stitches of something this small, you've pulled the loops out. So I'm just going to start again. That's fine. It's not a long way to go. So we'll do our 6 in blue, changing to our white in the 6th stitch. And yep. And that's the 6th. Tightening the magic ring because it makes it easier. Don't know why I've fallen into pattern video mode now, apparently. And then the beauty of a piece like this is, rather than have to like do anything fancy, I am just gonna turn. No, am I gonna turn? Am I gonna turn? Do I want to turn? No, I don't want to turn. I have choices ahead of me. I'm trying to work with the rotation of it, but if I want that to be the middle and I don't want anything to be there per se, I could... Turning is the obvious option, but I don't want to turn. Alright, I'm not turning. I'm going to detach my white and I'm just going to reattach it. I'm going to reattach it. I'm just going to reattach it. It's fine. It's better. It's good. I'm talking to myself. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And that got so rambly just then. I just completely left time and space. I'm going to finish this off in the blue. And we're going to reattach with the white to get the crescent going around the other side of the eye, because we don't want him looking off to one side. Focus. Thank you, Nikki. I needed a little focus. All right, have fun getting your dinner, Darcy Rose. My apologies. That's my eyesight. It's going. I know who you are. Mini fedora. Okay, so there's that. And just gotta update my notes when there's variation between the two. Off, blue, reattach. Probably didn't have to do that. I probably could have just started at the back, worked around, but it would have meant the finishing off point would have been in a different spot, which does subtly change the shape. And I didn't want that, so I'm going to skip one stitch and I'm going to reattach here. What's up? I'm going to show you what that was in a minute. But it's funny. And then I'm going to work it backwards. So slip stitch, 2 single crochet, 1 and then 2. And then spike through the middle, like so, and then a slip stitch at the top. There was a million ways I could have done that, but I panicked and finished off and did it this way instead. So that's all okay. Eek, the suspense. It's fine. Oh, you guys are gonna like it. It's cute. In fact, I think you're gonna lose it. You're gonna end up liking Mr. Bones better than me. I know you are. There we go. See, that did not turn out as nicely as I would have liked. Let's see if we can't fix it with some adjustments. I might circle back around and remake the eye if I'm not super happy with it, but I will move on for now. Yeah, Shannon Gibbons. I am also not a coffee drinker. I run on sunshine and enthusiasm, which is really only funny if you know how, if you know me as a person. One of those eyes came out so much bigger than the other, but I think it works. Like, okay, it looks horrible on camera at the moment, but you've got to see the vision. I see the vision. Okay, so I have to, I'll show you the little thing. I'll show you the thing. So Mr. Bones has made us a microphone / marker for Jigglypuff to be holding that is the right size and scale. There we go. And I just think that's the cutest thing ever. I don't know how he's making time for all these craft projects out there right now, but he's getting it done somehow. So I'm going to, do we want to do ears or limbs? Let's do all the little nibbly bits next. So we'll do arms, which at this scale I would have just stitched in if I had been thinking. Isn't he the cutest? It's made with a safety eye and a piece of black poly tubing that he uses for the water tanks we have out there. Oh, I'm gonna have to break my rule and start with a magic ring of 4. I suppose my rule is never go smaller than 4. That's more for you guys than it is for me, but it's also for me. So we're gonna magic ring 4, and then we're gonna just work it up as a little cone. I was gonna work it up as a triangle, but we'll work it up as a cone. It just means 1 increase per round. Spacing doesn't really matter at this scale. There we go. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and an increase, and I don't know if we're going to get to go any bigger than this. As I said, something this small I normally would have stitched in. Go. Out of what? I don't understand. Out of what? Oh, out of what? Sorry, yeah, like, I don't know if that question came through before or after, but I think he's wood glued it even. So he's taken one of my 9mm safety eyes, just hold it up here, one of my 9mm safety eyes, and he's just attached a little bit of tubing over the base. I think he's glued it into place. There we go. And yeah, that's enough of a little marker. He's so cute. Sorry, I got distracted and had to have a little dance. And we're going to go around again. I don't think we're going to get much bigger than that though. This has to be the tiniest little nub you ever did see. Good luck to anybody trying to follow here and follow this pattern in future. Jesus, I didn't even count that. It's roughly one row. Oh, on camera, on camera. Is that arm too big? Oh, that arm is way too big. It's a very curvy arm. It's almost an ear. Could work as a foot. Oh, it's so hard to work at this scale. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do single layer things, not double walled. Not a fan. Not a fan. But it's the only thing that's gonna work. Okay, so instead of that, we are going to make the pieces as magic rings, which is fine. We're gonna make that work. Instead of building them up as tubes, we're just gonna make them as shaped magic rings. So I'll do 2 single crochet, and then I want it to be triangular, so we're gonna add a picot. I don't know why I'm shouting. It's like the intensity is rising. You can hear the clock in the background. Okay, that's probably a little too pointy, but we're getting, I don't know, do we think that's too pointy or do we think that's just the right amount of pointy? Just the right amount of pointy, actually. Okay, we can make that work. We can magic ring 2 skirt and a pick and a skirt and then fall. Sorry. It's my notation when spoken out loud. Yeah. Shelf. It's just a tiny little paddle, but that's what I get for making something at this scale. Feel free to... Yeah, you guys don't have to be nice about this one. Can hold me accountable for what's happening in here. I have no idea how I'm going to attach that microphone, but we're going to make it work, by gom we are. Yeah, no, it's a one chain picot. There we go, and finish off the arm. And we don't need massive tails on those. I know some people like to leave long tails for sewing. They always just kind of get in my way. And we'll put that other hand on the other side. Those eyes are melting off your face, miss. After Tangela went to all of that trouble to get all dressed up and combed for you. Oh, ow. Yeah, glue's an option. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Don't you worry about that. And then the feet are going to have to just be like the same sort of thing, little paddles. But we will... Oh, Jigglypuff face. Hey, thematically appropriate. Go me. Yeah, we'll start with a magic ring of 6. And then we might do a half row to make the toesies a little bit more toe-ish. These are technical terms, so I'm a professional, I'll have you know. That's 4. He won't look like he's crying when he's all weaved together. You need to just you see the vision. Trust the process. Now, oh my, what is it coming to when a magic ring of 6 is big enough to be the foot of one of these? It's like the inverse Metapod issue. It's like the Carnivine effect means that I start liking a Pokemon that I didn't previously like, and I think the Metapod issue is when I accidentally make one gigantic, and this is the inverse of that, where I've accidentally made one really tiny. At least it makes it go fast, but it was an accident. We'll finish her off, and if we're not happy with her, I will consider her a flub, and we have to try again later. Not today, but later. Just because It needs to at least be representational. I have to hold myself accountable. Alright, and we got one tiny little flipper sticking to the bottom of Puff. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You know, I never thought of myself as a musical person until I started recording myself and streaming, and now something about like the endless stream of consciousness coming out of my mouth every so often just becomes musical. 3, 4. I also love gnocchi. Why are we talking about gnocchi? Oh, wait, hang on. I saw a post of it. Do I think I'll ever make a skeleton owl for Mr. Bones? Mr. Bones has a project he wants me to make. He has been asking for many, many years. And I am not going to talk about that project right now. But it is something that I'm not saying no to. It would be something for the channel, like mine's out the gutter or whatever, but like... Okay, she's got 2 little paddly feet. She's gonna have a little mouth, so now she just needs ears and her little head curl. But yeah, no, a skeleton owl I don't think is on his list. But oh, let's just take the yarn off the camera. Head curl next or ears? The ears, at this scale it becomes really hard, and I've said that like 15 times and I've meant it 15 times. I think we're gonna have like a maximum of 3 to 4 rows to work with. And I'm going to have to start at a magic ring of 4 and work our way up. Somehow my desk has become more full even though I haven't put more stuff on it. Anyone else ever experienced that? Mr. Bones wants Graveler. Well, we'll get there eventually, love. Ears. Measure there. And then 2, and then ink. Let's see how this works. Because I would like the ears at least to be double walled, because single walled ears just don't work for me. 1, 2, 3. Halloween is a great time for skeleton everything. I love Big W over here does like the big skeleton animals every year. And there was an octopus one year that made no logical sense and I adored it, but we didn't buy it at the time because we thought we'd go back after Halloween and try and get it cheap, and it was gone. But we have a skeleton rat floating around here somewhere and a skeleton bat floating around here somewhere. I gotta tell you though, like, as much as I enjoyed making those skeletons, creatively they are a workout trying to like find like exploits, and there's no like solid safety rows to rely upon a lot of the time. It's a lot of pressure with those particular builds. It is fun though. I do like skeleton creatures, but like I already know that we got to do dioramas again this year, because ever since I made those ones last year, people have wanted more, and that's great. It's very affirming for me as a creator that I've made something people have liked enough that they want more of them. But then I look at how many weeks there are in any given month, and I'm just like, there's never any time. How the heck does that work? How the heck does what work? What is gnocchi? Gnocchi is potato pasta. Eevee and the Eeveelutions, I've made Eevee, Jolteon, Vaporeon, Flareon, Espeon, and Umbreon. They are made. You might enjoy going back and watching my 24-hour challenge. The second one that I did, it was the Eeveelutions. I made most of them. I made most of the ones that I listed. I got halfway through Espeon, I think, before I passed out. But I made them all in a 24-hour window. They don't all look great, but they all came out. They were all a thing. How big do these ears want to be? Let's go one round bigger. I might have to get up in a minute and stretch my legs. But honestly, we can probably finish Jigglypuff before I do that. And rather than make the inner ear as a separate piece, I might just use black to stitch on the detail. which is a perfectly legitimate technique. And I say that because I'm the boss. Because I think that's probably as large as we'd want the ear. Everything's so tiny on you, little miss. You and your little gentleman. Hello to Witchy Wolf Gaming. Hello hello to France. Lulubelle's Shoebox. Melissa, nope, you haven't missed it. We're going strong. Okay, there's one tiny little ear. And yeah, I will just use black yarn to stitch on. I won't try and make a separate crochet piece. I think that's a bit silly at this scale. Jigglypuff doesn't have a tail, does she? I've been caught out by so many secret tails. Secret details on the backs of heads. Oh, 4 AM and still can't sleep. That's rough. Have you tried putting on a podcast? Like something you're not super interested in? Maybe an audiobook you've read before? I'm not gonna try and solve your sleeping issues. Those are things that sometimes work for me. Hello, Poland! Looks like Europe is coming online. Yeah, no, you're an international bunch, you are. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the US is a big chunk of my audience, but it's not even half. It's like 30%-ish, give or take. And the rest is like German, UK, Canada, Australia's not even top 5. It's just like a little bit of support from my homeland. But it's just a scale thing where there's just not as many of us. Wow, 8-foot dragon is huge. See, I read that and I'm just like, you know what? My dragons are big enough. Because sometimes I end up with like that FOMO of like, no, I want to make the big dragon. What am I doing here? Wow, I got distracted hardcore just then, guys. I might actually need to focus to make this here. To go all the way back to the start. Okay. Chat amongst yourselves, class. Be back in a minute. Through 2 and row 3. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back. Hi. Oh, some love from the Aussies. Hi, Aussies. Oh, hi, Lee. I promise I'm still working on the collaboration idea. I am. Oh, losing my voice just a little bit. You gotta hydrate or dehydrate though. That's the rules around here. Okay, so there's our second ear. So, the fastest Pokemon ever. All we're missing now is her little head curl, and again, at this scale, I just feel like I'm gonna have to cheat, and that sucks because like I had such good ideas for how to approach some of these shapes, and now I can't use them. So, do I just make a little flat panel and curl that up? Or do I try and make the little whoop? She's too small to do anything real with. I could do a circle with a spiral on it. Yeah, maybe just a little back loop spiral piece is the way to go here. Though not what I was originally going to do, it will in fact do. That's not the right start. That is a slip knot. Wow, okay, so we're maintaining it more than 200 people still. That's pretty cool. And here we go. So yeah, this spiral was originally going to be a long tube, and now I'm just going to make it as like a flat, almost applique-ish type of piece that fits on her forehead. This is even a magic ring of 6 is too big. We're going to have to do a magic ring of 4 here too. This is what happens when you mess up and you make your main base too small. That 30 would have been too big, but the 27 is somehow too small. And we're going to work in our back loops. I'll write this down afterwards, I'm sure it'll be fine. Hey guys, remember this for me, okay? Magic ring of 4, and then we're going to do back loop increases all the way around. And that should make the front loops act as the curl, which again is more of a Clefairy curl, but I don't have room to do anything more substantial on our little lady. Not if she's going to be ready in time for her date with Mr. Tangela. Is it curling the right way? I don't think it is, but it'll have to do. Is that enough of a curl, you guys think? Sorry, that's just... I'm a little disappointed in how our little lady is turning out. She's cute, but she could have been so great. Call that back loops and finish off. But I suppose the good news is that it means that we are fast approaching the end of our second Pokemon, which means you guys get to pick between yellow and brown for our next one. And we don't really know what's waiting behind those colours. Well, I know what's waiting behind those colours, but I'm allowed to. Let's embroider the black onto the ears before we sew them on. I think that's a good move. Needles. Oh, thank you. Keely has my back. Mia's getting creative with it. Hydrate or dihydrate. I'm hydrated. Don't you worry about that. Hope you all are hydrating too. Thanks, Mr. Bones, I got it. Oh, Nikki too. Wow, few of you. Thank you. That's actually really helpful, guys. Be careful, or like, that's going to become something I rely on. That could be a fun stream, actually. I call out a pattern, and then we Chinese whispers it with you relaying it back to me. Room for absolute chaos there. Would you please just behave yourself? There we go. And through here around. So there's just like one stitch in the middle of this ear, and I'm just choosing to cover it completely in black. Probably could have done it as a stitch change, like a colour change during the work, but this works as well. Oh, thank you, Pink Remus. I'm quite pleased with him. We think he went through the whippersnipper, or he went and got a haircut so that he was ready for a date with Jiggles, the Jigglypuff. The Tangela, I believe we've named Thicket, but apparently I named him Thicket a long time ago. So, I think it's a great name. Ah, happy Monday to the UK. Yeah, like crochet telephone, exactly. I just think it could be an interesting disaster. No, because the problem is that you guys are too nice. Like nothing would go wrong because you're all fastidious, you would take notes, and you would endeavour to help me not make any mistakes. And like, that's lovely. What a great group. How long have I been streaming for? We've been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We are just finishing up our second Pokemon. There might be room to start a third. I don't know if we'll finish it, but we'll start a third, but I will take a little stretch break before we do. Oh, I don't know what's happened to my voice there, but... Oh, pin the ear back on. There we go. Coming together. Pop. And pop. And we'll just do the same thing to this ear. Ah. Ah. There we go, and we'll just do these. Good morning to Germany. I love that Europe's coming online now. That tickles me. Because, like, we had the night owls from the US, and we still might have some of them sticking around. Considering this stream started between 10 PM and 1 AM their time. We got the afternoon crew from Aussie, represent, New Zealand as well. And now Germany is just waking up. Saya, it's mainly, it's practice. I don't know, it's just like it's trial and error and it's practice. At a certain point you realize that stitches always do the same thing. So like an increase always looks like an increase, and a single crochet always does what a single crochet does. And so like at a certain point you just kind of work out which, it's like people who build Lego, they work out how to put what bricks where. I do have a couple of videos that can kind of help you get started if you wanted to start making your own designs. I got enough affirmation in the last stream when I was self-deprecating about it to know that they've helped a lot of people, which is lovely and really nice to hear. So there's a, I think they're all under like masterclass or something on my channel. You can check those out. Yeah, and try and refrog. It's just frog and try and frog and try. Exactly. Yep, still here from the US. Tamara representing. And then a little curl will go in the center of the forehead. And I think we're doing pretty well. Which pieces do I want to attach first? Well, whatever we're doing, we're going to attach them with pink. Except for maybe the eyes, but I think I'll do the eyes last. The eyes have it. Hey, Tangela, would you watch these for me? Her eyes are on you. If that's disturbing anyone, make a lot of noise in the comment section and I'll change it, okay? I promise. Neat. Okay, let's try and get these lined up nicely. So we'll do the ears first. They are currently crooked. We will fix that. We'll just line everything up from there. Germany's mostly awake already. Okay, well, cool. The sun is just thinking about setting here. It's definitely late afternoon though. We're coming up on 5 o'clock. This is good. It's like, I found that streaming satisfies my workaholism without making me overwork. It's like, otherwise I just find ways to be busy, and this is productive, and that's fun. I'm just tucking the yarn strands in before we get started, so I don't have to do it at the end. It's just a little thing that's happening. Thicket needs his coffee so he can make it to the end of a song. That's true, I hadn't thought about that. There we go, and we're going to sew the ears on. You know, for all the comings and goings, there's been a pretty consistent, like, number of you here the whole time. And some of you, I recognize the names from the start, which is really cool and I appreciate it. But yeah, it's just like, as people sort of go to sleep, more people are waking up. So we're testing different time slots at the moment for anyone new here. So we're just giving this time slot a go and see how it goes. Because of course, last week I asked everybody who made it to that stream if that time and day worked, and of course I'm asking the people who that time and day works for. So we gotta try a few different things. Monday is, possibly Sunday is where this will settle. I can't have it too close to Thursday because I editing crunch time. And because I know we want our regular videos, this isn't going to take their place. But yeah, so Monday's a good day for me because I finish up my filming over the weekend. And then I can edit pretty comfortably Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and get most videos done. Sometimes we're going to have to, sometimes you might find that I substitute in a stream on a Thursday just because I might need an extra week Like if it's a Pokemon video, or if I'm doing another dragon, because Lord knows I don't know how to assess my time well when it comes to the giant creatures. Yep, I'm in Perth. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. But I'm gonna make an effort not to dox myself. So, like, if we can leave the discussion at just Perth, I'd appreciate it. That'd be great. Yeah, I'm excited for the otter. I think she turned out super cute. Even, like I said, I keep calling her baby a McNugget. That's because it just looks like a McNugget. The most exciting thing about the otter is that I've already typed the pattern up. So, and I've already run it through I have a little Excel doc that has a macro that runs and checks all the row counts for me. It confirms with the row before and the row after whether or not the line is correct. Oh, life-changing. I'm so glad I just spent the morning putting that together one day, and it takes so much stress off me just to chuck a pattern in there. It even formats it to a certain degree. It makes it slightly easier to format because it's Excel, so I can just like click and drag to add row numbers and row totals and that sort of thing. So it's a good little doc. Macros are great if you can, like, I love Excel. I do. It's like, it's the one part of my old life that I miss, is getting to play with VLOOKUPs and formulas and date ranges and all that stuff. Okay, we got some little ears going. Head curl. Are you the head curl or are you something else? You're a foot. All these pieces are so small they look the same. You're the head curl. Okay, I found the curl. Some yarn scraps, we'll just throw them over there. And trim this off nice and short. That can go right there. Do I have any pins floating around? Nope. Okay. There we go. Now with this one here, I'm going to be really careful to sew it on using only the back loops of the piece, just because I want it to stand out from the body. Whereas like if I want it to blend in seamlessly, I pick up the front loops of the piece and it kind of pulls it down and helps them look like one piece. But like, just the back loops will help give it a little bit of an extra ridge, and I'm going to be extra careful not to flatten it too much, which I wish I'd done a little bit more with Tangy. Yeah, that's because Excel is awesome. Excel is awesome for many, many things, and it is an underappreciated tool. And I'm not talking about Google Sheets either. I'm talking about Excel, the real Excel. Those Sheets is fine. It's better than nothing, but it's fine. There we go. And fasten down that knot at the back. There we go, we got our little curl on top. Again, it's not exactly what I would have wanted, but I think it's working at this scale as best as it can. Tuck that end in. Tuck that end in. Oh, we want to tuck that in over there so it looks neater. Come on. Excuse me. Should have expected attitude. It is Jigglypuff after all. Okay. And now we've got... Ah, thank you, Darcy Rose. I hope your Chinese food is good. I hope it's a succulent Chinese meal. And now we've got feet. She's so little. Boing. I'm fine. I'm an adult, I'm fine. Perfect. Sewing these feet on. Guys, let me know if you can hear the voices through the walls. I live in an apartment building. Again, we're not discussing this, but that does mean that I am surrounded by people. If you can hear the neighbors through the walls, I'll turn down the mic a little bit. And there we go. And there we go. And we're going to tuck those little feet in. Well, we're not going to tuck the feet in, we're going to tuck the tails of the feet in. And there we go. And there we go. I keep squishing her as I make her. I'm going to have to puff her back up again. There we go. And me. Oh my god, you are so cute. You can't even see how cute you are, can you? Alright, and we got these little arms. This is good. I'm starting to get the like the little, I don't know, that little bit of joy you get as you near the end of a project, and it's not like relief that it's over, it's more like, look what I hath wrought. It's a really good thing that what I like is cute fiber crafts and not like dark magic. Okay, so now's the time when I have to try and like fasten this down. I might use a little bit of black yarn to just create a little holster for it, or possibly even a little bit of pink, because then it will look like her hand. And then I'll sew the hand kind of over the top. And she'll have her little microphone. This is important. This is an important step. So the base of that hand will go there, and then we'll put this here. I think that'll work. I think that'll work just fine. I don't think you'll question it. Oh, don't unpin that. We'll sew the base on. Hi.
In the back of the microphone there's a split, so you can just pinch it over a piece of yarn and it will attach.
Wait. In the back of the microphone there's a split? I can't see one. Oh wait, no I can. Oh!
So you can just pinch that over a piece of yarn and it will stay stuck to the side.
Okay, well maybe I'll try that. I do like the hand wrapped around it though. Sorry, Mr. Bones has come in to give opinions. Isn't she cute?
It's confusing because I can hear my own voice.
Oh, okay, bye-bye. There you go, a little guest appearance from Mr. Bones. One day I'll teach him to crochet. He can hear this right now, but he can't respond. One day I'll teach him to crochet. He already is pretty good. Like, he understands all the terms, and every so often he'll like rattle off. Like, I'll be like, oh, I need to make a circle, and he'll rattle off a pretty close approximation of what the pattern would be for the shape. So he has absorbed a lot through osmosis. And also I talk about it incessantly, and so I guess that's going to happen. She has one on her side and then like one down here. I don't know, I think I'm just going to like stick to anatomy a little bit more, and we'll do the other one on this other side, and we're just going to poke the needle right on through because it's just ain't that far. Yeah. Chat's just getting all excited for meeting Mr. Bones. There we go. Take those pins out. Oh, there's only one pin in there. And we'll unthread this side too. Now, you put a little split in the microphone, apparently, and I did identify the split, but it's hard. There it is. Apparently if I put that over a piece of yarn, it should hold it roughly in place, but I think I'm going to go for my plan anyway, just because I don't want to risk it like falling off or getting misplaced. So and my yarn is now on the wrong side, so we'll just trim that off and we'll reattach it on the other side, and then we'll do our eyes. So let's just finish fastening off our little microphone. Yeah, and we'll just, sorry, put it on camera. I'm just like, I keep bringing it closer and closer to my face. And then there's all of this real estate down here, which is where you guys can actually see what's going on. There we go. And we'll tuck that back in there. And trim that off. Yep. Yep. Yeah, little microphone attached. Giggly. I don't know if that's copyright, so we're not going to do that. Eyes. Thank you for taking care of those for us, mate. We appreciate it. I apologize. Okay, there's a lot of strands coming off these. We've got to just clean them up a little bit first. One and two. Come on. What are you doing all tucked in there like that? That's wrong. Okay, so that's where one is going to go. Oh, now it has eyes, the camera will focus. Love that for us. Sorry, I just heard someone accusing Mr. Bones of having a Kiwi accent. I laugh because it's one I used to get all of the time. Like, my entire family has been here for like 6 generations, and so like I have an Australian accent, it's just a West Aussie accent. And I just remember my uni teachers, my lecturers, constantly trying to place where my accent is from, and I don't think I have one. Like I know I sound like an Australian, so I have an Australian accent, but the number of times they thought I was from New Zealand is actually really funny to me. And now he's getting it too. I keep looking at the camera because I think there's a little sticker over the lens, but you seem clear enough, so maybe I won't mess with it right now, because I don't think you want I mean, I know you'd all love to steal my fingerprints for all kinds of nefarious reasons. You seem the sort. Super criminals. But there's just a suspicious tab there that makes me want to, like, fiddle with it. Okay, here we go. Now for anyone wondering what's happening next, just while I finish sewing this eye on, I'm just going to swap screens for a second. This is where we are. I'm feeling pretty good, so I'm going to take maybe a 5-minute break at the end of Jigglypuff, but then we will come back and we're going to work on a third one. Mostly because I just really need to like stretch my neck, stretch my back, stretch my legs, refill my water bottle. But when we come back, we need to pick either yellow or brown, and each one of those colors corresponds to a yellow and or a brown Pokemon, and that is probably our last one for today, realistically. So don't vote yet, don't vote yet. I'm not counting votes yet, I just thought I'd show you that, so keep it front of mind, and for anyone new who's joined. that's how we've ended up with Tangela and Jigglypuff today, is that they were two of the options. So yeah, pink and blue one respectively. And I kind of liked this setup because it brought a little bit of, I feel like you guys got a little bit of a say as to what you wanted to see. And in future streams, I will spike them with slightly more difficult ones. I did deliberately keep them on the easier side to make it a little bit more possible for me to engage with you guys, particularly as like I'm still kind of adjusting to all of the technical stuff. But I feel like every time I stream I get a little bit closer to, yeah. So yeah, I'd say that our experiment month for streaming is going quite well so far. More because I'm enjoying it and you guys seem to be enjoying it, so that's a win as far as I'm concerned. The numbers don't necessarily support it, but I don't really care. I've never really like paid a lot of attention to the numbers past a certain point. It's a luxury thing. Like if they all fell to 0, I'd probably notice. I like to think I'd notice if they all fell to 0. Oh wow, so many people voted 1 just then. Guys, save your ones. I promise I'll let you vote in a minute. But I think that we've got a fairly resounding answer. So, like, keep in mind that I'm curious as to what Pokemon you think we're making. For yellow Pokemon versus brown Pokemon. Because there are more than one of each. And I'm worried that some of you are voting thinking it's one thing. When, like, it's like, I'm pretty sure that blue got the vote because y'all thought it might have been Venusaur. And I felt appropriately guilty right up until I had to make a million noodles, and then I thought we were even. So just keep in mind that it may not be the Pokemon you think it is. But it will of course be one of Gen 1, and it will of course be a wonderful new addition to our Crochetdex. Living decks eat your heart out. That can be done in like 1,000 hours. This is going to take me at least 4,000. Just look that one up. And come on, let me grab your eye. There we go. There we go. Okay. They're a little buggy, but they'll work. And now we just need a little bit of black to add her mouth. Question is, do we make her like cranky face? Or do we just add the little... I think I'm going to go with like the little generic smile, just because she's just a little sweetie pie and I think it matches really nicely with how alarmed Tangela has ended up looking. Okay. This is going to be the tiniest little mouth ever. There we go. And there. I'll be fine as long as no one pulls at it. No one will. So this is actually kind of a scale that I would have liked all of them to be at. But I think that ship has more than sailed. She's a little bug-eyed. Little bug-eyed creep. Okay. There are our two little Pokemon. So they are, I think it's 65 and 66 of our national decks, but they are 21 and 22 of our regular Pokédex. So they will have their photos taken and they will be added to the Pokédex. Oh, I'm seeing some guesses. We have already made Weedle. I will point that out. We do already have a Weedle. I will leave this open up here. Oh, wait. I'm going to just go stretch my legs for a bit, but I want to just add a note to the screen to let people know that I'm coming back. I'm thinking I can do this. No, here we go. E, right, back. That works. And in the meantime, I've left the Pokédex open for you so you can see what we've made already, and yeah. We lose a bit of sheet off the underside. Well, there's a lot more down there, but it'll only be Gen 1 as options. I'll make this bigger for you. I'll have to shrink it back down again later, but I think that's fine. And I'm going to turn the microphone off. Okay, there we go. Oh, right guys, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Hello. Hello, everybody. We're back. I haven't turned the camera back on yet. That's because I spilled water down my shirt. I was so convinced I needed to hydrate. Just catching up on the conversation. I'll turn the camera back on in a second, don't you worry. We're just easing back into it. Yeah, sorry, I was just taking a quick break. I should have left the guys on the screen for you. Hold on, here we go. There's the thing I'm looking for. Just gonna reset the audio settings. Hello to everybody who joined in the middle of that. We've got the old Pokedex still on in the background there. Because we updated today to add Ivysaur, which is cool, because that was who we made last week. Whereas this week so far we have made, I'll show you in a sec. We have made Tangela. Oh yeah, hello, hi, I'm glad you hear me. I'm sorry, benevolent dinosaur, I did not mean to startle you. So far we have made a tiny Jiggle with her little microphone marker, and we have made a very alarmed Tangela. Almost like make a little stack. But we have another decision to make right now. Okay. Awesome. Yep, Kit, make some coffee. We are gonna go back to our choices screen, and I just want you all to know, right? We're gonna pick one more, and we're gonna make one more today. In fact, we may not even finish one because I don't know if we've got a whole one, depending on which one of these gets picked. But I will definitely show you both, because I'm a completionist. You need to know the answers to both. I am very firm on that. 'Cause I can't stand an unresolved sentence. Let's go with sentence, because I didn't know how to finish that sentence, which is unfortunate. But okay, let's see. Let's get... Oh, cool. We got some numbers coming in. Oh, well, I hope Nikki managed to get some sleep. But okay, I want to hear number one. Oh, here we go. I want to hear number one or number two, and we will reveal who we are making last of all today. Well, I just get resettled in here. Oh, that's looking like a really even split. Is it just me, or is there slightly more twos on that screen? Moving the ball around. 5, 6, I'm seeing a lot of both. I will resolve polls before I do this again, so that we can get more of a conclusive result when I do this. It's feeling pretty even. Like, the screen keeps stopping and it'll seem like it's more 1 or more 2, but then I see that, like, some people are, like, spamming it, which is fine, it's fine, but, like, I'm enjoying the enthusiasm. I'm sorry that my hello startled you guys. Should I ring a little bell? I'll turn the camera on first next time. That'll be less alarming. Let's see. Oh, you can see where I spilled water on myself? That's fine, I'll get over it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I see 28 ones. Yeah, a poll would be really handy. I don't know how to make one, and I'm suitably embarrassed by that fact. But I also just can't do anything about it right now. Okay, so we're gonna have to make a decision one way or the other, and I'm seeing a lot for 1 and I'm seeing a lot for 2. It seems pretty split evenly, so I guess we don't make either and I end the stream? No, I'm just joking. I wouldn't do that to you guys. I don't want it to be my choice. That's kind of the point. Maybe do a countdown. All right, uncover both and then we choose. Yeah, okay. I'm actually fine with that idea. I will reveal both and you guys can just choose which one you'd rather see. Alrighty, so turning the numbers off. If you voted for 1. Oh, we like the dice roll idea. Should I not reveal both? Hold on. Sometimes I keep dice in this drawer. Okay. I have a dice, it's just a d6, but let's say odds are 1 and evens are 2. Yeah? I think that's fair. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. We're agreeing to the dice roll. Let's swap it over to the design screen so you can keep me honest. There's the dice. And that's a 5. That's a 5, which means it's number 1. Decision has been made. So let's swap back over to the choice screen so I can show you what that actually means. Number 1. Oh, I'm still erasing. Okay, here we go. What you could have had. We'll erase number 2 first. What you could have had is some Diglett Doug trio type action. But what we're going to be making instead is a Psyduck. I'm seeing people ask to have the choice to swap if they want to. So I'll let us sit with this decision for a minute while I wrangle my yarn, and you guys can be very vocal if you're not interested in Psyduck and you'd rather see the Doug Trio / Diglett. There's that. Oh, do I want to use cream or do I want to use pale yellow for that? Probably cream. Okay, I'm seeing an ew Diglett, and so that feels... Okay, I'm feeling like the vibe is definitely for Psyduck, so that's great, that's good. I can work with that. So yeah, so no Diglett, no Doug Trio today, but they will have to be done eventually, guys, just saying. So I'll swap us back to the design screen because I'm trying to pick yarn at the moment. I'll turn on my... Bye-bye Jiggles. Come here, Psyduck. So I'm trying to pick colours, and I had this sunshiny yellow colour picked out, but I don't think he's that yellow. I think I'm better off going with, for the better colour match, pale yellow and cream, I think is... Oh yeah, just holding them up to the sprite there, like that tells me the answer. Cool. And I've got a little bit of black there that I'll use to add a little curlicue on top, and I'll probably do it the way I did with a little chicken. He's just got a little turkey stitch type loopy stitch thing happening on his head. Bok. He's supervising. Cool. So we have our yarn, we have our camera all set up again. Our microphone is clearly working because someone would have told me by now if I wasn't talking. So let's sketch us up a Psyduck. So we'll add him to our layout here. We'll probably pop him down here. You can see him a bit better if I put him up here, but my hand might be in the way. You do not need a stream of consciousness of this. Okay, so for Psyduck, he is not a ball, but he is kind of a little bowling pin type shape. He's maybe a little bit fatter than that even. Okay. Fun fact, yellow was almost Kakuna, but I felt that was too mean. So he's like that, and then he's got like a beak. Some eyes. He's got some little head bits. He is one of the many with fingers for some reason. Ooh, I should try and do him in the headache pose. Yeah, definitely should try and do him in a headache pose with his little arms poking up and yeah, because like that feels organic. If we're giving a microphone to Jigglypuff and we're giving stress to Tangela, we have to give a headache to Psyduck, right? That's how it works. And then he's got like these little flippery feet, which again have like a toe aesthetic. And he has a tail. He does have a tail, I know that much. But all in all, he's a good, simple little bean without too many stitch details. It's not like we rolled up Rhyperia, you know what I mean? Who will forever be my benchmark for over-complicated. Oh my goodness. So, we have our little Psyduck. I'm going to do my little line art just because I like doing my little line art. Adding to the picture, you know what I mean? And like I maintain, it helps me understand the shapes. Something about drawing them just like helps me with my approach. Now, oh, I flubbed that line real bad. So in approaching this, I'm going to go inverse to how I did Jigglypuff because I'm going to learn my lesson. And I'm going to pick one of the smaller details and I'm going to make it first as at an appropriate size. And then we're going to use that to size up. We'll make the larger pieces the right size. So that's just a good way to approach anything that has like tiny little fingers or little toes like his little flippies have. So there we are. That's our little Psyduck boy. We'll chuck the things with eyes around it so that the camera can try and focus. So we will do a little piece breakdown here. So we've got he's just a little cutie patootie. We'll probably be able to do the tail in the same piece. So that's even from the side. And then from the front, he's, again, just a squat little bean. Again, all technical terms. I am a professional. Then we'll have the beak, which has this like little 3-point thing, and it's got some beakiness to it. And then I think we're just gonna like basic bill. Yeah, yeah, and then flippery feet, exactly. So I just glanced up at chat and they're just like, yay, make flipper feet. I'm just like, yeah, he's gonna have flipper feet, don't you worry about that. Which we could do as single layer feet, just because they are such a very flat piece, like we did with Jiggles. Who I didn't mean to name that, but it's just sort of stuck. And then he's also got hands, which need to be long enough, which is a real trick. So honestly, the hands will probably be an at the end sort of thing. But we'll do those fingers with treble crochet because they're like, that's just the most appropriate use for those. Those feet, I think we're going to use picots for them. But yeah, those are all of the pieces we need to make Psyduck, who I have not yet assigned a nickname. Feel free to negotiate that in the chat. But I think we're going to start with the flippery feet. And then we'll use that to sort of size everything from there, because like everything else can kind of have like options to it. Like the eyes, we could end up using the safety eyes that I've got here for pupils, or we could just stitch on a pupil if we end up going that way. So we got options. Nikita, we've already started again. Yeah. Oh, bye Mia. Thanks for hanging out for so long. You were here for a while. Okay. Cool. Everybody's negotiating names in the chat while I'm deciding how I want to do flipper feet. They're very flat. So I'm going to work up a little flat foot. And then we'll work out sizing from there. Yeah. So his flippery feet are this color. I like Ducky Boy. Oh, Ducky Boy feels great to me. This isn't going to be the easiest color to see, but it will all add up over time. It will. Okay, these are all strong suggestions. I've seen Ducky Boy, I've seen Duck Nugget, Duck Bean, Potato Boy. Like all of these feel very organic coming out of my mouth regarding a Psyduck, so honestly they'll all probably apply and we'll just see which one ends up being the one that I go back to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6. And we'll tighten that off. And I think that these feet need to be bigger because we're not aiming for Jigglypuff scale. We're aiming to be in scale with like the rest of them. So I'll bring Ivysaur back into frame as a reminder. That's closer to what we're actually aiming for. It's just Jiggles got away from us a little bit in the like the inverse metapod. And the inverse metapod issue. So there we go. Now we're gonna make them a little bit bigger. There we go. Now, yeah, tighten that off again. Now, do they feel too wide or do they feel just wide enough? I think that they might be just wide enough. Okay. Okay. I accidentally flipped it, so I did my increases before my single crochets, and that does make a difference on small pieces like this, so I just have to fix my notes. And then we are gonna go single crochet, we are gonna picot, we are gonna single, picot, single, picot, single. Yeah. I'm gonna do that 3 times. We're just gonna see how we feel about it, and we can always just frog it and try something else. Well, Zach the Sunshine, the good news is that I am going to be leaving this video up, just like I did with the last one, which I believe is still available. So you can go back and explore the noodly magic that was the creation of our very, very stressed out noodle boy. Now see, Waddle is a very nice name for a very nice duck. I think we might just have to make him and see if he turns out as more of a potato, more of a duck, or just more of like a waddle, you know? More of a little waddle. Now that's a big foot. To be in proportion with the rest of him, second foot would be there. It makes him a tall boy, but I feel like that's... See, this is the problem. I packed them all away, whereas like having them out actually gave me some reference for sizing. Let's just pluck him off the back and pluck you off the back. Yeah. So as long as he's not bigger than Charmander, I think we're okay. Still got a nose full of fibers. He just might have largish feet. Does anyone mind if our Psyduck has large feet? There'll be a minute before you hear that, so I might just settle on in. I think this foot is fine and acceptable. They just might be on the biggish side. Oh, threw it across the room. No, they might be too big. How would I make them smaller? Is the question that I ask there. So I would make them smaller by going back to 6 around, and instead of increasing the whole round, make one spot that increases. So 1, 2, increase, 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 1 and 2. Okay, that's better. That's a bit better. And then we're gonna do slip stitches so we don't grow any further. Cool, and now we do our picots. Okay, it's not as defined, but it's still ducky foot, and it's a little bit smaller and a little bit more size appropriate. So we are going to go with the smaller version. That said, I still have the pattern scribbled down for the larger version, so if we end up making things and larger feet are more appropriate, we can just whip them up again real quick, because I'm not going to make the second foot just yet. Oh goody, I didn't write any of that down. Pico, slip stitch, times 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then probably a slip stitch at the end and finish off. Okay, cool. Nailed it. Oh. As I said, Kit, I've kept the pattern for the big feet. This is just, we're trying not to let things get out of hand, because Jigglypuff ended up too small. I would hate for Psyduck to end up behemoth. That is quite a large foot for a little duck. So there we are, we have our foot. What do we want to make? Actually, you know what, that's kind of a beak as well. Quack, quack. Wouldn't it be funny if the beak and the feet were the same pattern? So, do I want to make the body next? Do I want to build a snowman? Let's grab the yellow and let's just see what happens, shall we? I love winging slightly more complex shapes while live on camera and feeling like I only have half the brain to give to them, but I gotta get used to it, I suppose. There we go. There we go. So we got our yellow ready. We are going to endeavour to make this body. Now, thanks to this little design here, it should be relatively easy to stay on track. So we're building kind of a ballish type thing for the top half of the head. So same way that we were approaching it for... Did we ever name Noodle Boy, or am I just calling him Noodle Boy? And Jiggle. So like the similar premise to building up enough of a little curve. So the question is, do we want it Jiggle size, or I'm envisioning him as the head? I think Noodle Boy is more appropriate. So he was an 18 stitch size ball, which is a nice good size ball, but we can always go bigger if we need to. That's the problem though. Problem is that we can always go bigger if we need to. I know how to math. I do math really well. There we go. Nope. I got it wrong. I think. And 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will get us up to 15? No, that should get us up to 15. That should get us up to 18. That's better. That's better. We fixed it. Okay, here we go. I would also be cool with giant Psyduck. But sadly all good things must come to an end, so we have to set realistic goals sometimes. He's just a little tater tot. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just sitting here thinking about, first of all, stitch markers. Gotta use stitch markers when crocheting on camera, that's just the rules. But the fact that if I don't get 4 Pokemon done every single week, I'm not going to be ready in time for my like December deadline, which is ideally when I'd like this like video to be ready, because this is all in preparation for a video of crocheting all 151 first gen Pokemon. That's not a secret, it's the plan. And if I don't get 4, like I suppose now it's like 5 done every week, because I lost a week in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, cool. And I'm like really jazzed right now that we got 3 done, so I don't know, 1 day a week just might not cut it, but 1 day a week is I think what I've got the energy for right now. So these might escalate the more stressed I get as we head deeper into the year. meant to be a 3. We mucked that up, but we mucked it up on the math side, not the stitch side. Stitch marker earrings sound cool. Just jazzing myself up a little bit. We are heading into, we're 4 hours and 41 minutes, so we're almost into hour 5, which is not too bad. I got to build up my stream stamina a little bit, but I think that we're doing okay. You guys are a nice chill audience, which helps. It means that I can be a little bit chill here, and the fact that you guys voted for no music probably saved us from conking out hours ago, so might need to get a more comfortable chair. But those are details. Those are details. We can get that. We can fix that later. Oh. What is too big? Everyone asking what is too big. Okay, it's kind of like distance is just a measure of how long it takes you to get somewhere. Size, in this regard, is how long it takes to accomplish. So I will give this Psyduck another hour, maybe another 2, and I would like to finish the Psyduck, and therefore anything that would take longer than that is too big. And that is how you work backwards and work out what too big is. Go. I think that's a good size for the top of the Psyduck head. In relation to the feet. Those feet might still be too big, so you guys get your wish. In that the giant feet persist. I'm tempted to go one size larger again though, just he's got that roundish little head. We're gonna go bigger. I'm gonna regret it later. I'm gonna regret it an hour from now when we're still stitching up the body. But we're gonna go bigger, we are. Let's go bigger! To 21 stitches, so not as big as Jiggles, but bigger than Noodle Boy. Yeah, the music might have been nice during the break. That's true. Maybe I'll think about it in terms of, for the breaks. Because the longer the string gets, like I get a break, otherwise labour laws will be after me. Oh, hi JK. Also, I think, look, anyone who's been here, like, I know that you guys have all been, like, around for a while in general. I just gotta say, you all know how susceptible I am to peer pressure. I'd really appreciate it if you would stop chanting bigger in the chat right now. Because, I'm just one person, and the sun has gone down. And there's 130 more of them to go. That's much better. Okay, we're gonna go do some rows around now. This is nice. You guys are kind of self-maintaining at the moment. So I saw someone had pet funnel web spiders. It's like, that feels like an unnecessary risk. But do you know that like funnel webs, I think it's funnel webs, or it might be tarantulas. It's one of the, it is a hole-dwelling spider. Keep tiny frogs as pets because the little frogs get protection from the giant spiders, and the little frogs eat all the bugs that would otherwise eat the spider's eggs. And so like they've literally formed this like symbiosis, which is, or I suppose you could also consider it that like the spiders have domesticated the frogs, or the frogs have domesticated the spiders. But either way, it's lovely. Andy says the sun is rising there. Good, I wondered where it went. I'm glad to know that someone's got eyes on it. The sun never sets on the Complicated Knots empire. Thank you, Zach. That's very supportive and nice. I will keep him proportionate with everyone else, though I will throw in that Metapod, technically you can keep things in proportion with Metapod. There we go, it was an Amazonian tarantula that I was talking about that keeps frogs as pets, and I just think that's delightful. I saw some footage of one the other day, and basically someone picked up a log, and there was a giant spider under there, like a giant tarantula, and these two little frogs were sitting nearby, and like as the log got lifted up, you saw the little frogs like the spider moved to one side and the little frogs jump into the hole to be safe, and the spider got all big and scary over the top. And I'm just like, what an absolute bro. He has his tiny frog pet friends, and they're just looking out for each other, you know? Okay, we have a head. Let's see, proportionately, I'm going to add another row of head. Stitches. Head stitches. This is just turning into this is unmanageable. The yarn is being horrendously poorly behaved. I didn't even know it had a center pull, and somehow its center pull is tangling with my main pull, and that's annoying. We're just winding down into the evening now on a Monday. So I know some of you are just sort of starting your Monday morning. Yep, stitches, head stitches, that's what I said. Okay, here we go. Did I know that the Sydney funnel web is not Australia's most venomous spider? It's just highly venomous and in high rates in suburban areas. That is very, very interesting. I didn't know that it wasn't the most poisonous. What is, the whitetail maybe? No, that one doesn't feel deadly enough. Is it like one of those things where it's like the daddy long legs, but it can't inject enough in a high enough proportion to do anything to something the size of a human? Alright guys, it's been almost 5 hours. Let's get another roundup. Who do we have in the chat? Where are y'all from? Is the Australia clan still representing? The US all waking up now? I know Europe was waking up for a second there. I know there was a good representation from Poland, which was unexpected but delightful. And in another thematically appropriate moment, the yarn is giving me a migraine. Why are you like this? Get back in there. Oh, I see, it was a trick question. The most poisonous is still a funnel web. It's just not the Sydney funnel web. Good to know. Oh, we got some, let's see, we got Paris, we got Queensland, South Africa, the night shift kicking in from the US. Hi, Sierra. New Zealand still here. Of course, Florida is here. Hello, Kit. New Zealand, lots of Australia. Wow. Okay, cool. So it seems that I honestly think that this time slot captures more of my brethren, my people from my homeland. You're gonna have big feet, ducky. Maybe if I overstuff you a little bit. Cool, so I'm gonna start pulling it in on... this is kind of a tricky shape for this. Okay, alright, I'm gonna pull it in on all sides. When I grow it out again, I'll be growing it out more along the front. The sides will be even, so sides and front will get the increases, and the back will get less increases. There'll be more of a slope there. There's going to be some of my little circle drawings for this one. But for this next row, I think we're just going to take it down on the sides to start with. Yeah, something like that. A little decrease, we'll do 2 decreases, that'll get us back to 18, which is nice familiar round territory. We like us some nice familiar territory. So we'll go wait, how many rounds did I end up doing of just stitches? Just 3. Okay, cool. We'll do a decrease, and then we'll do 2 decreases evenly spaced over there, and then we have 2. So that uses up 6 stitches of the 21. So 21 take 6 is 15, divided by 2 isn't even, because of course it's not. And we're going to do 7 and then 8. And we might swap those around based on where the decreases fall. Oh, Arkansas, Michigan, Netherlands, Nebraska, Niagara Falls. Yeah, so cool. So I'm getting lots of the US now. You must all be the early risers. I've thought about staying up super late trying to catch you guys on like the other end, but I don't know if that's going to be very healthy for either of us in the long term. Just yeah, never going to catch everybody, but if I stay on long enough, I should give everybody at least a chance if they want to have their moment to stop in and say hi. Oh, hi to Melbourne. Oh, Canada. I just saw Canada go past. Denmark, Adelaide, Sweden. Lots of. I think I've got all the states and territories here. That's really cool. From Australia specifically. Sorry, I don't know about America. I'm not keeping track. But like Australia is cool. And easier to count. Okay, that brought us in a little bit. And now I feel more in control heading into the next row. So how do we want to do this? I think that's actually enough of a pull in, and we just want to just flare straight back out again. With 18, that's nice and easy, but we're gonna throw to a circle diagram. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's not even. It doesn't have to be. So we are very much on one side of this. So we want like long ways. We want to flare out evenly across the front and only a little bit across the back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the halfway point there, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 works out okay on this as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where we'd increase at the back if we want it even. And then we've got 5 to position at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 again. And 5 to position at the front just means it's only 4. That's only 4. I need to do it the other way. So change colors. Let's do this one, and this one, this one, this one, and this one. Stop to scratch the yarn fibers out of my nose. Yeah, cool. So that's, you got all that right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I get a little bit like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 repeats. 3 single crochet. An increase, possibly an increase 3. Yeah, I think we might actually increase 3 that just to give it a little bit more. And then 4 single crochet on the other side, and that should get us a nice even 24 stitches around. Duchess Cassandra, I will learn how to do it, or I'll work out what I'm missing out here before I try this again. Honestly, I just thought it would be obvious, so I didn't really practice it when I was preparing the little game that we played today. But I was wrong. Yeah, one way or another, I'll just work out how to do it for next week. Assuming, of course, that we play this game again next week. I assume you guys want to play again next week. I feel like it's slightly more fun than just for any of like I said before, any of like the big ones that I know people are super invested in. Any of the dragons, Charizard, probably even things like Venusaur, Blastoise, those ones there, I'll make sure that they are really obvious that that's what we're making that day, so anybody who's specifically invested in making those ones can find them. But otherwise, I think these games are a really good way to like work through a bunch that people may not necessarily want to watch. Just like, because like Charizard's cool and all, but like eventually we're going to have to make Diglett, you know? And isn't it better to just not know that we're making Diglett until you're already watching and engaged? I think so. My stitch count wasn't quite right. We're going to check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, well that works out. That checks out. Landmarks work out, so I just lost count. No big deal. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. I did my increase 3 off to one side. That's what threw me off. That's okay though, we can fix that. 1, 2, 3. Cool. There we go. So it looks like I only did 3 there. And I was supposed to do 4. That doesn't feel like enough either. Let's try that now. I'm seeing Diglett supremacy in chat. That's making me nervous. But yeah, like we'll have to do Diglett. I have nothing against Diglett either, but I'm also at some point going to have to do the people. There was like a dozen of them. I went through and I checked. There's Machop, Machoke, Machamp. There's the Abraline. There's Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee. There's Mr. Mime. There's Jinx. There's just like all the people who shouldn't be Pokemon. They shouldn't be Pokemon. They just shouldn't be Pokemon. I don't understand. They're like, why is my math like this? Why is my math like this? 14, 15, 17, 18. Did I just start with too many stitches? No, because the count comes out as correct with the increase. Ah, that's, first of all, that. So that does change things. But that should only get us to 25, and now it's getting us to 24 instead. I warn you guys, the second the brain stops braining, we'll end up calling it. But I think I shortchanged myself 1 round of increases at the front here. So we're still fine. We're still able to catch problems, but if the brain stops braining, it's no fun for you or for me. Go, and we're going to increase 3 at the back because he has a sassy little tail that we want to curve out for. Okay, good. There we are. Right, now we just need to build up the top of his body. I'm going to keep maybe every second row. Do I even want to do that? Extend it out into a tail. Ah, damn fibers. Hydrating. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Yeah, exactly. You got to watch out for that math not mathing and the brain not braining and the chat not chatting. I'm going to do a round. It's what I call a safety round. It's where I feel like I've done so much shaping, I want to see what it looks like if I just extend it a little bit. Sometimes I frog back and sometimes I don't. So we're going to do a safety round. Do that. Extend it out into a tail. Ah, damn fibers. Hydrating. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Yeah, exactly. You got to watch out for that math not mathing and the brain not braining the chat, not chatting. I'm going to do a round. It's what I call a safety round. It's where I feel like I've done so much shaping, I want to see what it looks like if I just extend it a little bit. Sometimes I frog back and sometimes I don't. So we're going to do a safety round. Round and around and around and around and around and around and around we go. That's true. All of today's Pokemon have feet, but no legs. They also don't have any arms. No armies, no leggies. They face defeat. Yeah, see, that's curving out way too fast. Safety round it is. I know how to single crochet. Come on. You're being obnoxious. You are. Okay. So yeah, I feel like if we just like extend our little potato down, slap some little feet on him, some little arms up to his head, little beak, I think we're onto something. Jiggles has a hand to hold the mic. She's got another little hand too. It's just we made her so small I couldn't double wall things, which, I mean, you know, is a little peeve of mine, but you know, we make it work. Ah, good morning to Kelly. And here we go. Here we go. All right, you got this. We're feeling positive. We're going to do that for like 4 more rows. That's 1. We're actually going to close this up this time so it doesn't become super obnoxious. That's only 100 stitches, it's fine. Psytot, as in the name, or are you starting to get a soft spot for Psyduck? Because honestly, the act of making them, it's the Carnivine effect. I've got all of these rules sprouting up from it. It's like the Carnivine effect means that it's a Pokemon you previously didn't like, and you've somehow developed a soft spot for through the act of creating it or maybe watching it being made. And we've got, I don't know, the Metapod Equilibrium, the Metapod something. Anyway, inject appropriately sciencey sounding word here. The Metapod conundrum, where like you will accidentally occasionally make one huge. And I suppose there's the Jigglypuff inverse, or the Metapod inverse, I guess. It's still Metapod rule, where you'll accidentally make one smaller than expected. Back in there. I don't understand why you're doing this in front of company. And the good news to anybody who wants a giant Psyduck, like, there's always the chance of doubling any shaping that goes into the small one and making it big. Because a little nugget this size, you double it, comes twice the width, twice the height, and suddenly you're really onto something. Viva la Psytot. Dyer's word, I think I just did that. It's just every so often it like wiggles its way back out again. Normally I would be using the center pull, but you know, like once you get started, that ship has sailed. Have I watched Pokemon Concierge? I have not. Oh, damn it, there's a fibre in my eye now. I have not seen seen that on Netflix. Metapod Maneuver. Oh, I like Metapod Maneuver. I feel like I want it to involve chaos somehow, like entropy. No, not entropy. The Metapod something. We'll name it. We will. We'll come up with something. Yeah, sorry, Diazoid. That's just like the nature of the delay. Like sometimes I'll ask you guys a question and I'll be like sitting here waiting and then I'm just like, oh, they're going to hear just a minute of dead air after they've answered my question. The Metapod Event Horizon. I like that because it implies that Metapod has the gravity of what, like a black hole? Or a bomb? I'll just go back through and read the Big Bang Theory titles. They're all named pseudo-scientific thingies. Sorry, did I just see Foster Pancakes flash past the screen? Pokemon, yeah, tomorrow? Oh! What book series is it? We're readers. Well, I'm a reader. I've imprinted on all of you that you're all readers as well. Can I make a video trying crochet with stupid giant thick strings? Wait, haven't I already done that already, or are you talking about even stupider giant thick strings? Okay, good. I knew that it was either bombs or black holes, but okay, it's black holes. It's just like, you guys don't tune in for the science. It's fine. I know my weaknesses and I know my strengths. Okay, little ducky, I think that we have reached your height and you are 1 row shorter than expected, which is fun for me. I don't mind that at all. You're only 100 stitches tall and not 125. Yeah. You are missing a tail though, so we will have to make a tail piece, and that's just okay, that's fine. But we line it up with the feet. So see, giant feet comparatively. So aren't we glad we took them down a size? Yes, we are. And that's the back, that's the front. So now, oh no, he's a little bit taller than his head is. To keep it proportionate, I do have to go around again. My bad, you are 125 centimeters tall. I keep trying to make things to like my preferred proportions for things, but actually with Pokemon, sometimes they're not my preferred proportions for things. And like in this case, I would make his head and body kind of more even. And he's not turning out the shape I drew at all. But it is what it is. And yeah, it's just if I look at the actual sprite on the screen, you can see that his body is about 2 heads tall, and so to do that I have to put another row in. It's just the way that works. Yeah. Let it be one victory that we do acknowledge that none of the cameras have turned off or failed on us today. So that is progress. Go. Jazz, if you're doing 200 single crochet into a chain, good luck. Godspeed. If you're trying to count while doing it, make sure you mark every 10th or 20th stitch. You will thank yourself later. Wait, yeah, no, I missed that. Anathema Ray has just asked if it's into one chain, and now I really need to know the answer to that as well. That's like a whole other question. Again with the Foster Pancakes, what is going on? And we're going to go decrease, 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 which is 3. And normally there'd be 12 on one side, which would leave 6 stitches across the front. And then, yep, that lines up. Plus 6 is 18, plus 7. Do I want to close in the tail the same way I started it? No, I don't. I want to just leave it the way it is. So we will do 7 across the back, which will bring us down to an annoying 19 stitches unless we wanted to put a decrease in there, but we don't. Again, welcome to both sides of this conversation, starring me. Your hand is going to fall off. Okay, yep, that has to be in relation to the 200 single crochet comment. A row of chains. Okay, that's less intense than putting them all into the same little chain. That little chain would be MVP, you know? So just a lot of faith to put in one little loop of yarn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and we're going to do 3 more decreases. So what I'm doing at the moment is instead of closing it off evenly the whole way around, I'm closing it off at the sides, just because I want him to have that like waddly look. And if we close it off as an oval, it'll kind of like balloon out his pantaloonies, which is just always a really good look for a duck. Right, okay. Someone has explained the Foster Pancakes comment. Zach the Sunshine says, I misread parakeets as pancakes and then it got noticed and evolved into this mess. Okay, I apologize for noticing the one thing that would have possibly caused that chaos to unfold, but I also don't apologize for introducing the chat to Foster Pancakes. Okay, and now we're gonna... this is me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. We're gonna close those off aggressively now, just to really enhance that waddle. As he is the waddliest duck in all the land. Yep, and then we're still 6 across the front, and now we're still facing the same issue of do we want to close the butt off more aggressively? And I'm gonna say yes. Yes, I think we do. Obnoxiously enough, that doesn't take care of our extra stitch problem still. There. Crochet, deck 3, 2 single crochet, and that's going to leave us down at 13 instead of 12. I hate it when I get off base 6. I like to be in nice, even factors. Math term, nice, even multiples. That's the word. But alas and alack, sometimes ducks are misbehaving, or and we're going to do 2. The book series is Zodiac Academy. Thank you, Darcy Rose. I do not mind the spam. It's only if it starts like disrupting the general flow of conversation. And Mr. Bones has a different stance, and he is in charge here. So, yeah. But cool, Zodiac Academy. Thank you. I love that the explanation is now echoing through time about the parakeets versus pancakes. Somebody make a parakeet with a little pancake as a cape or a hat. Oh wait, that's me. That's probably my job. Not today. We're gonna stuff. Night, Dottie Wood. Thanks for hanging out. The Ivysaur on my table. Yep. It was made in the last live stream, and the pattern was released on Patreon over the weekend. I think it might have even been on Thursday. I was pretty on top of things last week. I should just put this in the description at this point, but the patterns for the Pokemon aren't released for sale. They're just released to the patrons because it could get my Etsy shop closed down if I post them on there. So, you know, fair enough. He's such a chubby ducky. Quack, quack. He's come out very small again. All of these stream ones. In fact, the stream seems to be really good for my discipline regarding the size. I'll have to get you guys involved next time I do one of the chaos ones. It's like, this is a great size. If they'd all ended up this size, I'd be done by now. am I waving at the camera? I don't know. It just started doing that. We're okay. Favorite Pokemon crochet I've done? Ooh, okay. Controversial take, but as much as don't get me wrong, I love my Gengar. He's here supervising. My favorite is probably Rhyperior. I just nailed him so perfectly, if I do say so myself. Yeah, it's just, he turned out so great. And yeah, Rhyperior. Rhyperior is my answer right now. It's all the little details. They make him seem a lot more impressive than he is, but he's a very impressive gentleman. And a single crochet to make up for that annoyance. But it's a necessary bit of shaping a duck's butt. There we go. And finish off. I apologise, that was more aggressive than intended. It rattled my brain a little bit. Well, and we're just going to close this off. Do I need a term for making things smaller while streaming? Did I say it in an inappropriate way? Did it sound weird? Wednesday? Wednesday wasn't my last live stream. Monday was. Am I having a stroke right now? What's going on? Yeah, or parakeet like laying on its back with its little belly out, like the little pat of butter. Wait. And we have 1 foot for the ducky, which is progress, and we love progress. Now, the good news for you, mate, is that I think I've made your head small enough that your arms are going to be able to reach it to grab it, which is just like, I suppose, part of the goal here. I'm covered in yellow yarn. Yellow yarn. Bye, Fluffy Chomper. Have fun at work. What am I doing here right now? I'm going to make the other foot because I have locked in that size and no larger, so may as well make another one now. Yes, it was, Kai. The stream before this one was Wednesday. You started at like 9 PM your time, not Thursday. What? No, I definitely streamed on Monday night. I'm 100% sure about it. Kit's just messing with me. Because like the video came out on Thursday. The last video came out. Maybe I'm getting confused. Because like, yeah, the video came out Thursday at 10 PM. Like it always does for me. Which would line up with that time frame. But the live stream that I'm talking about was the Monday. And it was Monday from, I think it was like 7 PM till about 10, 11 PM. Something like that. Maybe 6 PM till it was like 4 hours on Monday evening for me. Kit, I prescribe coffee. Copious amounts. Plus you have your move to worry about. So like, yeah, I would be getting more sleep if I was you. Yeah, it was definitely Monday. Good, thank you. What's funny is that I'm susceptible enough to peer pressure that if enough of you were like, no, it was Wednesday, I would have believed you. I'm just like, wow, I'm just not keeping track at all these days. Oh, I should get a calendar or something. Oh, well, now you mentioned it, I don't think I remember to announce this one on Discord. Yikes. Sorry to Discord people who are maybe watching this later, or who maybe found their way here on their own. Yeah, 4:15, that was last night. It was Monday. I promise it was Monday, it's fine. And it's not a big deal because it's up there now. And it'll just stay up there. There you go. Second little ducky foot. You have giant feet, sir. Good for paddling. And flip-flopping. And pancaking. Why are you sideways? I do not like that. Oh, you are such a fat little ducky, and I am such a fan. I am your fan, little ducky. Okay, what do we want to do next? Don't have time to sit and ruminate, let's make some eyes. Did I finish writing those notes down? I did. Golly, I'm good sometimes. Yeah, Zach, you're not wrong. It's fine. I know that it wasn't on purpose. And I think it's funny. But you all had me genuinely questioning reality for a second there. And we're gonna yank that eye on in. I think I've decided we're gonna do stitched pupils. So that can go either way, but actually, you know, he'd be really funny with like really wide pupils, like the Trippin' Ducky. Like, is he still Psyduck if he has massive pupils? Because that's just really funny to me. I almost wish I just attached them straight to the yellow. Like he's seeing the music type eyeballs. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna lean into that. It amuses me. Yeah, no, I remembered his colouring being a whole lot more intense in general. Somebody was commenting about the feet not being orange like they remembered. It's like, I think that I'm using like the original concept sprite art for my inspiration, and I do think that the designs have been tweaked over time. So you may find that they have changed colour, but yeah. You may just find that they have changed colour over time. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. The eyes are officially going down as a magic ring of 6, not fully pulled. Ugh, you know what this means, guys? It means that anyone on Patreon is going to be getting 4 patterns on Thursday, if I get them typed up in time. Excuse me. Hydrating. Yeah, because I am going to try and get all of these out and up and off to you lot at the same time so I don't double post. It's like, with Ivysaur it was easy because it was mainly just a pattern hack from Bulbasaur. But for these guys, they are 3 new creations. Let's just pop your eyeball in. You're such a handsome ducky. You are seeing that music though. You are off the reservation. Oh, I don't know if that's okay to say. I apologize if that's not okay to say. Anyway, yeah, duckies. My dog Igor is barking at the Pinlari that comes every week. Well, maybe he's saying hello. Logan, we have done Tangela, we have done Jigglypuff, and we are now making Psyduck. We narrowly avoided making Diglett. And I was going to do a double up. It was going to be Diglett and Doug Trio because, I'm sorry, Diglett's just a tube. 5 and 6. And we are absolutely powering our way through this ducky. Your eye fell out. Where'd it go? We got it. Oh, sorry. I will do things on camera. I am on camera talent. Which means it must be on camera. There we go. Bye Diaswoad. Thanks for hanging out. Why do my trousers whisper to me? Okay, I feel like arms are probably a natural progression for this guy. Are they wings on a duck? I think they're wings for a duck. So we'll start with a little magic ring, hopefully of 6. I have not snapped the backs on. This is important. I have to remember to snap the backs on the eyes. And so I'm being bold and trying to go all the way to a magic ring of 6 for the wings, and I think it'll work. And we're going to build some little fingies. Then we're going to use our proper adult words. He's got 3, doesn't he? Yeah, okay. We're going to do the treble crochet slip stitch combo. But they might be downsized to double crochets. We'll just see. So that is when I put a long stitch in the front loop of a stitch. So in this case, it's a treble. Then I stick a slip stitch in the back loop of the same stitch. And it creates little fingies. And then you just skip the slip stitches in the following round. Sometimes you don't need to worry about the slip stitch in the back loop, but in this case we do, because I'm putting 3 of them in a row, and otherwise they'd bubble out a little bit too much. Just like that, our ducky has some fingers. You know what? Golduck goes in the people list. I've been thinking about it, I've been ruminating on it. I think Golduck is people shaped. Look it up. Don't get me wrong, he's monstery people, but he's people. Okay, so there's your little hand. It's going to go on your head. So I want to put increases at the palm and decreases at the top so that it grows flat down this way. Eyes, not snapped on, exactly. How did I start learning how to pattern make? Okay, well, I kind of told the story earlier on stream a little bit, but I was, funnily enough, trying to make Pokemon patterns, and I found ones that I liked, and then I couldn't find ones for others, and in the end I just wasn't, I remember distinctly working on a Pikachu, and like, it was just a potato. Like, it was just a potato, and so I was like, oh, I wonder if I add increases, can I make it a little bit more like Beautylicious, you know? And it turns out the answer was yes. So that's probably the origin of the first time, and it was only like the 4th thing I'd ever made. So like, I started with pattern hacking, and then it was a matter of just like, it slowly just became, I can't find any patterns even close, so I guess I'll just make it up as I go. I've always like suffered from this idea that I can do things. And then I try them, and sometimes I find out I can't, and that's fine, and sometimes I find out that I can, and it's great. I feel like I'm shouting a little bit. I apologize, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go 4 single crochet and increase 3 and then a single crochet to grow out on that side. And then in the subsequent row, I'll shrink the top. Words are hard, I think I'm right. There we go. The good news about this hand is it should be, how do you say, omnidirectional. It shouldn't matter which way around it goes. So this is crochet. And there we go, like we're building. And I'm slipping down so that he can be like grabbing his poor noggin. So we're going to decrease 3, we're going to 2 single crochet, and then we're going to increase 3, and we're going to 2 single crochet, and that'll progress. Yeah, I'm sorry, his pupils are huge. I might end up just stitching them on. But for now, he's entertaining me greatly with that facial expression. Here we go. Like, honestly, these arms won't need to be too much longer just because he's only a little bean. A precious crispy petite. Okay, yeah, so that's probably the length we want. Now we just want to close it off into a bulb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I might put an increase on the back where we decreased now, just to add a little bit of a flare, and then we'll start closing off around the front. And so we'll just start curving it back in the other way. Yeah, exactly. Lucky Lucy High. If you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're probably right. It's just like you won't know until you actually give it a go. And like, nobody's great at something the first time they try it either. It's just like, the joy of crochet is that you can frog it if it's bad and just do it one row at a time and just like, you work on it and it's all fine and it all comes out great. I dropped his arm. I've been disarmed. There we go. And I think I'm gonna put 2 increases actually. I'm feeling sassy. And then we're gonna go neat, and then we're gonna go neat. So 2 single crochet and then a decrease. And that eats up that extra stitch and corrects the rotation. It's a handy twofer. Next, I'm taking over the TV rather than my phone. Oh, next live. Okay, Plush Phoenix, I agree. I need to be large and I need the whole screen. You'll be able to count how many pixels my cameras have and give me feedback, and that'll be the thing that I correct for the week after. Go, and we're going to go 2 single crochet. There we go. So he's got a pudgy little arm now. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're somehow up to 9. No, that's fine. We're supposed to be. And so we're going to close it off. And I'll do that the nice orderly way of 3 repeats of a single crochet and a decrease, and then it'll get us down to 6, and then we'll be done. The end. Andy Shadow, I like them as well. I was just saying that I agree that words are hard. I would watch them, like I watched them make that Cursed Furby recently. I like watching their gaming streams. I like just watching them make. I just like their vibe. They're a fun vibe. If I can get my vibe as like just immaculate as theirs, it'll be a good time. Good time on this stream. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Today's stream titled I Lost Count, but I don't think it matters. Cool. There we go. Then we have a little rubber kitchen glove type wing type Psyduck arm that we're just closing off the base of. I did not stuff it because I need it to be flexible enough to like curve around the head from the body, and I think that stuffing can be a little bit of an impediment for tiny little pieces like this sometimes. If they're non-structural, I often consider stuffing to be optional. go. Now do I want to palm in or palm out? Palm in. Palm in makes sense. So there we go. And we'll just... I should make his head my new pin cushion, but it just feels a little cruel. And we will pin that in place up here as well. So we sew that on right. There we go. He's got a little arm. And we'll make another one. He's kind of like a Psyduck that got squished. So I'm just reading you guys chatting. Yeah, so April, we are, sorry, I just saw somebody mention that if this becomes a permanent thing, and so I'll just give you a rundown on what I'm currently thinking. So, in the interest of full transparency, the last live stream only earned about $15, which is fine. We're not doing this for the cash, but it also lost me subscribers, which I thought was interesting, but it's also fine and not necessarily why I do it. I don't subscribe firmly to the numbers. But in general, it's not what you could have considered like a raging success, but I had a lot of fun doing it. And I feel like everybody who came along and watched and chatted also had a lot of fun doing it, which is a far more important metric in my mind. So, like, it was enough of a success from my perspective in terms of like those metrics that I thought, you know what, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it every week for the rest of April. So that's today, and I think there's one more week next week. And I was just like, we'll just see what the average result kind of ponders out as. And if it turns out that it's not like hitting the business metrics, but it's hitting the social metrics, as in like, I'm having fun, you guys are having fun, mutually, that's a mutually beneficial kind of conversation, you know, then it'll become something I do, something I try and schedule relatively regularly, but I do it as a fun thing, a social engagement thing. If the sort of, yeah, if the rest of the numbers, like the viewership numbers line up, if it becomes useful in other ways, let's put it that way. If it becomes useful in other ways and it doesn't like lose me subscribers regularly, then like, yeah, it can, I don't know if permanent's the right word, but it'll definitely become a regular thing. I will nail down a date and time, or a day and time, I should say, at that point. Because like, that's why I'm kind of moving it around a little bit now. We've kind of overlapped pretty close with the previous time slot now. So some of you guys might be here from the last one. Hello. What am I doing? 4 single crochet, that's what I'm doing. And so like, somewhere in the jumble of this is I will try and nail down a permanent day and time where you guys will just know that's when I'm going to be streaming, and you can stop by and say hello if you're around, and I'm just getting things done in the background and you guys are providing me with someone to talk to while I do. It still beats the heck out of filming this in a room by myself, because I would have had to be talking like this basically anyway. It's just, I'd be talking to myself, which is significantly less fun, and I probably would have given up by now and stopped by now and gone and eaten dinner by now, which I'm going to have to do shortly, guys. But I'm just curious to see if I can get this Psyduck done in time, you know? And besides, I try and make the content I like to watch, right? And recently well, not even recently, but like I like the really long form content. And don't get me wrong, shorts and whatever are fine for like scrolling mindlessly, if I'm honest. It's just to fill giant blocks of time somehow, but like I really like live streams. I like having them on in the background. I like them as background noise while I'm working or I'm editing. I like YouTube videos as well, but like if I find a YouTube video that's like 30, 40, 50 minutes plus, like that's great. I love that stuff. If I find a YouTube video that's 15 minutes, it just feels like I'm just procrastinating finding something to watch. But it's like it's just one of those things where everyone's a little bit different. Oh, Chloe Lynch, thank you very much. Please, I'm not begging for tips. I appreciate that very, very much, but like, yeah. I just, oh yeah, I don't need that. But yeah, it's like I'm having fun. So it'll continue as long as I'm having fun and as long as it's the sort of stuff that I'm interested in, that I'm watching. One person who streams / content I really like is actually PM7. I think that he streams remarkably well, and I've tried to like learn a lot from how he manages his stream to like, it made me brave enough to try it again myself, you know, because like we're 4 times larger than we were when we first gave this a go. And by we, I mean us, because we're both embarking on this experiment. I don't know if a lot of you were around for that initial one, or there's initial couple, but I just sort of stopped and I didn't miss them. Whereas like after last week, it took me, like we finished at basically midnight, and it took me hours to come down from the post-stream high. It's like my brain was humming from all of like the positive social juices that were accumulated. Oh, that's a revolting way to put that. I'm so sorry for phrasing it that way. Oh, bang. I saw somebody say that it's a shock that I don't get that much for the time I put in. I like my videos do okay. Like I want to be clear here. Thank you, Sam Tyres. Please, everybody, make sure that you have bought every imaginable treat for yourself before you even consider tipping me through YouTube. Just like priorities, okay? But yeah, no, my videos do, like, this is my job. My videos do okay. It's just the stream was odd. I kind of thought it would perform at the same kind of level as my videos, and it didn't, and that was fine. It was fine. It's like I had so much fun that like I had such a great time that I'm back here. So like here we are. Well, the ducky. Wait. But see, I don't mind the Patreon thing. I don't spruik it very much, but I don't mind people supporting via Patreon, because I feel like they get something out of the interaction. You know, they can download the patterns, they can read. I mean, I get that my weekly updates aren't super in depth, but like they can get like that little newsletter, they can get that little touch point, they can feel a little bit special. I do have to talk to you guys about maybe changing the nature of the credits that roll at the end of the videos, but that's a whole that's something I'll talk about later. But yeah, I feel like that's at least a quid pro quo. It's just like you can get yourself a treat that way, whereas like I feel weird about the money getting thrown into an abyss. No, Darcy Rose, not the brain humming positive social juices. Okay, he needs a beak. I'm gonna just refocus this stream and distract y'all so you stop sending me tips. Though I'm very grateful for all of you. You know that. Beak. Any Always Sunny in Philadelphia fans out there? Beak. I think I'm gonna make it double walled. I think we're gonna start here at the tip and we're gonna build it like this. Probably not over 3 rows. This is honestly probably gonna be 2. And then a little tube, and then we'll just give it a little like tentacular Dumbo octopus opening. And I need my cream for this. Here we go. Sith Assassin, I think it's just because I've got my the losing subs thing. I had a big chunk of subscribers join me for the gaming videos that I was doing, as in like the filming the Pokemon and then making the Pokemon. And I just think over time parts of my audience have realized that my content isn't necessarily what they thought it was going to be, and I actually think that's a healthy part of the ecosystem. I also think that with these streams, I've got it set so that if you're not subscribed, you can't chat. And so it makes sense to me that some people might have subscribed to join in the chat and then unsubscribe because the content's not for them. And like, that's also a healthy part of the ecosystem. Yeah, so like, I'm in a good place with it. I do think a lot of people get way too hung up on their stats. Like, and don't get me wrong, I was one of them. I was like I chased those subscriber numbers and everything else. It's like I was trying really hard to like hit certain numbers, but like honestly it just leads to stress. I find that if I just follow my true north, which is just making content that entertains me, that's my true north. That's how I work out what to do. It's like if I think an idea is interesting or engaging or I want to watch it, like if I make that, it turns out you guys tend to want to watch it too. And like that's fine. That keeps us all going. Oh, Wolf Squish, good luck. I should have thought twice before I got to this point. Let's... I think I did this for a piece already today. It's very familiar. Thank you, Flush Phoenix. I do appreciate all of you guys. I do. I'm starting to get very uncomfortable though. Oh, hey! Your first super, congratulations! It's sent me a notification about that. I don't know if you guys can see that in the chat as well, but yay! Also, I think they left because of the stream, or just the natural amount of subscribers lost and it just hit harder after the stream? Honestly, it might even just be that, like, at the time oh, no, so it's not that. I actually can see in the back end who unsubscribes during certain pieces of content. And there was a couple lost after the stream itself, and, like, we're talking about statistically insignificant amounts. If I lost, like, 1,000, it's it means that I am fundamentally doing something wrong. But, like, it's natural ebb and flow to lose, like, 5, 10 here and there. Like, you don't really notice it in the overall thing. Like, I remember like losing 10 people in a day used to like hurt me, like, stress me out real bad. It's like these days it's just like, I don't want people who aren't interested in my content forcing themselves to watch my content, or like it's not mutually beneficial. I keep coming back to that. It's like the people who I have subscribed, I want them to be able to watch, and I want them to be there because they want to be there, and I want them to be there because they enjoy what I'm making. And yeah, it's just like, it makes sense that if I'm no longer enjoying or actively watching a channel, I also unsub. And that's, Jesus, I'm giving this speech and then you wait, I'll see just a massive drop in subs. Everyone's like, oh yeah, good point. Clunk. Please don't go. Anyway, I'm making a beak. This chat has gone completely off the rails now. Yeah. Bye, Dutchy Plays. Thank you for your luck. Hopefully he turns out good. Oof, 24/7 migraine does not sound fun. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, Duchess Cassandra. I understand. Like, I understand that I have a different kind of work, but I work from home, which means that I don't get a lot of, like, external adult interaction. And so, like, I also appreciate that in a live stream. It's just, like, it feels like you're just chilling with a friend or a peer or something, and, like, you're getting to, like, engage your mind at a different level for a different kind of thing. So, yeah. It's just, like, I appreciate that kind of content as well. I love you guys too. Don't go parasocial on me. Apparently that's a bad thing. Oh wait, pancakes. Where are the pancakes? Topic change. What is everyone's favorite topping to put on pancakes? Thank you, Zach. I'm a fan of lemon and sugar. Probably lemon and sugar. So recently I've been making everything with banana. 9, I'm counting, I'm so sorry. Okay, pancakes aside though, what do you all eat for breakfast? I'm just curious, because like, there's such a wide variety. I think breakfast is the supreme meal of all meals. Just like, lunch can easily be skipped and nobody would miss it, but like breakfast, is where it's at. Breakfast has all the best things. Yeah, see, apple slices and bacon into the pancakes. See, wolf squish? Yes, wolf squish gets it. See, I don't know if we have jelly here in Australia, like not the same kind that you're talking about, Tamara. We have jam and we have preserve, if we're feeling fancy. And there is a difference. It's to do with the percentage of fruit. But I don't think we have jelly, which I believe is made mostly from the juice. Do I want to go around again, or is he already beaky enough? I think he might be beaky enough. So that just means that we're starting to like slim it on down. 1, 2, and then a decrease, and then 4, and then a decrease. Is that going to make him crooked? Let's find out. I only went around, I don't even know. I think that was only even once, and I thought I was going to have to do 3 times. I'm seeing everything from I skip breakfast to, which is like a fair, like I know a lot of people skip breakfast. Honestly, I eat breakfast and then I forget about lunch. I'm kind of the opposite, particularly now that I'm from home. Whereas like in the office it used to be I didn't have time for breakfast and then I would eat lunch. So I think it just depends on where you are at any point in time. I've recently gotten super into baked oats. It's basically like a brownie that you can eat for breakfast and it's delicious. And I love that I can just bake it once, then I have breakfast for like a week. Okay, that's me wanting to make things my own proportions again, but look how cute he is. Such a cute little ducky, but he doesn't look like Psyduck right now. We have to work harder to make him look like the duck, not just a duck. So we'll make it longer. Oh, I'm seeing Nutella sandwich. That'd be nice. I'm allergic to hazelnuts, unfortunately, but like I know the forbidden spread. Because like it's like cheese, you know, if you're allergic to cheese, you're still gonna try some. I think that's 10. I think I lost count, but like we're going with it. We are rolling with it. Well, to be fair, these baked oats, they present as a brownie, but they have no sugar or butter in them. So they're made with oats. Well, no, like refined sugar, I should say. They're made with like oats and banana. They're yummy though. They are good, and I have them with like a tub of raspberry yogurt on top. It's just, that's that good stuff. I got a real sweet tooth in the morning. Okay, now we just got to add the little Dumbo squid frills. So we'll do that, and we'll do that. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. With the trying so hard to have fruit for breakfast thing, oh God, I was addicted to grapes for a couple of weeks there, but now I'm off them again. But like, literally, bananas, guys. You can bake them into everything. I literally made pancakes the other day by mixing oat flour and bananas. And I think there was an egg in there. Yeah, there was an egg in there as well. And then just like, it bakes up like a pancake. It was ridiculous. Oh. I kind of made this brownie-like oats recipe myself. And I will say that like, oh, it's so delicious, and oh, it's so like, I do want to be realistic here. It tastes like health brownie. It's just, I like it. It's like oats, banana, maple syrup. I put protein powder in it, just for lols. There's milk, so it's not vegan. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's good. It's really yummy. It bakes up nice. I make it with dark chocolate chips. It's actually kind of bitter, but I like it. I like it. It's very tasty. And I find like first thing in the morning, your palate is so unpolluted, you can trick it into thinking just about anything is sweet. And the banana, oof, you get those like perfectly ripe ones that are just like, the skins are like black, but on the inside the fruit is still just like soft and yellow and good. Like I would never eat a banana, gross. But like in baking, bananas are where it's at. They are the beast. They act as a binding agent and a sweetener, and they're a great source of fiber. This is apparently an ad for bananas. There you are, my ducky friend. Have a bill. Swiss Psyduck's beak kind of points down, but we're going to stick it out like a duck to be respectful. I don't know if these eyes are working for us. Oh, well, thank you, Nick. That's very kind of you. I have a bunch of bananas carbonizing on the banana hotner because I forgot to eat them. Oh no! No, you got to stop them at a certain point. And it's like you gotta check them. Like I'm a bit funny about it. It's like I always break open the bananas and check that they haven't gone like start to get that black stuff in them. Blah. But yeah, it's just like bananas, the perfect, and like banana bread. Oh. Warm banana bread from the toaster, smothered in butter. I'm very much a sweets in the morning person, so I've had to find ways to make that work. Which is funny because, like, I would say that in terms of snacking, I'm more of a savoury. I love platypuses. Sorry, somebody just said that I would make an excellent platypus pattern. I've actually got two on the channel. One is technically the... what was that stupid thing's name? The Platycornicus? Platycornicus, which is technically just like a platypus if you make it just one colour. And then I've got the mini from Christmas the first year. Are we feeling okay about this guy? I think he still needs his little tail and he needs his little head bobs. So let's just make a little pyramid for the tail now. I haven't labelled any of the pieces on my notes, so that's just a fun surprise. We'll find out if I did it or not in time for... oh wow, I didn't write down that whole final row. What even is that piece? What was I just making? I was making the beak. Single crochet. I'm yelling again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just overstimulated. Today has gone on for a lot. Ink. 3, there we go, and then finish off. Cool. That was the beak. There we go. Alright, we're back on track. If all but one of the pieces are labelled, I'll be able to work out what the missing piece is. Alright, final piece. Final piece that we need. It's just the tail. Seeing a lot of love for Perry the Platypus, and I gotta say, I'm a Phineas and Ferb fan, okay? The music in that show absolutely slaps. It has no reason to go as hard as it does, but I will listen to a playlist of the Phineas and Ferb soundtrack. It's just great. It's so good. Yeah, there we go. So another tiny little magic ring of 4, which are not my favourite things, but at least I don't do magic rings of 3 anymore. I'm not a psycho. Keep getting weird ads. How weird is weird? Like, let's just say that YouTube is pretty sure that I'm an extra hairy man with perspiration issues based on the ads that I get. Which is really funny because I'm pretty sure I had to literally fill out a form with my gender at one point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. We are making a tail and it's coming out great. We are still positive even though we are on... oh, we are a minute away from our 6th hour. Or our 7th hour, technically. So... it's good that we're wrapping this guy up. This has been a long stream, but I feel like it's been a quality stream. I just can't believe I've been talking for 7 hours, or 6 hours. 6 hours. Feels excessive even for me. Dooba 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 dooba. I won't forget his hairs, don't worry, I've got a plan for that. I'm just gonna, like, with a strand of black yarn, like it's good. Hello again! Yeah, yep, there's a lot of votes. I'm like, wait, are you guys just voting for Perry the Platypus because you want me to make a fedora? Yeah, manscaping and, like, I think it's step 1. It's some sort of underwear. I haven't gotten the deodorant, so they think I'm hairy and masculine, but they don't think I'm smelly. So that's something. I'll take it. And then I've got that Perry the Platypus song stuck, like just wedged real firmly in the boulders of my mind right now. If this was a movie, it would have to chop its arm off to escape. Yeah, Kylie's working on the stamina. Kylie's remembering to hydrate. I'm really hoping that's not putting gross sounds through the microphone. I don't know how sensitive this mic is yet. It hasn't been like fully tested. And it's got me a little on edge. I suppose Mr. Bones can tell me when I finish up here because he's been listening to the whole thing. The guy is a trooper. He is just out there listening to me prattle on and on and on. And he doesn't even crochet. And like he's just given his whole day to this. I'm so lucky. Anyway. A crochet platypus? Perry the crochet platypus? Okay, you've sold me. You've sold me on the concept. Okay, I'm sorry, that is actually just genuinely so funny to me. Okay, alright, okay, right. Okay, alright, okay. He's got a little tail, and it wiggles like this. I think that's big enough. I haven't snapped the backs on my eyes yet. I should just make the Psyduck in teal. Just like, it's Perry on a very bad day. Silent Speaker 01, they will be on my Patreon. I'm literally writing them right now, so they can't be up there before they exist. I didn't even know what we were going to be making, really. Like, I gave you guys a choice. I knew which 4 you were picking from, but I didn't really know which ones were going to get picked or how many we were going to get done today. So the fact that we got through 3, or we're getting through 3, I'm pretty impressed with. Go us. We are the team with the stamina. The kind of aching hip from sitting on a ball for 7 hours. But you know, we do what we got to do sometimes, don't we? Okay, what do I want to sew on first? I have not done the thing with the eyes, so we're going to just take the eyes out so I don't make a terrible error. But everything else can go on now, I think, so let's start with the tail. So yeah, when the Pokemon are relatively simple and I keep them within scope and an appropriate size, we can get through 3 in 6.5 hours. Because like the sewing here will take about half an hour, maybe less. So like, for anyone ever wondering from watching those Pokemon videos, it's like, yeah, okay, well, I encounter scope creep because I get carried away from making cool things. And they end up taking like 5 hours each. But when I'm responsible, I can just sit down and do 3 in a day. I don't remember the last time I was able to do 3 of the Pokemon in a day. It's been more like 1.5. So these streams they're good for me. Next time I film a Chaos video, I'll have to make those Pokemon on stream. With maybe appropriate spoiler warnings, because I don't want to like ruin anyone's fun. But honestly, if it saves me that many hours, it's a big win. Is someone getting horror ads on my thing? Yeah, you can. I think you can turn those off in your Google settings. I hate that. I hate that. When like one of the new Exorcist films or something came out, they were like, yeah, they kept showing like really horrible, scary things before I could skip them. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I do remember when I became the Fall Guys pigeon. I'm really hoping that the internet forgets when I became the Fall Guys pigeon. I still have the head. It takes up a massive amount of space in our living room. The body part of the costume, I think I frogged for the yarn. what would be much more comfortable? Gaming chair for next time. Yeah, I would, except the chair that I got to be a gaming chair, and I spent money on this chair. I swear it's causing more problems with my back than it. I'm just an old woman. I'm an old woman. It's causing more problems with my back than it's solved. Because like I tried to spend money and get a good chair, but I made some fundamental errors in judgment when picking said chair, and honestly, it started something that is such a ride. I can't share it on stream, but like it's. The issues this chair led to basically resulted in me giving up wheat. Turned out I needed to, but that's a whole other thing. Whole other conversation, whole other day. Kylie's offended outrage at the horror yeah, gee, it's rude, okay? Like, if you're showing the scary, horrible parts of a movie, like, not only, first of all, spoilers, okay? Like, if people are into horror, nobody wants every jump scare spoiled. But the people who aren't into horror, we want to be able to skip the damn ad. And sometimes they don't make them skippable until after the first nasty little tense, jump scary awfulness thing. And like, imagine you're sitting here, well, I suppose some of you are living that right now. And like, imagine if you're living here, imagine if you're not living here, you're not living here, I'm living here. Imagine if you're watching a stream. It's a nice, pleasant, happy stream where everything is sunshine and rainbows and we're just making little cute crochet critters, or in my case, we're shiny hunting. We're shiny hunting Pokemon. They're the streams I like to watch. And like, and then all of a sudden, suddenly you're greeted with the jump scare from an Exorcist film when you already don't like Exorcist films. Like, I love me a monster film, but like, or even a slasher film, but The Exorcist, yeah, I don't mess with that. And like, it's rude. It's just rude to everyone. It's a lose-lose situation. Like, yeah, I am offended. I'm outraged. They should cut that out. On principle. It's even worse when you're scrolling Reddit and you just get the same ad over and over and over again, over and over again. Yeah, okay. I had a few more words on that subject than I thought I did, but hey, they're yours now. Enjoy. And we're going to do that. ASMR video, just about to sleep when. Exactly. So he'll be chilling to some ASMR and suddenly it's the freaking Exorcist. It's not okay. Is Gengar eating Jiggly? Oh. Shall we make it look like he's about to eat Jiggly? I'm in danger. I'm sorry you had a dream that was scary, but you can't skip those. And they're not being forced upon you by corporations, so it's a different thing. There we go, and now we're sewing on his bill. We are doing great, guys. We're making excellent time with our Psyduck, and I think he's actually coming out pretty accurate to form. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is his eyes, which I still haven't snapped the backs on yet, so it's not too late to change them. And we might end up doing so, but I'm just waiting to see how I feel when I can pin them on and there's not a lot of strands of yarn in the way. I guess I'm not really trusting my own process fully there. What would Jigglypuff? Oh, candy floss. Jigglypuff would absolutely 100% taste like fairy floss or latex. There is no in between. Okay, we're not licking the tush. Yeah, cotton candy. Sorry, candy floss, fairy floss, cotton candy, all the same stuff. Pork. Oh, that's funny. I am using one like this. It didn't have a size listed on it. It's just a craft needle. I'm forever trying to get a way to show the eye properly on camera, and it does not want to really focus, but there we go. Psyduck saw his chance. Psyduck made his move. Well, I think we all know that Noodle Boy would taste like noodles and Ducky Boy would taste like duck. So, yeah. Maybe like, I don't know, do you guys get like pink lamingtons? Where you are? Well, any of the Aussie folk, possibly New Zealand as well, who are still around, those pink jelly cakes that are like the lamingtons but raspberry coated or strawberry, or like it's pink flavoured. It's pink flavour coating. I kind of feel like she also might taste like that. Thicket has decided he better stay between Kengar and Jiggles. See, you guys get it, right? Like, this is why when filming there's like a bunch of little stories always going on in the background. It's because, like, who can resist? Everything is a toy if you play with it, but I'm actually literally making toys. Yeah, see, pink lamingtons. These folk get it. It's a little wide gauge to be counting as a suture needle, I would have thought, but okay. Yeah, I call it a craft needle because that's what this particular packet labelled it as. She'd be mochi textured. I don't know if she'd be mochi flavoured. Is that weird to hypothesize? I don't know. I do not know. There we go. And take that pin out. Okay, we've got everything but the feets on, so let's go down and face to feets. I'm so focused. I can sense the end is near. There's one little paddle. And let's just come across here and do the other little paddle. Oh. Well, now what, huh? Look at this. Look at this hopeless little duck. Cute though. You're cute, but this is just not helpful of you. Go. I think Ducky Boy is probably going to be the name that fits. Don't get me wrong, he's definitely a potato, but I've like internalized Ducky Boy at this point, so that's the winner. And I probably won't remember the names. I mean, I very seldom remember the nicknames, but they always come back to me because if something looks enough like its nickname, I just rename it the same thing over and over and over again. I like the notion of something being aggressively fruit flavored. It's a vivid image. Yay! Another Aussie in the chat. Not that we don't love our non-Aussie friends as well. It's just, it's cool. I didn't realise I had that many like Aussie followers. It's just nice to have the shared experience of Tim Tams, you know? Oh, you've got a bunch of pins and needles, so let's just help a guy out. Yeah. There we go. Got a bunch of ends to clean up here, so we'll do that and then we're going to resolve the eyes. I wish I just stuck the eyes in through the body, if I'm honest. I suggest anybody who happens to be making this in future, and for some reason has decided to watch the live stream as well, I suggest you stick the eyes in through the body, because I think that with just a little white added with some yarn would be perfect, whereas like I've kind of snookered myself into a position where I have to make an eyepiece, and I think it's going to be overwhelming regardless of what we do with it. So we're going to try and make it work. This is the Psyduck of Ages. I have not forgotten his little hair tails either. I'll do those before I do the eyes maybe, just so that we definitely don't forget, because I've forgotten those little ending finishing details on Pokemon before, just in the excitement of finishing them. And I would hate for that to be the fate of our little ducky friend. He's very cute and just a little bit fat. And isn't that just the perfect way for a duck to be? I think so. Chuck that up there. And we're gonna grab our black, and I'm gonna do an embroidery cheat. That, funnily enough, I'm not sure if it actually even works with embroidery thread or embroidery floss, but it certainly works with yarn. This black is so temperamental, I don't understand it. Every other yarn threads fine, but I swear this black is just like slightly thicker or something. Yeah, anyway, so he's got those 3 little loopies on his head, so I'm just gonna like... There we go. And I'm gonna thread back through the yarn. So you probably can't see that, but we're threading through the middle of the yarn to form our loopy. Trust me to get that slightly off center, but it's fine. And we're going to do another one. Again, just working back through the yarn. It's going to lock it all in place. And we're going to do a third one as well. There we go. Now I'm going to just secure that in place with a tiny little black stitch at the back. Venusaur did not get made, Yarn Puppy. I'm afraid we decided to make different choices today. And I am satisfied with those choices, because it means that we've added 3 to our Pokédex instead of 3/4 of 1. The Venusaur will be made at a later date. There we go. Okay, and we're going to finish off. DuckTales, woo! Oh yeah, Crazy. I'm not just going to shorten your name to Crazy. I'm so sorry. The Crazy Poppy Lady. Yeah, I totally could have done that as well. I just thought that this would be a solution, and it's something that I've been playing around with on a couple of my patterns recently, so I just thought I may as well give it a go on Psyduck. So, eyes. The eyes have it, or don't in this case. I'm going to lose the safety eyes, tighten these rings up, and then one there. Thanks, Nancy. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the content and learning and all that good stuff. So what's the point in knowing half this stuff if I can't tell all y'all about it too? And one there. Tell you what though, I'll admit that I'm not sorry that we're right at the end now, because I'm fatiguing pretty hard. But given that we just have to sew some eyes on, let's just get it done, right? I'm not going to call you Crazy, it was an accident. It's like I've gotten so used to just like reading out the first half of a nickname, I was just like, oh, Crazy. It's like, no, that's not nice. Yeah, we could do a double knot or a little French knot. I'm not going to use pins as the pupils. I just put them in as like a test to see if I would like it. And we will come back with black yarn in a minute. And I'll be honest, I'm gonna do my best. And my embroidery skills, I could put a lot of practice into embroidery, and I would like to have the time to and to do it right. But I do think I am slowly improving. It's like I think the faces that I try and stitch on now, I at least know enough to like simplify them right down to what I know I can achieve instead of making a horrible mess of things that I have to unpick 15 times. Besides, it's no pressure, right? It's not like there's 300 people watching. Oh my goodness. That's exciting. There we go. Okay, that is eyeball number 1. And we're just going to stitch on eyeball number 2. And I think that with Psyduck it doesn't matter so much if his eyes are a little bulgy. This is one of those things where I wish I knew how to needle felt. It's another skill I need to cultivate. But I feel like bulging eyes on a Psyduck just kind of emphasizes the pain we're in. Oh, good morning, Twacky Cat. Wait, you weren't here at the start of the stream, have gone to bed and slept, and have had time to come back for the end of the stream, right? Because that's a little bit much. There we go. Don't forget the nose. Oh, yeah, good call. I would have forgotten the nose. I've cried and threw in the bin? Just woke up, gonna have to watch the rest of this today. Oh, September. My brain immediately goes, oh, wake me up when September ends. It's like, no, I'm the one finishing the stream. I'm the one ending. Okay, there we go. That's the final stitch of that. So now we just need our black on our needle to add those last little details, and we're done. Yeah, so, don't get me wrong, we're going to finish this on stream, but I always feel like I end the stream very abruptly, so I'll start like a little preamble. Now, thank you so much for like coming and hanging out all day today, and I know that it was like all night for some of you and all morning for some others. Starting a little bit earlier gave me the flexibility to go a little bit later like this, whereas like before it was like kind of at the end of the day, and so I just didn't have the stamina to keep going last time, whereas like this time here it was like a little bit less stressful. If I ever fix my sleep schedule, I might give a morning stream a try and try and give you US folks a chance to catch the start of the stream. But yeah, I honestly just think this is good fun. I'm gonna have to discuss with Mr. Bones whether or not I think it's healthy for him to be stuck watching me for the whole thing. Though he insists he enjoys it and he is a love, so I don't know. But yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good fun to have people to share my craft with. Am I going to do the same thing with the nose? As in like stitch things on? Hi anyone for chat, I feel, oh right, I learned to embroider eyes by making big toothless plush. Yeah, see that's a good one. Ow, I just stabbed the needle directly into my thumb. It's 9:25 p.m, it's currently 7:25 p.m. here, and we are just finishing off. I wish the beak was a little bit higher or the eyes were a little bit lower. I kind of flubbed their position, but we're just gonna have to get over it. We're at the close enough phase. Here we go. Won't be making that noise again. You're fine. Yeah. I went to say you're fine and you're safe, and instead I said you're sign and your face. There we go. We're just going to do a little stitchy stitch. Well, that's a lot of layers to stick my needle through. This is why he has a migraine. Ah. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to getting out of this room and getting a little bit of fresh air. Ah! I was so close. Now I have to thread the damn needle again. Ah. Oh, come on. We were so close. There we go. Okay, there we are. Now we just got to do the beak for the little nose that someone reminded me. Sorry, I didn't catch the name before it whizzed past, but I am very grateful. Okay, here we go. Holding that end in so it doesn't go anywhere. Just always seems to be thicker and fluffier than other yarn. I don't know what it is. There we go. Oh, damn it, I pulled that pupil in way too far. I wonder if I can just pick it out again. You know what? I'll probably just get a Sharpie and like touch it up a little bit. Not that I do things like that. No, never. There we go. And we're just going to do one little bit. And I wish the beak was higher. That's going to really bother me, but I think he came out okay. I think he's cute. I think all of them turned out actually pretty great today. I've kind of impressed myself a little bit with being able to do this while keeping up a constant stream of consciousness, but I think that over the years I've just learned to do that in front of a camera, so it hasn't seemed to have made a huge difference other than not feeling so alone to do it with all of you guys watching the other side of the camera. So that tuft shouldn't be there. There we go. And we have a Psyduck whose eye just didn't go to plan, but maybe he's blown a pupil because he's got a really bad migraine, but he's got his little tail. Didn't forget the tail. So there are our three boys. And I will have their portraits done up and added to the Pokédex, ready for next week's stream, and you'll be able to see them pop into existence and fill out a few more of those squares. But it is 7:28. I have been streaming for 6 hours and 27 minutes, and I'm ready to go breathe some fresh air and eat some dinner. So thank you all for hanging out today. I've had a really fun time. I hope you guys have as well. The patterns will be on Patreon Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You know, the usual time frame for a pattern release. Watch out for the otter on Thursday. It's gonna be cute. Look how cute her little McNugget is. Anyway, bye!